All right, friends. We should have both of our YouTube streams open. I'm opening the TikTok stream as we speak. TikTok should be open and running. Welcome in, everybody. It's great to see y'all. Welcome, vertical and horizontal. Remember, there is no real schism. That's fake news. That's a rumor. Is Doug is vertical and horizontal for all of you. You don't have to pick. You don't have to create schisms, friends. We're all on the same team. And obviously, um, he's rock hard for TikTok. Always rock hard for TikTok. Anyways, welcome in, friends. It should be a lot of fun. It is well, is it Friday night? It's Friday night already. It's already Friday night. Crazy. Let's get Dalton in here. And welcome in, Dalton. Oh, hold on one second. Let me make sure my earbuds are selected. Yeah, they are. Is your mic muted? Maybe it's me. Oh, I heard that. Whatever you just did.
Sometimes I just have to plug it in, plug it back in. There we go.
I think it's good now.
Anyways, howdy, Justin.
Great to see
Happy
you, buddy.
Friday.
I have the same problem with my wireless ear set. When I'm using it on TikTok, all the time I have to like turn it off and turn it back on again, or I have to like swipe out of TikTok, completely close the app and bring it back. Sometimes TikTok just doesn't really behave the way that you needed to. But welcome in, friends. We should be getting some guests loaded up here momentarily. If you're watching on YouTube, the link on the screen is tiny.cc/dzguest. There's a clickable link in the description of the video. And if you're watching on TikTok, well, I mean, you already know how to get in. And it looks like we got a guest loaded up already. Curtain Seeker Vibes. We'll grab you in just a second. Let me grab our first three super chats and we'll hit the road. Television, interesting name, says, truly, truly, I say unto thee, I'm dancing for Doug with all my might in my priestly robes. Yeah, it says, as David did, but don't, if you could help it, don't expose yourself. That seems to be what McCall was. He wasn't naked, by the way. If your Bible translation says he was naked, that's not true. He just most likely exposed some of his legs dancing like one of the non-kingly people. Texas Panhandler says, happy Friday. Been pinching pennies, but it's been too long since I offered Doug a tithe. Rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you, Texas Panhandler. And please take care of yourself, especially right now with government shutdowns happening and all kinds of other nonsense. SNAP benefits not going out. Beep Boop says, horizontal supremacy. Well, I'm glad you're here, but both streams are equal. They're co-equal streams. And Critical Explorer says, Doug is omnidirectional. Exactly. He is. And NoCo, great to see you, my friend. Thank you so much for sending out 5 Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships. In fact, I'm keeping a tally real quick. We're going to do D Zone and DZ debates for tonight. We're already at 5 for D Zone. Thank you. I appreciate that. Big Al says, hey, J Dog, a lot of Christians' beliefs are based on stuff outside the Bible, like Satan's backstory. Is there any good writing on where it comes from? I mean, kind of, yeah. If you're talking specifically about Satan, I would probably check the work done by Bart Ehrman and Elaine Pagels. Those are good resources. And Heathen says, Doug is the horizontal foundation on which we build. Sharon is the vertical reach for all to see. Together, vertical and horizontal represent their rock hard, sinfully wet nature. I couldn't agree more, Heathen. I could not agree more. That's the cold, hard, wet truth. And Amir sending out 1 Deconstruction Zone membership. Thank you so much, Amir. Another one for Deconstruction Zone. And last super chat for now from our friend Gretchen. Thank you so much for the 311. It says, no schism. Sounds like cope. Gretchen? We're going to block Gretchen, I think. I don't know. I'm praying to Doug about it right now. There's no schism, Gretchen, but I appreciate you being here. Thank you, and happy Friday, my friend. There's no schism. All right, let's grab Curtin is going to be up in here in just a second if they can connect. There we go. How you doing, Curtin?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Thank you for asking. Curtin, are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yes, I do believe in God.
Okay. And do you think that, well, let me ask another question. Do you believe in a specific God or a generic God?
I believe in Krishna.
Oh, okay. Any particular sect? Like, do you believe in like Christ consciousness or?
Yeah, Krishna consciousness. Yes. I'm from a Hindu background, so um,
Mhm.
I believe in Buddhism, but I specifically follow Krishna consciousness, Hare Krishna.
Cool. What would be the best evidence or best argument for this version of God existing?
Well, I can show you. Well, there's archaeological evidence of Krishna and Lord Ram.
Archaeological evidence of Krishna on Earth?
Yes,
Sure, go for it.
they found these city Dwarka off the coast of Gujarat, um, where he's, which matches what happened in the Bhagavad Gita towards the end, when
Mm.
how Krishna sort of left this world. Also,
Well,
Lord
I
Ram.
mean, finding a city in which a fictional story is set isn't all that hard to do. We find it with the Bible all the time too, right? We find ancient cities where these stories took place, and of course we find the same thing in the Roman writings. Like, you know, traditionally Rome was founded by Romulus and Remus, and we've got all kinds of mythology about them and Rome. I think the fact that Rome exists doesn't say anything to whether or not Romulus and Remus were two deities that founded the city.
No, that's fair enough. Well, okay. What when you say God is imaginary, what exactly are you looking for?
Well, my claim is that God is imaginary because you can imagine your particular deity, but you can't actually demonstrate that deity to exist.
All right, that's a fair point. But I mean, I do meditation every day.
Hmm.
I chant and meditation, and it's sometimes you've got to perform the experiment to experience the presence of God.
Yeah, I mean, listen. I like meditation, but I don't. I've never experienced God via meditation just yet.
Okay, have you sort of chanted any mantras?
Do I chant mantras? No. I mostly focus on breathing.
Okay, I mean breathing is good, but I mean if you chanted mantras, maybe you might experience that what's it called God, and also you tried doing
Well,
service.
how would I? Well, I do a lot of service. How would I know the difference between the feeling of God and the feeling of just like good vibes because my body is releasing the right hormones as I relax?
Because okay, do you okay? Let me tell you one thing, right? Do you believe in the energy can neither be created nor destroyed?
But were you gonna answer the question?
Yeah, I'll come to that in a minute.
Yeah, well, first of all, energy is a property. It's not a thing that has like independent existence. But yeah, I agree that you know, energy can't, as we understand it, can't just disappear. There appears to be a conservation of energy within the universe.
Okay, so what do you think happens at death?
We die. That's it. The atoms that make up our body go into the ground, and we become worm food and fertilizer.
Basically, the same thing happened to us before we were born.
Hmm.
Okay, can you define that?
Define what?
Whatever you're describing.
Yeah, it's called death. You're,
What
It's
can
you're done.
nothingness.
You're cooked. You don't exist anymore.
I'll tell you this.
yeah, okay. Can you define that nothing?
Yeah. What is your so what does your elbow see?
Sorry,
What does your elbow see?
my elbow doesn't see anything.
Yeah,
It sees nothing. What do rocks
exactly.
dream about?
Okay.
That's nothing.
Yeah,
So
nothing
what
is
about
just
the
a
energy?
nothing is just a lack of something. Well, energy again is not an independently existing thing. It's a property of matter. Like it's a measurement, right? When we measure the position and velocity of matter, we call that energy if it's actually moving. But like you can't have a bucket of energy. You know what I mean?
Well, energy has to go somewhere.
No, it doesn't. Energy doesn't exist in the way that you think it does. Energy is not a thing that you can like
Right.
collect. It doesn't go anywhere. Energy is a measure of what physical things are doing in the world.
Yes, that's a fair point. But what I'm saying is that energy, it can't just suddenly disappear.
It doesn't
Maybe
exist. That's why I keep trying to tell you that energy doesn't have independent ontology. It doesn't exist. It's a property of things that do exist, and the thing that exists is matter. Like I'm made of matter, and my ability to move and do work is what we call energy. But eventually, I won't be moving or doing any work because there will be, the proverbial monkey wrench in my gears, and my body will stop functioning, and all the atoms that make up my body will just go into the ground. But there's no energy in my body that's like independent of any piece of matter.
I mean, I think we have to think a bit bigger here. I mean, look at the universe. There's energy all over the universe. It's the universe is
Energy
constantly,
isn't what you think
constantly,
it is. That's what I'm trying to
constantly.
tell you. You
Well,
you
it's
think
frequency.
energy is one thing and it's actually not that thing. So so like I'm gonna let me open up my web browser real quick and we'll do maybe like a simple drawing will help to demonstrate the nature of the situation here. Where's my browser? That's not the one. Eventually, I'm gonna figure out where's my browser. There we go. Okay. By the way, guys, there is MS Paint online. All right, or we're gonna call this a ball. You see the screen, okay? Wonder if I can make my paintbrush bigger. Or we'll do an actual brush. All right, this is a ball. Okay. Now, if this ball is stationary, right? It's not doing anything. It's just sitting in a hole somewhere. Does this ball have energy?
Potential energy.
No, no. Potential energy is when it's like at the top of a hill and you just need to like start it moving. I'm saying it's in a hole. It's in a cup, right? So it doesn't have any current energy. But potential energy would be unrealized energy, right? So I'm asking, and again, the ball itself doesn't have energy. Gravity would be the thing causing it to have the quote unquote energy. So again, if this ball is just in a hole in the ground, does it have any actual energy? Right. So it's just in a hole, boom, in the ground. Does it have energy?
It may have energy we can't see.
It has invisible energy we don't know about. No, okay, so the answer is no, it doesn't have energy. However, as you probably already know from from junior high or grade school physics or whatever, if in fact, actually, let me use this tool. There we go. If in fact it happens to be the case that the ball is rolling down a hill, now this ball does in fact have energy. So what's the difference between the first ball and the second ball?
Well, the position.
No,
The,
the difference is one is moving. Okay, so this ball is moving. And when something is in motion, meaning it's changing position, and we can determine how quickly it's changing position, that's position and velocity, then in fact we can measure the so-called energy. But the energy isn't a thing that exists. There's not like a spiritual energy force inside of this ball making it do anything. Energy is just the measurement that we place upon it. We're saying it's moving with this amount of energy because we can measure the speed and the direction of this thing. So the energy isn't a thing that has existence. The energy is our description of something that is moving or changing. So you can't have an energy that is independent of matter.
So how, on based on what your logic, was this whole universe that we live in created?
It wasn't created, it always existed. Why would we believe that it once didn't exist?
How did, okay, maybe the word created. How did it come into being?
It always existed. It didn't come into being. Why would I
Well,
believe that the universe once didn't exist? What's the evidence for that?
if you're saying that mass, okay, the Earth, how
So
I'm talking about the
again,
Earth.
Curtin, why would I believe that the universe once did not exist? What's the argument for that?
No, I'm not saying the universe does not exist, but I'm saying the universe that we live in,
Yeah,
Earth.
I. You mean the Earth? Well, the Earth and the universe are two different things.
I'm not talking about the grand universe. I'm talking about our sort of Earth where we live.
Well, the Earth. Well, I mean, that's just basic science, like you learned in high school. The planet formed what 4.7 billion years ago, and everything on this planet was created by other pieces of matter from within our probably from within our existing galaxy, if I had to guess.
Where did the energy come for that matter?
It's not. Energy doesn't exist, Curtin. Energy is a measurement of what matter does.
Okay,
There's no independent existence of energy.
but something in order for all to come together, the so-called Big Bang, there must have been something. It can't just
Yeah,
move on its
I
own.
agree. Yeah, there is something that preceded the Big Bang. I don't understand where the problem is.
For the pieces of rock, whatever it was, to come together, there must have been some energy.
No, it's just gravity. The reason why things come together in space is because of gravity.
Well,
The
gravity is
pro-
energy.
the no, Cretan, the problem is you just fundamentally don't understand what that word means. You're taking the word energy, which has a meaning within science, and you're giving it a very magical sort of definition.
No, I'm just trying to. You can talk about, um, for example, you mentioned before how when the ball was in the hole, it had no energy. Yeah,
Right.
was no because it wasn't moving. Right.
Hmm.
I'm just trying to ask you here, how?
How what?
Well, what was the initial what set the whole thing in motion?
It's always been in motion forever. There is no initial motion. There's no first mover. It's an infinite chain of movement. To be sure, gravity is all you need to create movement, but the reality is there's no first movement if there's no beginning.
Bear me 1 second.
Where's it going? Oh boy.
I think caller, you just need to like go back and learn like fundamental physics and reassess what it is you think energy is.
I think that seems to be the problem. I think he's still hung up on he doesn't actually understand what energy is, and my understanding is that that's probably his entire argument for God, is God is the energy, you know. Curtin,
Are
are
you
you
there?
still with us? Curtin? Curtin? He is not still with us.
A-
Okay.
And the curtains have closed. All right.
Indeed. Okay, well, I mean, he was nice enough, but that conversation probably was getting a little bit long in the tooth anyways. Let me grab a couple super chats and we'll get our next guest in here. Ben Swartz, great to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Says thank you for your donation. But Ben, thank you for your donation, friend. I appreciate that. And Dr. Fudge says we can have a little schism as a treat. I listen, I am not enjoying this idea of a schism. I don't think Doug is not for this. Doug's no schism. And Adam sent 5 DZ debate memberships. Thank you so much, Adam. I'm marking that on the board now. So far, though, I think Deconstruction Zone is still leading with 6, but we'll see. There's a lot. It's Friday night. A lot of time left. Michael, thank you for the super chat. Says I've heard rumors of a diagonal sect of Dougites cropping up in the cracks. To be sure, both streams are diagonal streams because Doug is pro crossing of streams, unlike the Ghostbusters. It is in fact true that he is horizontal and vertical, friends. And Corey Yost, thank you so much for the $20 super chat, my friend. It says here to Doug's bidding. Here to do Doug's bidding. Do not take his name for granted. We would never take his name for granted. And please, may the quartz be with you. And Gretchen, thank you again for the 311, says, if we're so united, why are you keeping score? Listen, Gretchen, too many questions. Okay, there's far too many questions. It's beyond human logic. Only Doug can know all the other deistic copes, you know? Melanitis, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Says, considering the latest discussion, I watch horizontal because I can lock my phone and still listen to your charming voice. Well, thank you, Melanitis. Cook 'em good. Rock hard for Doug. It's funny because my phone, when I lock my phone and I'm watching a vertical mode video, it still plays. I don't know if it's phone specific. I don't know, but it still works for me. And Ockneil, thank you for the super chat, says, I want to love both streams, but I can only minimize the horizontal one on my phone. May Doug bless both streams, all their watchers. Yeah, I've heard that before as well, but I can minimize it on my phone. There must be something interesting about my about my specific phone that it works for me and nobody else. And Jesus, titty F in Christ, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, I'm sick and tired of your talking point claiming I didn't take the full punishment of your sins because I'm not in hell eternally. I spent 3 days in Cleveland, motherfucker. That should be enough. And trust me when I tell you, 3 days in Cleveland is a punishment all its own, but it is not eternal. We do have some lovely restaurants, however. Also, this just in, 5 more for DZ Debates. That means DZ Debates is in the lead by 4. Should be interesting. And let me grab, I got 4 more super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. Blind Limey, great to see you, Jamie. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. It says, by logical argument, rational epistemology, and honest biblical interpretation, we shall purge the apologists, the bigot, and the Christofascists of their sin of irrationality. And you nailed it. We are definitely going to be doing some of that tonight. Great to see you, friend. I hope you're well. And Zach, thank you for the $20 super chat. My friend says, your patience for the dumbest questions of all time is astounding. I know. The funny thing is, like, it still shocks me sometimes when I hear the question, because I'm like, how are we in 2025 and these questions are still happening? But like in sales business, they say there's a sucker born every minute. The reality is we're constantly repopulating the earth with people who don't know things. So this will be an issue forever. Duke of Shasta, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, if energy does not exist, how do they put it in the Red Bull or that biohazard spill of a green energy drink you Americans enjoy? Checkmate. Justin, see you in church on Sunday. You got me, Duke. You got me. I'll be in church on Sunday, hands raised, As long as you're there, let me know where and when. Robin, right, last super chat from now. Robin, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, is there anything that is original to Christianity, or is every part gleaned from existing religions of the time? Well, being that it's basically just a cult of Judaism, and a bastardized one at that, no, there's nothing in Christianity that's truly unique. Judaism, yeah, there's some unique stuff within Judaism, but Christianity, I don't know if there's much. We've had doomsday, end of the world cults as long as we can count back in history. All right, let's grab our next guest in here. We're gonna grab Ubu, and then we'll grab American worker after that.
Abu.
Oh,
What's
Abu.
up, guy?
Sorry about that. Abu, how you doing?
I'm good, man. How you doing?
You know, I can't complain. Abu, are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yes, I am.
Cool. And you believe in God?
Yeah, I believe in God.
Okay. And which one?
Allah.
Okay, so you're Muslim.
Yeah, precisely.
Cool. What would be the best evidence or argument for the Muslim God being real?
I would say the Quran, but I was wondering, like, normally when people come up here, you ask them questions, but I would like, do you like have your own line of questioning that we're supposed to, or can we have like a discussion about anything else?
No, we're talking about religion. So like we're not
Yeah,
doing
but
politics. We're not
yeah.
like I mean, we could theoretically debate science if science is somehow part of your religious argument, but like the reality is, I think you already opened the discussion. You think that the Quran is the best evidence of your God, and that is in fact the topic. So I guess I'd like to hear what about the Quran would demonstrate that the Muslim God is real.
Ems is in the box.
Oh fuck, it's gonna get hot.
Well, yeah, I would say, well, the Quran coupled with the Sunnah Hadith, you have prophecies and whatnot, and but yeah, now I was more intrigued about discussing your statement here.
Well, my statement is that your God is imaginary, that God is Allah, right?
That's what you're writing over there.
Yeah, so we'll try this again. What about the Quran would demonstrate the existence of Allah?
I would argue prophecies.
All right, which prophecy in particular should we be looking at?
Well, some of those, I don't know, we can't really. Well, you have the Quran where Allah says, "اقتربت الساعة وانشق القمر," but most of those
Yeah, we
prophecies
don't.
in the Quran.
I don't know Arabic. I have to say that in English. So, what about
yeah.
the Quran would lead us to believe that this God is real?
Yeah, chapter and verse.
Yeah, I think اقتربت الساعة. It's Surah Al-Qamar, and let me look up the verse.
Well, which surah is that? So I don't know all the names. I
Qamar
know
means
the
moon.
numbers.
So it's the chapter of the moon is the first verse. There are many verses in the Quran where Allah talks about how miraculous stuff had happened during the time of the Prophet. But
Yeah,
I would
I've
argue
heard that.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for the evidence of it.
Well, that is the evidence, and that's why I wanted to talk
Evidence
about
of what?
evidence of God being real.
The evidence can't be the Quran. You haven't given me one thing to read out of the Quran that would demonstrate the validity of that claim.
And this is why I want to talk about evidence itself. What do we regard
the
as
Quran.
evidence? Yeah, what do we regard as evidence?
Well, I think the Quran could be one piece of evidence. I don't think it's good evidence because the Quran says things that are just flatly untrue.
Okay, but why do you think the Quran wouldn't be like it's a weak evidence and not that good of evidence?
I just told you because it says things that are not true.
Such as,
for example,
yeah. Let me put it on the screen. I'll do one, and then Dalton's got a really good one that we should run too. So in this surah it says, "We have placed firm mountains." Obviously, we is God in the royal we sense. "We have placed firm mountains upon the earth so that it does not shake with them, and made in it broad pathways so that they may find their way." And there's another verse that repeats this, but the mountains literally do the opposite. The reason why we have mountains is because the earth shakes.
are you telling me that mountains and the roots that the mountains have that go down to the not all the way down to the core, but a
Mountains
couple of
don't
the
have
earlier ones.
roots.
Mountains don't have roots.
No.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah. So mountains are formed. This drawing app is going to get a lot of love today. Mountains are formed when land are moving in two different directions, typically towards each other, and one of them will either fold under the other or they'll push each other up. And over the course of millions of years, when they push each other up, they form mountains. That's how mountains are formed.
Okay, but how does
And
you
and the
just
earth shakes
demonstrated?
when this
Yeah,
happens.
you just demonstrated how mountains are formed, and how does that? How and you went? I don't know if you did that intentionally. You just went one side upwards. Are you saying that mountains are not submerged into the earth the same way icebergs are submerged in water, and that this is plate tectonics.
I
Everyone
know,
is
which
looking.
is surprising that you don't know it, because plate tectonics is like grade school stuff. So let me grab, I got the drawing board up again. So if you have tectonic movement where one goes over the other like this, then yes, you can have some of the plate that actually starts to go down as the other one goes up. Yeah, you get some of that, but there's no such thing as like roots. There's no mountain roots, and they sure as hell don't prevent the earth from shaking, which is what this is claiming. Says they've placed firm mountains upon the earth so it does not shake with them. First of all, they don't prevent the earth from shaking, and second, they're not firm. They do move over time.
If I give a reference to a book in geology, where geologists say that mountains do have roots, and that these roots,
It's crazy that you can't even stay on topic. Is it
how is that
true?
not staying on
Is it
topic?
true that mountains prevent the earth from shaking?
Yes, it is, and
Wrong.
I
It's
can give.
not true. The earth
Okay, now
shakes.
it does shake, yes,
Yeah,
but
yeah. So the
how?
mountains certainly aren't preventing the
No,
earth from shaking, given the fact
it's
that it does in
preventing
fact shake.
it's preventing them from shaking even more. Now, if I give you a
No.
reference,
Oh, even more. Now he's got to add qualifiers to the passage. Does it say that the mountains are placed on the earth to keep it from shaking more, or does it say keep them from shaking?
well, here's the thing: if you're
Also,
gonna,
what's the
yeah,
mechanism? What's the mechanism by
Technically,
which
there was also
mountains
going to
prevent
ask.
the earth from shaking?
the roots themselves. I don't even need to use the
How?
religion.
What about mountain
Well,
roots prevents the earth from shaking?
I can give you references to
I'm
books in
asking
geology.
you. I'm asking you.
Well, I'm
What
just
I'm asking
regurgitating
you.
what I've
What
read.
about mountain roots prevents the earth from shaking?
The fact that they go in and slow down the movement of plates.
They don't.
Okay, that's what you're saying. I'm saying they do, and I'm telling you, let
And
me
I'm telling
bring
you they don't.
references. Well, why are you so against me bringing references to actual geologists?
Yeah, give me your reference. Give me
Okay, well,
your
that's so hard.
unqualified Islamic geologist.
How do you know he's Islamic? Why do you have so many assumptions, though?
Go ahead, give it to me.
No, why do you have so many assumptions, though? How do
Go
you know
ahead and
he's
give it
Islamic?
to me, because I've talked to 1,000 just before you that are just like you. So go ahead.
So you're gonna assume stuff just like that?
Yeah.
That's
Uh-huh.
crazy. All right,
Mhm.
that's not a good thing to do, but okay. And you have the Book of Earth by Preston Seaver. Go look it up.
The Book of Earth by who?
Press and Seaver. Siever. You can buy it on Amazon if you like. It's PDF, but I think you can find it free.
By
Frank Press
Press
and Ray.
by Press
By
and
Frank.
Seaver.
Yeah, Frank Press and Raymond Seaver.
It's just called Earth, you mean?
Yeah,
In 1924?
yeah.
To be clear, your geology book that you want to reference was published in 1924.
Yeah. What's the issue?
Okay. And in it, which page? I've got it right here. Which page says that that there are
413.
roots, that there are
400,
roots, that there are
413.
roots, that there are roots.
413.
If you
413.
if you actually listen for the question, you actually know what I'm asking.
Yeah. I know what you're asking.
So which page says that there are roots in mountains? First of all, you know what a root is, right?
Yeah.
What is a
If you
root?
think that, if you
What's a
think that a
root?
mountain,
What's a
what's a
root?
root? It's a root, man. What's a root?
What's a
What do you mean?
root? I'm asking you,
It's
what
a
is a
root,
root?
man.
What's a root?
It's an extension of something that goes downwards, isn't it?
No, a root is a source.
Wait,
Do you mean
both of those
route?
definitions.
Do you mean
Is that
route?
no?
Do you know the difference between root and route?
Yes.
Okay, what does a root do?
Well, it depends on what type of root it is. A plant root often takes the water, and it's the way that the certain plant would take minerals and whatever it needs up to and up. But that's not how roots work for mountains.
How do they work? Tell me.
A mountain root,
Mhm.
how they work? I don't know how they work. I don't know
How
if
do you
they
know?
have
So
any certain functions. A mountain is essentially just a piece of rock, isn't it? It's not like
it
a
is,
plant.
yeah. A mountain is just a piece of rock. So here's an illustration of what happens exactly what I'm talking about when there's piece of a mantle and crust, one goes lower than the other. This is probably what you're calling a root, this red piece, isn't it?
Yeah, that
Okay,
is
that's not a root.
it is a root. That's
I
that's the
wouldn't
word
call that a
geologists
root.
use. Well, I don't really care what
So,
you would
so
call it.
this
They
is
have people who
identical.
are
So
experts
this
in
is
the field.
identical to the drawing that I made 5 minutes ago. Okay, so it's identical to the picture I drew. You can call it whatever you want. That doesn't stabilize anything.
Have you read 413? Are you a geologist by any chance?
Are you a geologist?
No, but I'm referring to geologists, and you just seem to brush it off.
Your source,
413
I'm
on the
agreeing
page.
with
your
you
source was from,
that
your
this
source
red
was from
piece
like 100 years ago.
exists. I agree with you. Yes, the Earth overlaps. We agree. I started with that. You can call it a root. You can call it anything you want to. I'm asking you, how does that prevent earthquakes?
The Earth and the plates. That's what 413 says. Can you
How?
read the page?
No, I actually can't because it's not.
Well, if you read the page, you would.
I'll show you. I'll show you. Hold on.
You said you had the book in front of you, and then
I
all of a
did. It
sudden you
won't.
can't. Weird.
I'll show you why. Because it's unavailable.
Damn, son, that's so sad.
Yeah, it is so sad. Maybe you should use a book from like the modern era.
Doesn't
Also,
matter.
also again, none of this, literally nothing you've said so far demonstrates the validity of what the Quran actually says. The Quran says that mountains prevent the earth from shaking, and they don't.
Well, that's because you were unable to read the page, maybe.
Justin, can
Read it.
you bring up the tafsir of the ayah?
Yeah. Let me grab the tafsir.
Oh, we have
He's
Mr.
like,
M, Mr. The Learned Versions. I've listened to you before. I've heard you talk.
that's nice.
Yeah.
Uh,
Well,
Listen to Ems before, and you still believe in the Quran. You weren't listening all that closely.
well, he's a liar. Everyone can
Yeah.
speak nowadays. Doesn't Trump speak a lot?
I'm mimicking the Prophet, alhamdulillah.
Was that
I'm mimicking your Prophet.
really?
Uh,
In what way? By
So-
lying?
yep.
In the tafsir here, it says we have placed on the earth firm mountains, and then the explanation. I'm sorry, let me put it back. I'll put it on the screen. And it says this means mountains which stabilize the earth and keep it steady and lend it weight, lend it weight, lest it should shake with the people, i.e., move and tremble, so that they would not be able to stand firm on it, because it is covered with water apart from 1/4 of its surface. So the land is exposed to the air and the sun, so its people may see sky with its dazzling signs and evidence. So again, the tafsir says the same thing I said before. The mountains are there to prevent the earth from shaking, but they don't prevent the earth from shaking.
Yeah, they prevent the
So
earth
to
from
limited
shaking.
weight.
Oh my god.
To a limited
In
weight.
fact, the formation of mountains is why the earth shakes most of the time.
The formation of mountains.
Yeah.
None of that is contradictory, you know.
It is, yes. If the
Not really,
mountains
not
are the
really.
reason for the earth shaking because tectonic plates, then they certainly aren't the reason why the earth wouldn't be shaking. And again,
The
again,
mountains
the earth
are
does in fact still shake. The mountains don't prevent it.
the mountains are the reason that the earth is shaking. Are you serious?
Yeah. Do you know mountains are tectonic plates? Just so we're
Mountains
clear.
are
So
tectonic
when
plates.
tectonic plates move, they create shaking, earthquakes, and they also create mountains. Yes, mountains are equivalent to the ends of the tectonic plates.
You know what? I'm gonna grant you whatever you say.
Well, you should.
I
You
mean, we can,
haven't said anything intelligent yet.
Oh, well,
Justin, do you mind if
I
we go
did
to
refer
the?
to a book. You didn't like it because of the year was
Sure,
published. You couldn't read it, but
sure,
yeah,
Abu, sure. Could we refer to the formation of the Earth and the stars? I think that is less ambiguous or
Yeah, that's
easier
a good
to.
one. Which passage was that? I have it on my spreadsheet if you don't know it.
It is Fusilat 9 to 12. I do not know the number.
Okay, I think give me 1 second. I'll grab it. You talk about the one where the stars are in the lowest orbit and they're used as
The
missiles.
one, just search up Fusilat. Just
I don't know how to spell that. I can't even make it out.
you have to FUS
Okay.
and then I and then LAT and then 9 to 12.
Okay, I see. Fuselot 9 through 12. I got it. So it says, "Ask them, O prophet, how can you disbelieve the one who created the earth in 2 days, and how can you set up equals with him? That is the Lord of all worlds. He placed on the earth firm mountains standing high, showered his blessings upon it, and ordained all of its means of surface, totaling 4 days exactly for all who ask. Then he turned towards heaven when it was still like smoke, saying to it that the earth submit willingly or unwillingly. They both responded, we will submit willingly. So he formed heaven and earth into 7 heavens in 2 days, assigning to each its mandate, and we adorned the lowest heavens with stars like lamps for beauty and for protection. That is designed that is the design of the Almighty All-Knowing." So
Open up the tafsir again, please.
Yeah, we'll definitely get the tafsir. I can't
It
wait for him
tells
to
you
tell
that,
me how the stars are actually in the lowest orbit.
depends on how you understand lowest orbit, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The lowest orbit is the one closest to the Earth, obviously.
Is it? According to
Yeah.
who? To you?
But yeah, according to cosmology. That's what. Do you know what the word
But
orbit even
is this
means?
cosmology or
Do you
Quran?
know? Do you know what the word orbit means?
Or do you know what the Quran means?
Do you know what the word orbit means?
Yeah, I do.
What does it mean?
What are you on about, fam?
Answer the question.
What are you on about? You guys are speaking
Answer the
nonsense.
question. You're a coward. Answer the question.
I'm a coward because I don't answer. Okay.
Answer the question.
You know what?
What does the
You
word
know what?
orbit mean?
I'm not. Oh, we do. Wait, it's a curved path. Okay, what's up?
Okay.
It's
An
a
orbit
curved-
is
it's-
an
no, no,
is
it's
an
a curved-
elliptical, repetitive path, and
it's a-
everybody in
yeah.
the ancient world believed that all these stars and other things like the moon orbited around the Earth. And the fact of the matter is, the sun does not, in fact, orbit around the Earth.
Most precisely. How do you understand? Why do you think that the low orbit mentioned in the Quranic verse is the low orbit that you're talking about?
Could we
Because
focus on
there's
the
other
timeline?
passages that talk about it. Go ahead, Ems.
Could we focus on the timeline? Could you read the tafsir for it?
Oh, you just read it.
Well, which part of the tafsir you want to read?
Go to 9 and then open the tafsir.
I got it open. There's like 15 or 30 entries. Which one do you want to read?
For the one in verse number 9.
But they're not numbered. I don't know how to.
You
do I find
pressed
the
on the
one?
tafsir. You go
I
to
did?
verse number. You were on verse number 12.
Uh-huh.
Go back 3 verses, and then press on the book.
Oh, you want the one for verse 9? Okay. Okay. Which part?
So it tells you again that. Could you read who created the heaven and the earth in 6 days?
It says, "Do you disbelieve in him who created the heaven and earth in 2 days, and do you set up rivals with him, meaning false gods whom you worship alongside of him?" I don't think that's what you want me to read. Can you see the screen?
Yeah. It says who created the earth and the heavens, or the heavens and the earth in 6 days. So the one in the bottom.
Oh, oh yeah. Who created the earth and the heavens and the earth in 6 days is explained in more detail. The creation of the earth and the creation of the heaven are discussed separately. Allah says that he created the earth first because it is the foundation, and the foundation should be built first, then the roof. Allah says elsewhere. That actually is true. So the heavens is the roof of the earth?
I don't know.
It says that the earth was made first. Do you think that the earth was made before the universe?
Me?
Uh,
I don't believe that. Is that what the Tafsir says?
it is literally what it says. It says that God has made the earth with the heavens, and the heavens include the Samaya Dunya, and the Samaya Dunya is the universe.
Let me read.
Go ahead.
More detail. I don't see that. Does it say it is explained in more detail? I heard you say they are. The creation of the earth and creation of the heaven discussed separately. Say they created the earth first because it is the foundation, and the foundation. Where am I? And the foundation should be built first. Then the what? I can't. It's
Then the
cut
roof.
off. Then the roof. Allah says elsewhere, is cut off. But he هو الذي خلقكم ما في الأرض جميعا ثم استوى إلى السماء فسواهن سبع سماوات. Oh yeah, the thumma issue. Let's say. Oh my God. Yeah. Let's say that the tafsir is correct. What's the issue?
Well, if you think that the heavens are everything in outer space, which is not in the Quran, it's just the sky above your head. But if you think that the heavens are the things way out in outer space, this says that Earth was created before them, which certainly isn't true.
And ask Mr. M because he's an ex-Muslim and he ought to know this.
So you don't have an answer?
No,
You
I
think
do
that the
have an
Earth was
answer.
created first, and
No,
then
I don't-
and then
I
all
don't-
the other
Wait,
planetary bodies?
he's gonna blunder Arabic. He's gonna blunder Arabic. Let him go.
Yeah, let me go. Yeah, I'm gonna blend
go
the
ahead.
Arabic.
Go
What does thumma mean? Yeah,
It means then. It carries a temporal timeline.
it only means then.
The word means then.
It only means then.
Yes, it does.
Only means then.
Yes, it does.
Okay. Can you bring up the qamus of the Arabic language?
I don't even know what the
Jamil,
Qamus is.
Which
and no.
Qamus? Which wait.
I
Which
read
which
English.
Why am I
Mu'jam?
gonna do that?
Which Mu'jam do
I
you
read
want?
English.
But you're reading
which Mu'jam?
Arabic, isn't it?
Number one, yeah, Abu. Which Mu'jam do you want? Number one, number two. The scholars have interpreted this verse as the earth being made first. Now, which Mu'jam do you want?
Which what?
Do you not know what a Mu'jam is?
I'm gonna be honest. I can't hear you that clearly because it's something.
Yeah. Bring me up on my other device. I'm gonna plug my microphone in.
Okay.
What a Mu'jam is.
I think he's gonna join on the.
Is that something with his phone or something? Why?
His phone microphone's not very good. He's got a microphone, I think, attached. He's getting it attached right now. There we go.
I don't know. It looks like medieval Arabic cosmology to me.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, a bit better.
Yeah, as I was saying. Which Mu'jam do you want? Number one, number two. The scholars have already interpreted this verse with the existence of the word Thumma to mean that the earth was made first.
1 sec.
And also, even if I grant you the English apologetics meaning of the word Thumma, which doesn't exist in any of the tafsir, if I grant it to you, it would still mean that the earth and the heavens were made simultaneously, which would still be wrong. Now, which Mu'jam do you want to check the word Thumma in?
Are you saying motion?
No, Thumma.
Okay.
Again, even if I grant you the false translation that is used by Western apologetics, as in simultaneous, the earth and the heavens were not made simultaneously.
The earth and the heaven was not made simultaneously. You know what? You're actually right. The Quran does say that the earth was built, that the earth came first, and there is this surah, but this is a minority view. Allah, this is interesting. Yes. Apparently, the Quran says that the earth was created first, and then the heavens.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, if that's what the Quran says, I go with it. Let's go.
That's obviously not true.
It's obviously not true. How do you know that?
Because we have actual like science that tells us that the Earth has only been around for 4.5 billion years, and the universe, at least our present form of the universe, has been around for 13.8 billion years old. The heavens are far older than our planet.
And adding on to Dalton's claim, or point, the Earth exists within the lowest heaven. So, for it to exist within the lowest heaven would have to exist before the Earth.
Yes. This is really interesting. I'm not. I was kind of unattentive at first, but now I'm really excited. One sec. Let me check my sources.
You can open up the tafsir. There's a
Yes.
good website called tafsir.app.
Yeah,
You're
Yeah.
gonna find all of the classical tafsir and the modern ones.
you should definitely read the passage where it says that the heavens were erected without pillars.
Oh yeah, I know. It says that in
How do you?
Yeah.
How does that
21.
imagery? How does that imagery work? Unless
fun fact,
unless they believe that the Earth is flat with the heavens over top of it.
Well, isn't that the
the
idea that
verse,
some
it
of the
means two
scholars?
different things. The
It
verse
isn't.
implies two different meanings.
Yeah.
It doesn't just mean that. It holds the meaning that both are grammatically correct. That the heavens are lifted by pillars that you cannot see, or that they're not lifted, but they're lifted up without pillars as you see. So both meanings are correct.
And it says that the sun and the moon are in orbit, like, which is what I was saying before. It says, "It
He's
is
an
Allah
orbit.
who raised the heavens without pillars, as you can see, then established himself on the throne. He has subjected the sun and the moon, each orbiting for an appointed term. He conducts the whole affair." Again, everything in this book is consistent with the idea that the sun
Earth is flat.
orbits around the Earth and it's flat.
And I don't. So I'm still on the previous point, but when it comes to this, the sun, whatever you just said, that the sun, they're basically the heliocentric versus the geocentric word model, and the other thing you said, which is, I don't want to put words in your mouth. What's the other thing you said?
So the Quranic model of the universe is that the Earth is a center and all the celestial bodies are orbiting around the Earth.
Yeah. You know what? I'm gonna concede because I haven't read this, and I'll be very wrong in discussing something I don't know. You know.
That's honest,
Uh,
actually. And
Yeah.
there's another passage that doesn't get a lot of love, but here's one that seems to be describing more of it, and you might actually like this one. It says, "Have we not smoothed out the earth like a bed?"
Yeah.
Like a
Yeah.
bed.
But I have a question
Uh-huh.
for you. I have a genuine question for you. And if that is meant to be understood, from my point of view on the planet, isn't the planet kind of spread out? Like, it's not flat, but when we, from our point of view as humans, when we walk around, it's definitely not round.
So what? This is a statement about the earth. It says the earth is spread out like a bed.
Could it
That's
be a
flat.
statement? Could it be a
Justin,
statement about the earth where God is using our point of view?
No.
Justin, it
Why would
says
he
that
do
the Earth
that?
is flat verbatim.
Because he's
What's
It's
that?
verbatim in
talking
a different
to
verse.
Sorry, what's
because
that,
he's
Ems?
talking. Yeah.
It says the Earth is flat verbatim in a different verse.
Oh yeah,
Okay,
which
wait.
one?
Abu, could you tell me how do you say flat Earth in Arabic?
Oh, I don't know, man.
الأرض المسطحة.
Is that right?
جميل. The Quran says وإلى الأرض كيف سطحت.
Which passage?
It's
I
probably
I wouldn't know off the top of my head. Let me pull it up.
I have to add this to my spreadsheet.
But
The translation is wrong, by the way, but I can give it to you.
the
It is
translation is wrong.
8820.
Why would you say that?
Okay. Quran 88:20. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. It says, "And the earth, how it was leveled out." Obviously, there's a passage before it. Do you think the earth was leveled out? Made
It says
flat?
the Arabic word is flattened. into
Yeah,
the
well,
earth or to flatten it.
he's claiming that the translation is false.
It
But
is.
yeah, I would say that from our point of view on the planet, it is leveled out. If you
It's
compare
not.
it to,
No, he's not saying the Earth appears leveled out if you're human. He said the Earth was
well,
leveled
he's
out.
not.
That's the
He's not.
problem. Is you want to say that God is talking from a viewpoint other than God's viewpoint, but these aren't statements about how it appears from your point of view. He's saying this is the truth about the Earth.
Well,
And the verb is flattened out, not leveled out.
contend that because the Quran is a revelation to the Prophet and to humankind, right? Humankind, right?
Unlikely.
I wouldn't
No,
say that.
okay.
You might say that. I would say
Yeah.
it's a lie. It's a book of mythology,
Sure.
and it's all a lie.
Yeah, but you're doing an internal critique, so you got to go with our paradigm to a certain extent, and
I don't know why they always think we need to go only by internal critique.
but that's what they're doing, right?
I don't
Abu.
think you know what an internal critique
The
means.
external.
Do you think Abu, do you think God would mistake two different women with the same name?
Oh,
No. Why?
Okay, do you know who Moses was?
Yeah, he was a prophet,
Uh-huh. And do you know the name of Moses' brother?
and Harun.
Yep. And do you know the name of Moses' sister?
Oh, I don't remember her name. No.
Her name was Maryam.
Okay.
Does that name strike a bell to you?
Oh, it's also the name of Isa's mom, Jesus' mom.
Yep. What if the Quran made the mistake of assuming that Jesus' mom was Moses' sister, even though they lived well over 1,000 years apart from each other?
How would that happen? Do you have a verse that would entail that?
Surah 1928 refers to Miriam as Ya Ukhta Harun, sister of Aaron.
Yeah. And what's the problem with that?
She wasn't.
But
She
seriously, come on, guys. You know, sometimes you do have.
no, Abu. You seriously was Jesus' mom the sister of Aaron?
No, she wasn't her biological sister.
So
Well,
why does it refer to her as being the sister of Aaron when she's not?
The daughter of Imran.
Yeah.
Let me answer it. Maybe it's because they are sisters in faith, brothers in faith. Siblings in faith.
Oh,
does it say that?
Abu.
It doesn't say that.
It also calls her the daughter of Imran.
Yeah,
The brother of Imran.
It says, "Aaron, your father."
Well, she was
Or no,
older than
sorry. There's an explanation point. Oh, sister of Aaron, your father was not an indecent man. Sorry. So yeah,
And
she's a
Aaron's father,
sister.
Aaron's father, who's Imran, was called the father of Mary.
Okay, but even you will know that the sister here wouldn't believe Musa to be the sister or
I agree.
Maryam to be the sister of Harun. Even if you
I
were
agree.
even if you were to bring up the tafsir like you
Sure.
have done multiple times, you don't believe that.
Abu, that is fair, but the point is, this would imply that Maryam, the mother of Jesus, had a father called Imran and a brother called Harun.
Precisely, and that's what we don't believe.
So you believe no? This would be implied by the text.
How? But only
Because she's the sister of Harun and the daughter of Imran,
But
which
why-
is also Imran, the father of Moses and Aaron.
but,
So
but
she
why
would be
did,
both them. Go ahead.
why did you take when you read the sister of Harun? Why do you take that as a biological sister?
Because it calls her the daughter of Imran. So why is she not the sister of Imran?
Are sisters and brothers and fathers in colloquially in the Arabic language not used when talking about Islamic faith as well?
Again, my point is, why is there a
comes-
distinction between father and
Yeah.
brother? Why is
Words don't
it
mean words.
calling? Why is it calling Harun the brother and calling Imran the father?
Why is calling what's again? Come again?
Why is it calling Aaron the brother and Harun the father? And not Harun and Imran the father.
I
Is
don't
it
know
doing?
about I don't know about that.
why is it we never see this language being used to describe anyone else in the Quran as being the sister or brother of Aaron who weren't actually Aaron's biological sibling?
But I don't know. We should look up the tafsir. What does the tafsir say?
It seems to me like your prophet overheard two stories about two different women named Miriam, and he mistakenly thought that they were the same woman. Thus, he calls the sister, the mother of Jesus, the sister of Aaron, and the daughter of Imran.
At first glance, it's a fair suspicion. I think reading the tafsir would clear things up, right?
Justin, can you read
Mus-
this? I'm gonna give you something.
I've
Read
got
Muslim 2135.
okay.
But that's not the tafsir.
It is the Prophet giving the tafsir.
Okay. On this verse?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, I'll put it up on the screen. It says, when I came to Najran, they, the Christians of Najran, asked me, you read, O sister of Harun, Hadrat Miriam, in the Quran, whereas Moses was born much before Jesus. When I came back to Allah's messenger, I asked him about that, whereupon he said, the people of the old age used to give names to their persons after the names of apostles and pious persons who had gone before them.
Okay.
So then he's saying that Jesus' grandfather was also Imran, and his uncle was Aaron, and his mother was Miriam, in the same way that Moses had a brother called Aaron, and a sister called Miriam, and a father called Imran. It's an insane coincidence.
So yeah, what he's suggesting is the reason why this problem exists is because there's fictitious relatives of Mary with identical the same names.
The entire family tree would be the same.
Well, I'm not gonna contend anything because I don't know. It will be dishonest for me to contend anything. These are interesting points that I need to look up.
The funny thing is that the companion of the Prophet himself didn't know the answer to this. He was shocked when the Christians confronted him about it.
Yeah.
It seems like he didn't. It seems like he didn't know that they were two different women.
Yeah. I need to look this up, man. And yeah, this is above my pay grade.
Well, I've got one final question for you.
Okay, I also have a question for you if you're gonna grant me later on.
Yeah, that's fine. Do you think that adult men should be able to marry 9-year-old girls?
In today's society, no.
So you're a moral relativist.
No.
Okay, so you believe in relative morals, but only sometimes.
And I believe in relative morals, but only sometimes. No, I'm gonna explain my stance.
Well, do you know what? Well, I know what your stance is. Do you know what moral relativity means?
Yeah, that morality changes due to time and
Yeah, so
time.
you're a moral relativist. You believe that morals change?
And you know what? Yes, I do believe that morals change, and I would say that is sanctioned by and ordained by the Sharia itself.
Okay, so you believe that morals do change over time. So, like, will there ever be a time again in the future where it'll be okay to marry 9-year-olds?
Yeah, maybe.
Honest answer. Justice for Aisha. All right, what's your question, Abu?
My question is, and I have got to commend you guys, even though you have your 3-on-1. It's still colloquial. It's I like it, and you guys are nice. So I'm not gonna say anything bad about you. You're
Appreciate
respectful. And what's my question? Yeah, and this is really the primary question I had when I came up here. You said your God is imaginary. Prove me wrong. And then the guest before me, to him you said by imaginary I mean that people imagine it and that there is no evidence for that. But doesn't imaginary mean that it's just in people's imagination and that it doesn't really exist in reality?
Yeah, that's my point. Is that the God that you worship can only be demonstrated to exist as far as your imagination.
Okay. Do you believe that for all type of gods or just the ones you have been able to debunk?
Almost all types of gods. I mean, like theoretically, you could make an argument for a deistic God, but I don't really see much point in that. There's almost no difference between a deistic God and just a naturalistic phenomenon. And so if we have to pick one or the other, I think Occam's razor demands that we would just pick a naturalistic phenomenon.
But why is Occam's razor and seem as an authoritative principle that we need to adhere to?
Because we know that natural things exist, right? So if you have two possible scenarios, one, there's a naturalistic phenomenon that exists that caused things to come into being, which again, I don't think there was a first initial coming into being. I think the universe is eternal. But if there was something, we know that nature exists for sure, right? What we don't know is that a God exists. So it's always going to be simpler and more logical to pick the thing that we already know exists. We know that natural causes exist. We have no evidence of a God.
Yeah, well, that's basically what all people say when they like to defend Occam's razor. The issue I have with that reasoning is, and people are attributing, um, and how do I say this, like simplicity to be more logical by necessity. Do you understand what I mean by that?
Nah.
Well, when you say that, and you have one explanation which is all natural, and and we know nature to exist, and then you have this other explanation which we can't really demonstrate. Um, in a way, it's self-defeating. The whole way. Yeah, you're bound to say no,
No,
but
what I'm saying is
yeah,
if you have two possible explanations for why
mm,
something happens or why something
yeah,
exists, one
mm,
explanation is just a metaphysically necessary, like a naturalistic force.
yeah,
And the other is a God. Well, we have lots
mm,
of evidence to demonstrate that things come from nature. We don't have any evidence to suggest that things come from a God, right? So before we can posit that a God is the source of things, we would need at least an argument that the God existed in the first place. Because it might be true as well that the universe is eternal and that the Greeks were right. There's a pantheon of gods and none of them created shit. They're just co-eternal with the universe, right?
yeah, and but the problem with that reasoning is when you take this category of evidences that would help you when you're trying to prove the case about nature and evidences. When you say that we have a lot of evidences for natural processes in nature and whatnot, and I'm saying that somewhere in this whole idea, to me, there seems to be a category mistake, because the evidences needed, the type of evidences and the type of methodology you would use to prove natural processes will not be the same you would use in trying to prove the existence of a metaphysical being, right?
I disagree. How would you prove a metaphysical being?
Well, at least not with a method that is built on methodological naturalism.
Except that
What?
is what God says in the Quran. He
What's that?
explicitly tells you to do that. He tells you to, he says, if people have not seen how, for example, camels have been made, do they not look into the sky? Do they not ponder this and that? He's using this as an argument for his own existence. So
Well,
this is what the most intelligent being in existence came up with as evidence for his own existence.
but that's not methodological naturalism, right?
I think when we see clearly that your God doesn't serve a purpose because, as far as we can tell, the universe doesn't have a beginning. It doesn't appear to be designed, and your holy book is full of scientific and historical errors and internal contradictions. It would lead us to believe that your God just simply isn't real.
All right. So, how would you explain not just me, but scholarly consensus on stuff like the Earth not being flat? When, yeah,
No. This wasn't always a scholarly consensus. At the time of the classical scholars, we have a very famous quote from Al-Qurtubi in which he says, this is a response to those who claim that the earth is a globe.
and what changed then?
What changed is that modern science caught up, and then the scholars had to change their beliefs. And also, a lot of modern sheikhs, I wouldn't call them scholars, still say that the earth is flat.
Really?
Uh,
That's why you see a lot of flat earthers right now in the Western world, because the Bible says that the earth is flat, and people are more willing to believe the Bible that the earth is flat than to trust science. Like there are people that are willing to trust their holy books over actual science all over the place.
What happens in reality is that science advances, people with dogmas don't, and then they get dragged kicking and screaming into the modern era. They only accept the science reluctantly, far too late.
Yeah, usually
Yeah.
kicking and screaming.
Okay. Well, I need to do some homework, guys.
Well,
And thanks for having me. This has been very cordial.
yeah, Abu, thank you for coming and being cordial. We really like cordial conversations, and I know that you're kind of in the hot seat, but I think you dealt with it
Yeah,
pretty
it's been
well.
difficult to be here. I'm not gonna lie, but you guys have been respectful and not cussed me out like other people do. Are all of you atheists?
I am.
Or
I believe Dalton is as well. Ems.
I am, yes.
okay, okay. Well, thanks for having me.
All right. Cheers, friend.
Yeah.
Wow. Surprise, maybe refreshingly, was his personality refreshing that he was able to admit that there were some things that he needed to look at rather than bending himself into pretzels.
Uh-huh. That was a first.
I know, right? Let me grab a couple of super chats, friends. We'll get our next guest right up in here. Nilly, thank you for the 13.99, says great atheist song, "Mary on a Cross" by Ghost. Apparently, Ghost has all the good atheist songs. All of our recommendations seems to be coming from this particular source. We got to check them out. Thank you for that. And OC, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says Doug's ways are wider than ours. I see what you're doing there. You're trying to weigh in on the vertical horizontal debate. It's not over my head. Herbie Shine, great to see you tonight. Thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, hopefully getting to sleep soon. You know you're not going to get any sleep, Herbie. I've had a hilarious conversation on Promise's Instagram today with a Christian who has slowly started name calling and being most unchristian. He's still going. Yeah, you're going to get some of that. Yeah. Are you? If Instagram debating is like the equivalent of Facebook debating, I don't wish it on anyone. Good luck to you, Herbie. You got more patience than I do for that kind of stuff. And Bryce Aroni, great to see you tonight. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Says the Quran is not evidence at all. It is the claim. You cannot use the Quran as evidence to support the truth of the Quran. That circular evidence must be independent of the claim. I think that's the best way to do it, to be sure. And we agree with you. The Quran is not evidence. The good news is the Quran has so many problems. It is evidence against its own self. And Smack, thank you for the 100 NOK. Says, I have fun imagining how trivial it would have been for a deity to impress future readers of his book by explaining natural phenomenon or processes in simple words before humans scienced up the place. And that really is the case. Like even in the book of Job, right? God is going out trying to impress Job with all the stuff that he doesn't know. And he says things about the world that then turn out just to not be true. Stray Heathen, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, I lived in the mountains in California. I can assure you shaking happens up there. I can only assume it's Doug shaking all the verts into horizontal orientation, but shaking regardless. Well, I cannot comment on that. Remember, Doug loves both streams. Raja, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, hi from the Dirty South. Content like this is how we move the needle forward for all humanity. Keep it up, buddy. Much love to you and your brilliant co-hosts. Power to the people. They are brilliant, by the way. They really are. And Carlos weighing in heavy with 20 memberships for DZ Debates. That puts them way, way out front right now for tonight. Thank you so much, Carlos. Great to hear from you. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're recovering okay. And Mr. Peabody, thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, FYI, the DZ Debates channel description sends you to DZD memberships. Yes, in the debate section or in the comment section. If you click the join button, it will do the opposite. But I will change that. I apologize. I keep meaning to update the description. I just haven't done it yet. Clicking, it takes you to main. Praise Doug, sopping wet for sharing. Yeah, you are right, Mr. Peabody. But I don't think most people click on that. I think they typically click on the link, the join link on the screen. And M6 Ken, 68 Ken, thank you for the $10. Says, I'm considering doing some independent Bible study. Unfortunately, in print, I only have an apologetic CSB Bible. Aside from the obvious, is CSB any good, or should I focus on NRSV? Well, the NRSV is better. The CSB is not bad. I've got a copy of it myself. It's certainly not bad. Obviously, they have a little more less scholarly lean. They're a little more like Christocentric, but it's not a bad translation. I think you'll be fine reading it. Yoda saying, Cloud, great to see you tonight. Thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, which Bible do the Christian nationalists read most? I can only assume the New Trump Bible. Since they mean to rule, I want you to read their book. Know the enemy and yourself, and need not fear 100 battles. The Art of War. Throw me at tyrants. Book of Doug. Yeah, actually, that's what we do need. We need to stone some tyrants. Unfortunately, they have Jesus goggles on and they don't get stoned for Doug, but we'll change that. And last super chat for now from our friend Black. Alistair Lucian, there we go. Thank you for the $20 super chat. It says, hey, Justin, Black Black Alabama or Black AL? Oh, that's your title. I'm just stopping by to let you know that I'm going to start a Bible debate channel or a page soon, either on Facebook or Instagram, and I may be in need of a co-pilot. I don't know if I've got time to join any more channels, but if you need any help getting it set up and running, let me know. I can certainly give you tips and pointers and get your equipment up and running properly for what you're doing. All right, let's grab our next guest. We're going to get Murka Worker from the YouTube queue, and we'll continue our conversation here. Murka, how you doing?
That's not my real name, by the way.
Murka?
Good, how you doing? Yeah, can you
I
hear
think
me?
he fell asleep during the Islamic conversation.
I think they stepped away from them.
Oh.
I think we got him back. Although we can't hear you right now. You're do you have a microphone plugged in? Is it muted? Or is your connection just so bad that the audio's like 10 seconds behind? I can refresh it. Yeah, your video is really choppy. No, I don't think anyone can hear you. I can't hear him. Anyone else hear him? Refresh your browser. I can refresh your microphone. See if that does anything.
Okay.
See if that does anything. Yeah, it doesn't appear to be
How about now?
doing anything.
It doesn't appear doing anything. Testing.
Well, maybe. Hold on.
I can hear him now.
Hold on. I can
hear him now.
All right.
Hold on.
I think we got him now.
Right.
There's an echo though.
The echo should
Yeah.
be good now. All right, we'll try this again.
Okay.
Miracle Worker, I can hear you now. I apologize. I think everyone else should be able to hear you now.
Cool.
Okay. So, are you at least
Sweet.
18, and do you believe in God?
Yes.
Awesome. Oh, so they're saying they can't hear you on YouTube yet? Say something for me again real quick. Say some words.
Miracle Worker is not my real name. I just thought that would be sort of funny. Like
Okay.
Miracle Worker, kind of like Miracle Worker. Miracle
Well,
Worker.
I see the audio bar moving, so they must be able to hear you. So, what would you like to be called? His video's lagging. It might be best to turn your video off and just use your audio because your connection's pretty bad, and so it keeps lagging. If you turn your video off, it should be able to keep up. Or connect to the Wi-Fi if you have Wi-Fi available.
How's that?
That's better.
Oh, I should. Is that better? I should be on Wi-Fi.
Well, it's working right now. Some people don't have enough bandwidth for the video, and that's fine. That happens sometimes. So, I mean, you got a full beard. I'm assuming you're at least 18. Do you believe in God?
Yeah.
Okay. Any particular God?
Yeah. Well, probably like Jehovah or Elohim
Is it
or Andor.
the God of the Hebrew Bible and the New Testament, or just the Hebrew Bible?
I don't know. It's questions like that. I don't really know the specific answer. I just go by. So Jesus is the Father's Son, and then the Holy Spirit is the Holy
Okay.
Spirit.
So you're a Christian.
I take it at that. Yeah.
Okay. What do you think would be the best evidence or argument for the Christian
Jehovah
God being
or-
real?
I don't know that I'm going to have evidence. beyond pointing to the Bible. So I don't. I've had this discussion in your live chats before, where if I use scripture, that's often taken not as proof because it's a book that's 2,000 years old. So
Well,
when I've mentioned landmarks in the Middle East, that's often been taken, like for example, not that I've cited Solomon's Temple, but the Weeping Wall is remnants of Solomon's Temple, or
Uh,
the Pillar of
I
Salt being
I would
Lot, or the
I would say that the age isn't what's really the problem here, because even if the Bible was written last year, it would still be problematic.
yeah.
right. So, I mean, I can grant you that the Bible could serve as evidence, right? If the Bible said that the Messiah is going to come and he's going to bring world peace and he's going to defeat all the, all the evil forces, and then he's going to be a king. He's going to be set up as a king eternally in the land of Israel. And then that happened. I mean, that would be pretty spectacular. I think I would count that as evidence. I think the problem we have with the Bible is that it makes a lot of claims and then the claims just don't come true.
Yeah, I would contend there that he hasn't come back for his second advent yet, and that is unfulfilled and coming.
Well, I don't think that he's did anything his first time. So what did he do the first time he was around?
Basically, his death was an atonement, and when it's said that he sacrificed himself for us, basically his death was the last sacrifice. All the Old Testament sacrifices were like a picture book for his coming and his sacrifice to atone for.
Well,
So that's what he did
America,
the first time.
what do I do? What do I do with the words of the prophet Jeremiah, who tells me explicitly that the Levitical priesthood would serve before God forever, and that they would offer up all the sacrifices and forever?
I don't know that I can answer that because I haven't got a formed answer for you, but I can. If I have my Bible here, I can look it up. Jeremiah.
Yeah, 33 verses
And I'm also
14
a bit of
through
a
18.
novice when it comes to finding books. I don't know that I could. I
It's right
somehow
after
can't.
Isaiah.
Oh, okay. I was in Isaiah.
But, Justin's actually got it up on the page right now.
It's on the screen right now
I'll
if you can
also
read it.
Oh, you read it while I look it up. Jeremiah what?
Jeremiah 33 verses 14 through 18. It says about the Messiah, "The days are surely coming, says the Lord, when I will fulfill the promise that I made to the house of Israel and to the house of Judah. In those days and at that time, I will cause a righteous branch to spring up for David, and he shall execute justice and righteousness in the land. In those days, Judah will be saved, and Jerusalem will live in safety." Did this happen yet? Did the Messiah rescue Israel and Jerusalem?
33:13. Did you say
33 14 through 18.
14?
Mm-hmm.
The good thing was the coming Messiah and the full redemption and restoration under him. In those days, at that time, I will cause the branch of righteousness. The branch of righteousness is none other than Jesus Christ, who will come from heaven to fulfill the many prophecies uttered by the prophets since the world began. He was referred to as the branch.
What in the world are you reading? That's not in the
Yeah.
Bible. You're reading the study notes in your NIV Life Application Study Bible.
Close. The dates.
America, do you think that
Bible.
do you think that the Jewish people lived in safety during the time of Jesus?
I don't think so. No.
No.
See,
So this couldn't have come true. Plus, it says after that, it says, "Thus saith the Lord, David shall never lack a man to sit on the throne of the house of Israel, And the Levitical priest shall never lack a man in my presence to offer burnt offerings, to make grain offerings, and to make sacrifices for all time. So, according to Jeremiah, you know, when the Messiah comes, there's going to be Levitical sacrifices forever.
I would say that this hasn't happened yet.
Right, but listen to what it says, though. It says when the Messiah comes, there's going to be Levitical sacrifices forever, which means even if you think it's going to happen at the second coming, this contradicts the New Testament. The New Testament says the Levitical sacrifices are done. They're never coming back. He was the final. Jesus can't be the final sacrifice if, in fact, they're coming back when he comes back.
There will be eternal priests and Levites offering up sacrifices and offerings eternally.
Yeah,
Can you quickly look up
bulls,
Ezekiel? Can you quickly look up?
lambs.
Could you quickly look up Ezekiel 40 to 48?
Yeah, I love Ezekiel 40. Ezekiel 40 all the way to the end of the book demonstrates that there's going to be sacrifices, like actual animals being sacrificed when the Messiah is around.
And then the
Yeah.
Messiah himself will actually offer up an animal sacrifice in that temple.
Yeah, it says it in 46, right? 46:19. It says, he brought me through the entrance, which was at the side of the gate, to the north row of the holy chambers for the priests. And there I saw a place at the extreme western end of them. And he said to me, this is the place where the priest shall boil the guilt offering and the purification offering, and where they will bake the grain offering in order to not bring them out into the outer court, so on and so forth. So there's like physical, actual offerings taking place. In fact, and the prince, that's who the Messiah is in Ezekiel, it calls him the prince, presides over a number of these sacrifices. Like he actually kills the animal with them.
Yeah. So what's the distinction there then? That we as people, we don't have to do that anymore. It'll be the Levites and external priests doing all of that. So where
Well,
it
we
says
never
that,
did it in the first place. The Levites were the ones doing it for the people anyways.
right? I mean, I think I really don't. I mean, I'm tripping over my words because I don't want to get on the wrong side of you guys. I want to try and actually figure this out. You're a lot more.
Mhm.
You guys are a lot more studied and learned than I am, but I think we're trying to say the same thing. I'm saying, yeah, sure, there'll be sacrifices. There'll be
Well,
the Levites, and they'll be doing that.
But
The contention is that
well,
somewhere
that
in the Bible
contradicts
it
the
says
book of
they'll do it.
Hebrew. That contradicts the book of
Okay.
Hebrews. The book of Hebrews says that the Levitical priesthood has been superseded by the Melchizedek priesthood, and all of its sacrifices superseded by the one and final sacrifice of Jesus. This is completely and utterly contrary to what the prophets said would happen.
chapter 7, yeah.
I wish I could remember.
Right. Jesus can't be the
Lines.
final sacrifice if there's more sacrifices in the future.
Interesting. What would be the? Okay, so that's a like a. Can you just remind me? I'm in Jeremiah. How do I get to Hebrews then?
Mhm.
Do I go backwards or
Hebrews is in
forwards?
the New Testament. You go way forward. You're going to be at like the last 1/10 of the Bible.
Okay.
It's just a couple
Hebrews,
books
where am I
prior
looking
to
that up?
Revelation. Hebrews 7.
Where? Sorry,
I can put it on the screen.
Hebrews. Oh, but I'll look it
Yeah.
up here too. 7. What?
Well, the
just
whole
chapter 7?
chapter is a treatise on the Levitical priesthood, but verse 11 is where you really want to start. Right? It says,
Leviticus?
if perfection had been attained through the Levitical priesthood, for the people received the law under this priesthood, what further need would there have been to speak of another priest arising according to the order of Melchizedek, rather than one according to the order of Aaron? For when there is a change in the priesthood, there is necessarily a change in the law as well. So the book of Hebrews is suggesting that the priesthood is now changed as well as the law. But neither of that's true. In fact, Jesus didn't even believe that. Jesus said that the law was in effect until heaven and earth passed away.
Can you just remind me where Hebrews 7 are you reading? Chapter 7?
Chapter 7, verse 11 and 12. Yeah.
If therefore perfection were by the Levitical priesthood, in completing or finishing of anything so as to leave nothing imperfect or wanting performance. Here it means that the Levitical priesthood was faulty. See note D, Romans 8:3. So what's Romans 8:3?
Yeah.
A lie.
Well, it's irrelevant. The whole point is the New Testament makes a claim that runs contrary to what the prophet Jeremiah explicitly says.
Okay, I'll just read this. The Levitical system was merely a shadow, not the substance and reality of the eternal priesthood of Christ.
That's what we're disagreeing with, though. That's what we're disagreeing with. The Old Testament says opposite of that. But we've already read your study notes. That's why we're not Christians anymore.
But just let me finish this here. It represented a perfect system.
It's not going to help you.
Well, hang on a second.
It's going to bury you. It's not going to help you.
So
let me finish it.
America,
at least.
The prophet Amos says, "For the Lord God does nothing without revealing his secret to his servants the prophets." If we were to believe that the Messiah was supposed to abolish the Levitical priesthood and the sacrifices, where do the prophets foretell this?
Where do the prophets foretell what? Sorry?
That the Levitical priesthood would be abolished and that the sacrifices would be superseded by the final sacrifice of the Messiah.
Again, I don't have a straight up answer for that, but I would be guessing somewhere in Hebrews. No, wait, somewhere in Isaiah, where it says that the Messiah will be.
Unfortunately,
the final
no.
thing. The final. I mean, it was somewhere that's got to say that that there will be a Messiah come and be the final thing. That's kind of what you said before, wasn't it? That he would do away.
No, there's no prophecy about the Messiah being sacrificed or being a final sacrifice. In fact, it's the opposite. In Ezekiel, we find that the Messiah, along with the Levitical priests, are still killing animals and sacrificing them on an actual altar.
Okay, so we disagree, but at least can I just read out what
disagree
my
on
point
what?
would be? Well, here
no,
I'm
we want the Bible
Levitical
verse that would substantiate the claim, right? So, like, we're showing you the Bible passages that clearly contradict the New Testament, right? So, if you disagree with us, then you need to come up with some Bible passage from the Old Testament that would counter the ones that we've read.
Like reading your study notes to us from the New Testament isn't going to accomplish much because Justin and I are already very thoroughly familiar with like the theology of Christianity in the New Testament.
Right, but the theology would be that the Levitical systems, it pointed to a perfect sacrifice that would take away sin, but was helpless to cleanse from sin.
Right, but again,
So
where can we find that in the actual Hebrew Bible? Right, these are claims, right? But where can we find that in the Hebrew Bible? Because the Hebrew Bible says the opposite. It says Psalm 19 that the law of the Lord is perfect; it revives the soul. Hebrews says that it's imperfect. It's a direct contradiction.
Okay.
In fact, I don't even have that on my spreadsheet. I'm adding that to the contradictions page right now.
Yeah, good catch.
I'll read this out. Change in law and priesthood, 7:12. The priestly order of Aaron now being abrogated to make way for the original priesthood.
He's reading the passage now.
The order of Melchizedek. This made it necessary to change also the law and abolish all its sacrificial offerings, which could not bring perfection, reconcile men to God, make them holy, or take away sin. God designed to change the law.
Yeah, the problem is
to introduce Jesus Christ as the only priest and sacrifice.
America, we're very familiar with the
institutions.
America, we're very familiar with what the theology of the New Testament says. Again, the problem is the Hebrew Bible, what you call the Old Testament, explicitly contradicts that and says the exact opposite. It says the priesthood is forever. The Levitical priesthood is forever.
But doesn't it say that
That's
they're
the
going to
point.
be
We already know what the
separate?
New
But doesn't
Testament says.
right? But doesn't it say that you've got Leviticus priests offering sacrifices off to the side, even while Jesus reigns forever?
Not in the
To
New
the side?
Testament,
No.
no, not in the
But
New
that's what we
Testament.
just
No,
read, doesn't it? Doesn't
no, it's
that
not. It
wasn't
doesn't
that
say
we were
that.
talking?
It says they've been replaced.
But weren't we just reading before that there are priests off to the side still offering sacrifices eternally with God, with Jesus reigning as the Messiah when he comes back? It
No,
sounded to me like they
no,
were
that's
like
not in the
Jesus was
Bible
reigning.
anywhere.
But what doesn't that we were
That's
just
not
read?
in
What
the
we were reading?
Bible. No, we didn't just read that. We read
What,
Hebrews 7. It states that the Levitical priesthood is getting replaced.
Where were
To
we
be clear,
reading
we
that
read it
priests are
again.
still
It
the
says,
sorry,
if perfection had been attained through the Levitical priesthood, for people received the law under this priesthood, what further need would there have been to speak of another priest arising according to the order of Melchizedek, rather than one according to the order of Aaron? For when there is a change in the priesthood, there is necessarily a change in the law as well. But there is no change in the priesthood in the Hebrew Bible. It's the Levitical priests all the way.
but isn't Jesus the Messiah when he comes back at the second advent the change?
No,
And don't and
no.
aren't they still off to the side offering sacrifices eternally?
The book,
No, he was never the
no.
Messiah.
There's no sacrifices after Jesus according to the New Testament.
I thought that's what we just read, that they were off to the
What in the
side
world would
offering
be the purpose? What in the world would be the purpose of Jesus sacrificing himself only to bring back more sacrifices? What a
Well,
silly
that's
thing.
what I was wondering. That's what I was wondering. I was like, it says
I
here
know,
that they're still offering.
because it's silly. It's nonsensical. They're not coming back, right? Hebrews 10 says he was the final sacrifice.
Yeah.
In fact, Hebrews 10 is the passage that your Bible was quoting from, when it says, since the law has only a shadow of the good things to come and not the true form of these realities, it can never, by the same sacrifices that are continually offered year after year, make perfect those who approach. Otherwise, would they not have ceased being offered, since the worshipers, cleansed once and for all, would no longer have any consciousness of sin? So he's saying, after Jesus, they're cleansed once and for all. You don't need these sacrifices anymore.
Yeah.
Right, which is a
So-
contradiction. The Old Testament, the Hebrew Bible, says that the sacrifices will continue forever.
Oh well, it sounded to me like they were still off to the side doing that. But as I say,
It doesn't say
I
that.
don't.
It doesn't say
Right.
anything about being off to the side. It says that Jesus replaced it. He was the final sacrifice.
Yeah.
That's why it says,
I
verse
get.
12, when Christ had offered for all time a single sacrifice for sins. So there's, according to this, there's no more sin sacrifices anymore. That's it. They're done.
But this man, after he'd offered one sacrifice for
I think the problem, Erica, is that you're hearing.
right hand of God. I lost you.
I think the problem, America, is that you're hearing the phrase in the New Testament that the priesthood was set aside, and you think that means that it's set to the side to function on its own separately, apart from Jesus. No, when the book of Hebrews says that the Levitical priesthood is set aside, it means it's being disregarded. It's being thrown out.
Oh well, I don't know about that. I thought we were reading that the Levitical priests were still off to the side offering sacrifices, and I was like, why would they still be offering sacrifices off to the side? But anyway,
We've literally never said that. You're the only one who's ever said that. We haven't read a single verse that says that.
After Christ made his supreme sacrifice, his work for sins was finished. He could then sit down and wait to see his work completed in the lives of believers who would be freed from sin and delivered from their enemies. Verse 12-14 in Hebrews. And the continual daily sacrifices proved the imperfection of such sacrifices. Christ's one sacrifice proved its completeness, hence he could sit down instead of continuing to offer himself as the priest of the law who offered sacrifices daily. By his sacrifice, Christ
You see the
defeated
problem?
all satanic powers. Now he only needs to await the time of their complete submission and punishment. Colossians 2:14-17. In the meantime, he is calling out
Do you
and
see
heavenly
the
people who will make kings and priests to reign over all
what
coming
is he even
generations in the
reading?
millennium.
Do you see the problem yet?
No.
You don't. Okay, we'll try this from the top. Jesus is the final sacrifice according to the New Testament. Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay, so there's no more sacrifices for sin after Jesus' death.
As I say, I don't know about what you're gonna say. It sounds like I would agree with that. Like as a noob, I would go, yeah, sure, but I don't know what the comeback to that
That's
is.
just what the Bible says. It says Jesus.
Okay.
There's no more need for Levitical sacrifices because Christ
Right.
died once and for all sins. So
Right.
there's
Yeah,
no
okay.
more Levitical sacrifices according to the New Testament, which means the New Testament and the Hebrew Bible disagree with each other. They don't agree.
Okay, point to the Old Testament where it doesn't agree then.
We just read it. Were you not listening?
It was
This is
Jeremiah
wild.
33.
Just do it again. Isaiah
We,
what?
I don't know what page you're on, but you sound like you're in an entirely different book. Jeremiah
Isaiah right
33,
now. I'm in this-
14 through 18. We're in Jeremiah right now.
Oh, Jeremiah. (13 to 14). Thus saith the Lord of hosts, again in this place which is desolate without man. No.
17 and 18.
Oh. For thus saith the Lord,
It's on the screen.
Well, David shall never want a man to sit upon a throne of the house of Israel, neither shall the priests of the Levites want a man before me to offer burnt offerings and to kindle meat offerings and to do sacrifice continually. Jesus Christ will be the eternal king of the house of David. David will also be an eternal king of
That's
Israel
not
under the Messiah.
that's not in the Bible. Stop reading your study notes. Your study notes are useless here. So in verse
Isaiah
17
9,
and 18, what does it say is going to happen with Levitical priests?
neither shall the priests, the Levites, want a man before me to offer burnt offerings and to kindle meat offerings and to do sacrifice continually. What does Isaiah 9, chapter 9, verse 6 to 7 say?
We're in Jeremiah. Pay attention. We're in Jeremiah 33, 17, and 18. Do you know what it's saying?
Yeah.
It's saying that the Levitical priests will always be present offering sacrifices in the temple. That's what it says.
Doesn't it say, never want a man to sit upon the... Neither shall the priest...
That's what the idiom means. Yeah, to be in want means you have lack. That's why my English translation says, shall never lack a man in my presence. I don't know which English translation you're reading, but it's not doing you any good here by using an outdated phrase.
There will be eternal priests and Levites offering up sacrifices, offerings eternally. That's what I was saying before. I was saying, didn't it say that they would be?
Jesus wasn't. That means Jesus wasn't the final sacrifice.
Okay, what does chapter 30 mean in Jeremiah?
No. We're not moving on yet. Do you recognize that Jesus can't be the final sacrifice if the Levites will continue to give sacrifices.
Yeah, I don't understand why it says that, but let me see if this will answer the question.
It's just a contradiction, but again, do
I
you
understand
see
that.
the contradiction yet?
I see the contradiction. Yes.
Okay, that's all we needed to know. What were you about to say?
Okay, but can I offer this as possible explanation? Israel and Judah
You can try.
are two terms. Huh?
You
Israel
can
and
try.
Judah are. Yeah, okay. Israel and Judah are two terms used of the two sections of the kingdom while it was divided. And also.
Yeah, we know this already. What? Just
Okay.
get to just. I don't
No
know why
less
you
than
keep reading your
60
study notes to us. Just make your point.
But my study notes are
Listen,
all I have
America
to
worker,
explain.
we want to hear what's in your head. We don't care about your study notes. Your study notes are useless to us. We've already read all the study Bibles. They're all a waste. These theological study notes aren't going to help this discussion. We want to know what's in your brain.
I don't know about. I don't know. That's not something that I've ever focused on. The discrepancy between there being constant. Doesn't he just do away with it? Doesn't he just change the priesthood? Doesn't that explain it?
According to the New Testament, not according to the Hebrew Bible. According to the Hebrew Bible, the Levitical sacrifices and the rest of the law of Moses are eternal.
Let's put it like
Right,
this, America. Imagine you have your Bible, Old and New Testament, and then you have another a religious group that comes along much later, and they have things written in their Bible that contradict your Bible. You wouldn't believe it, would you? Because it contradicts what the New Testament says, right?
Oh, I don't know, man. I probably would just take it as a grain of salt. Personally, I would probably just stick to what I know. I don't. You know what I mean? I don't.
Let's say, for example, your Bible makes a claim that Jesus was the Messiah, and another book comes along later says he wasn't the Messiah. You wouldn't believe that because it contradicts what's already been established in your book, right?
I would. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, it sounds like I would just give you the obvious answer and go yes or no. But I would probably stick with what my Bible says. Or either that, or I would just go, "Oh, Jesus is the Messiah." Okay, boom, I'll go with that because he's the final sacrifice. I'll put it like this:
Why?
the
So
Levitical.
here, I'll put it more simply for you.
That didn't actually answer the question.
Why would a Jewish person, if all they have is the Hebrew, if you had a Jewish person, all they had was the Hebrew Bible, okay, and their Bible tells them that the sacrifices will go on forever, but at the hands of the Levites. Why should they believe what the New Testament says?
Because the Levitical sacrifices can't erase sin, and Jesus' sacrifice did or could.
But they can and do according to the Hebrew Bible.
That's right.
But then it said that the priesthood has been changed.
No, it hasn't been changed. That's in the New Testament, not in the Hebrew Bible. Again, what we're showing you is that the Hebrew Bible and the New Testament disagree. There's no changing of the priesthood in the Hebrew Bible.
Well, yeah, but
it's just a contradiction.
No. The Old Testament is a picture book for the New Testament. A lamb sacrifice.
They contradict on every page. No, it's not. They contradict on everything. The Old Testament says that you're going to follow the law of Moses forever. The New Testament says it's been done away with. Don't you think that's kind of important on whether or not you're going to follow the law that God gave you?
Well, Jesus said that I'm not here to abolish the law, but to fulfill it.
I didn't ask you about Jesus yet. I said, don't you think it's a problem that the New Testament says that the law has been done away with and the Hebrew Bible disagrees?
But the New Testament comes after. I mean, obviously it comes after. So
I know. We'll try this again. The Old Testament, the Hebrew Bible, said that the law will never be done away with. ever, even when the
It
Messiah
hasn't been done.
comes.
No, it hasn't.
The
That's what
new
I'm saying. That's why.
the new
Honestly, but that's why I quoted Jesus,
well,
because it hasn't
you're
been done away
wrong.
with.
Well,
It's been
you're
fulfilled more
quoting Jesus.
fully.
I agree. According to Jesus, he agrees with his Father. Jesus agrees that the law is not going anywhere either. The problem is that
Right.
Paul and the rest of the people after Paul said the opposite. He says concerning Jesus, he is our peace, and in his flesh he has made both into one, and has broken down the dividing wall that is a hostility between us, abolishing the law and its commandments and its ordinances. Paul says directly and explicitly that Jesus abolished the law. Jesus says, don't think that I've come to abolish the law. So which is it?
The laws that he's talking about being abolished were the dogmatic laws. The ones
They're all
where
dogmatic laws. They come from God. That makes them dogmatic.
what I mean is the stoning of the women and the killing of she can't prove her
All the laws are from
virginity.
God. They're all
Yeah,
from
but those are the
God.
ones, right? So those have all been abolished and fulfilled
So,
in Jesus.
okay, well, Paul says that. Does Jesus say that?
Oh well, I was going to say yes, or whether he said it or not,
No.
that's what he did.
No, he
Maybe Jesus
didn't.
didn't say it then, but he did say it is finished.
That has nothing to do with the law. It is finished is referring to his work. In Matthew 5:17, it
That
says, do not think that I've come to abolish the law or the prophets, which means it's not going away. It's not being abolished. He says, I've not come to abolish, but to fulfill. For truly I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away, not one letter, not one stroke of a letter will pass away from the law until all is accomplished. And because of that, he says, therefore, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. But whoever does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven. So Jesus says, if you want to be great in the kingdom of heaven, you got to follow the law of Moses.
I think he's talking about his. I think he's talking about that he fulfilled the law more fully than the Leviticus sacrifices could. And I know that I screwed that up,
Well,
but his
that's not
sacrifice
even
superseded
close to
that.
what he's saying here. Did he say any of that here? Show me where he said that. Give me the actual verse number where I can find that.
That what? That he fulfills everything? That's basically my argument, that Jesus' sacrifice covers
Do you know the
everything.
difference between fulfill and abolish?
He didn't abolish it, he fulfilled it more thoroughly.
Do you know what the
Isn't
difference
that
between fulfill
sort
and
of
abolish is?
Nope.
It's crazy that you don't know the difference. To fulfill something just means you're
You tell
actually
me.
abiding by it. Like if you fulfill the law to buckle your seatbelt, you fulfilled the law to buckle your seatbelt. Doesn't mean that it goes away. Abolishing something means that it goes away. If you abolish the law of buckling your seatbelt, then in fact it would go away. So just Jesus saying that he came to fulfill the law has nothing to do with whether or
What if
not the
Jesus
law is
was your
going
seatbelt,
away.
though?
He told, well, Jesus is not a
No,
seatbelt.
but what if Jesus?
So it says,
But what
do
if you
not
put
think
Jesus?
that
What
I've come
if
to
it's gonna get in
abolish
a
the law,
car?
which means Jesus did not come to abolish the law. He did not come to make the law go away, which is why he tells you in verse
What
19
if?
that you must follow the law and teach others to follow the law in order to be great in the kingdom of heaven.
Are you? That writing is too small on my screen. Are you reading from John there?
No, I'm reading from Matthew 5. I told you before I pulled it up, it was Matthew 5.
I know, but I can't keep up with. Um, what if instead of the law being you had to put your seatbelt on, the law was you weren't allowed to fly out of the windshield in a car crash?
Well, that's not a law. That's a consequence
And
of crashing. You can't actually prevent somebody. You can't prevent unforeseen consequences.
Yeah,
So
but so
again, this
the
doesn't actually
law
address
is
the
you can't go
problem. The
flying through.
problem is that Jesus said that you have to follow the law in order to be great in the kingdom of heaven. So does Jesus want you to follow the law, yes or no?
He wants you to follow him. That he's the new
He didn't
law. That's
say
what I'm
him.
saying.
We'll try this
If the
again.
law,
Does he say follow him, or did he say follow the law?
To be sure, if I were to follow
well,
Jesus, I
I'm
would be
going to.
keeping the law of Moses.
Yeah, that's 100% sure.
But doesn't Moses say to sacrifice a lamb for murder and stuff like that?
Yeah, well, not quite.
Aren't
That's
there
a little bit
laws in there that
different.
you don't like?
But again, that's irrelevant. I'm asking you, does Jesus want you to follow the laws based on what he says in verse 5:19?
Chapter 5, verse 19.
We've been there for the last 5
What is
minutes.
it?
Yes. 5:19.
Whosoever therefore shall break one of these least commandments. The laws and commandments of the new contract are just as binding as the old contract.
Stop reading
There
your
are over
study notes. Read the verse on the screen. If you read your study notes one more time, I'm dropping
I
you.
don't know
I didn't bring you up to hear your study notes.
What?
I want you to read the verse on the screen and then comment on the verse on the screen.
Not my study notes.
So read 19
But I'm explaining
and tell
to
me
you.
what it says.
I can't read the words on your screen. They're too small.
Then
Whosoever
read the words in your
therefore-
Bible.
I am. Whosoever therefore shall
Don't read
break one of
don't read the
these
study
least
notes.
commandments, and shall teach men so, he shall be called the least in the kingdom of heaven. What? Oh, break? Who shall break the least commandment, so shall be called least in the kingdom of heaven. But whosoever shall do and teach them, the same shall be called great in the kingdom of heaven. For I say unto you that except your righteousness shall exceed the righteousness of the scribes and Pharisees, you shall in no case enter the kingdom of heaven.
Right. So does Jesus want you to follow the laws, yes or no? It's amazing how dishonest you're about to be. Okay, thank you for saying the right thing. Yes, Jesus wants you to follow the law, which means Paul would have been contradicting Jesus when he told his followers not to follow the law. In fact, he says of himself in 1 Corinthians 9:20 that even he's not under the law anymore. In fact, he tells the church in Galatia that if you take on the marks of circumcision, Christ is of no use to you.
Where are we reading in Corinthians?
1 Corinthians 9:20.
And unto the Jews I became as a Jew, that I might gain the Jews. To them that under the law, as under the law, that I might gain them that are under the law. To them that are without law, as without law, being not without law to God, but under the law to Christ, that I might gain them that are without law. To the weak I became as weak, that I might gain the weak. I am made all things to all men, that I might by all means save some. And this I do for the gospel's sake, that I might be partaker thereof with you.
Do you see the problem?
I live free from all obligations to men, yet I serve every man as if I were his personal slave. I do this to gain him.
Okay. Did you hear the words coming out of my mouth? Did you hear the question?
What's the problem? He is for the gospel's sake, but not without law to God, but under the law to Christ. See? To them that are without law, as without law, being not without law to God, but under the law to Christ.
That I myself am not under the law. That means Paul contradicts Jesus.
Not being without law to God, but under the law to Christ.
Didn't say under the law to Christ. It doesn't say that. It's not in the book.
It's in my book.
It's
not. To them that are without law, as without law, in brackets, being not without law to God, but under the law to Christ, that I might gain them that are without law. he was still
What
being
garbage
lawful to
translation are
Christ,
you reading
but
right
was
now?
unlawful.
What garbage translation are you reading right now?
King James.
Why?
The King James.
Why would you punish yourself
Because
by
it's
reading a
got stuff in it that
translation,
yours doesn't. That's why.
a shitty translation
Because
from the 17th century
it's a
that was
shitty
based on
translation that proves
manuscripts that weren't even complete. And I'm looking at the King James right now on my screen. Make sure I reload it. Make sure it's fully there. There we go. I became a Jew that I
21.
might gain the Jews, to them that
9:21.
are under the law, as under the law, that I might gain them that are under the law. Did they move it to 21 in the King James? They renumbered it?
Yeah, 20.
There we go. To them that are without law, as without law, being not without law to God, but under the law to Christ. He didn't say the law of Christ.
Right.
He says
That's it,
under
Christ.
the law
That's
to
the-
Christ.
To
So Paul
Christ.
says he's not under the law. He's obviously to Christ. He's saying, I am not under the law.
No, he's saying, I'm not without law to God. That means he is law to God. He said, but under the law to Christ. So he's under Christ's law.
Christ doesn't have a law.
Jesus for
Christ doesn't have a law, and Paul doesn't think that he's Paul doesn't think that he's under that law, because he told you in Ephesians 2, if you were actually listening the first time we read it, even in your King James Bible, Ephesians 2:15, it says, having abolished in all his flesh the enmity, even the law of commandments contained in ordinances, for to make himself of twain one new man, so making peace. Paul said that the laws and the commandments were abolished. Even in the shit King James Version, he says it.
I have to find Ephesians again. But the same as where they criticized Jesus for drinking with the law.
You're not moving on. You're reading Ephesians. Nope. You're reading Ephesians.
Okay, where's Ephesians then?
We're not. You don't just get to pivot from one thing to another. Well,
you just read from Ephesians.
Does your Bible not have? Does your Bible not have a table of contents? We're in Ephesians 2:15.
As I said, I don't know how to find everything really quickly.
Use your table of contents.
Saved. I'm just saying.
Use your table of contents. That's why it's there. It's there for you.
Just tell me what
it's on the screen, by the way. You can just read it.
Oy vey.
It's crazy.
What does it say?
I'll never understand why people who have literally no idea what's in their book will get up and argue about it. It's the craziest thing.
Well, it's pretty funny that you won't let me explain anything. Just as Christ.
We're asking you to explain this verse. No. We're asking you to explain it. The problem is you can't track. I know, for fuck's sake. Yeah, go to Ephesians 2:15 and explain it.
You just need to fucking tell me where Ephesians is, dude.
It's 2 books after Corinthians.
Tell me where fucking Ephesians is. I don't know.
Oh, for Christ's sake.
That's all you needed to fucking say.
Corinthians is Romans, Corinthians, Galatians, Ephesians.
Yeah, I don't remember them. I can't remember them. Ephesians.
Yeah,
1.
I know, because you've never read your book. It's embarrassing.
I have read the book. I haven't memorized the fucking where the fucking chapters are.
You should know roughly where it's at.
Chapter verse.
Ephesians 2:15. Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, Acts, Romans, Corinthians, 1 and 2, Galatians, Ephesians. You figured out?
I can't do it. Honestly, I can't do it.
You can't find Ephesians. Okay.
Having abolished in his flesh.
I don't.
I got it.
It looks like you've done it because you're reading it.
Even the law of commandments. Yeah, you told me it was right after Corinthians. That's all you had to say. That's what I said.
I said 2 books after
Having
Corinthians.
abolished in his flesh the enmity. Yeah, I know. That's what you said, and that's what I was like. Okay, fine, good, thank you. I've got it. I've got it now. Having abolished in his flesh the enmity, even the law of commandments contained in ordinances, for to make in himself so of twain one new man, so making peace. This was the purpose of doing away with the law that brought enmity and made the middle wall of partition between Jews and Gentiles. God planned to
Again
make
with
of
your
both
study
classes
notes. Your
one
study
new
notes
man,
won't.
the church, so making
So,
peace
America,
between all men. Verse
on
50.
the one hand, Jesus says directly, "Do not think I've come to abolish the law," and Paul says that Christ abolished in his flesh the enmity, even the law of commandments. Who am I supposed to believe?
Christ, he said wasn't there to abolish the law, but to
Okay,
fulfill it more fully.
so then he didn't say that, but so that means Paul's wrong.
Yes, he did.
No, he
He
didn't.
said, "I'm not here to abolish the law, but to fulfill it more fully."
He didn't say that. No, he didn't.
You're
Yes,
adding
he
a couple
did.
words on the end of that sentence.
No, he
Where
didn't.
does it?
We just read it 5 minutes ago, Matthew
Okay, well,
5. You just quoted wrongly verse 17.
doesn't he say it somewhere else as well?
No. Think not that I am come to destroy the law or the prophets. I am not come to destroy, but to fulfill.
To fulfill.
You said
For
fulfill
verily I
more
say unto you, till heaven
fully.
and earth
That's
pass, one
not what
jot
it
will jot.
says. Yes, and we already had the discussion. Fulfill doesn't mean abolish. He did not come to abolish it. That's why he tells you in verse 19 to follow it.
Yeah, but if he fulfills it, then you follow him.
No. Try again. Verse 19. Does he want you to follow the law, yes or no?
Verse 19. Whosoever there shall break one of these
I don't
least
know how many times
commandments
we're
and
going to
shall
do
teach
this.
men, certainly.
America, do you think that Jesus is the perfect example that you should follow?
Yeah.
Did Jesus keep the law of Moses?
I don't know.
You don't know. Was he a sinner?
No.
So he kept the law. Like, even when I was like 16 years old, this was obvious to me that when people were walking around school wearing WWJD bracelets, the obvious answer to that was, well, Jesus would keep the law, so should I. I don't understand why this is so difficult for you.
It is crazy that so it could be because he's been programmed by his pastor to believe that you don't have to follow the law anymore. But he just don't know. He doesn't know why. He wants to put that on Jesus, even though Jesus never said it.
Well, you lost me at the end there. Jesus never said what?
That the law is abolished. He said the opposite of it.
So what's your problem?
The problem is that Paul and Jesus contradict.
The thing is, America, that that Jesus would have agreed with Jeremiah that the Levitical priesthood was forever, which is why when the lepers were cleansed, he told them in Matthew chapter 8 to go and present themselves and offer up the sacrifices according to the law of Moses. But you don't actually believe what the prophet said. You don't even believe what Jesus said. You only believe Paul's theology.
No.
We can read it in
I
an
don't
easier
believe it.
translation.
I don't believe.
I've got
I
the
don't believe this
children's
stuff one way or the other.
Sparkle Bible here. We can read it in an easier to understand. See what it says in Matthew 5.
What is
So Matthew 5:17 says, "Don't think that I have come to destroy the law of Moses or the teachings of the prophets. I have not come to destroy their teachings, but to do what they said." That's what we said, yeah. I tell you the truth, nothing will disappear from the law until heaven and earth are gone. The law will not lose even the smallest letter or the smallest part of a letter until all has happened. Whoever refuses to obey any command and teaches other people to not obey that command will be least important in the kingdom of heaven, which means Paul is least important. But whoever obeys the law and teaches others to obey the law will be great in the kingdom of heaven.
What does Hebrews 1, verse 10 to 12 mean again?
We haven't read Hebrews 1 yet. We were in Hebrews 11. I mean, Hebrew 7.
Okay, what is... Right. Can you look up Hebrews 1,
The book of
10
the
to
book
12,
of
please?
Why?
Because it says, till heaven and earth pass, one jot or one title shall in no wise pass from the law, but they will be changed and purified by fire, becoming renewed again, as
That's
it
not
says
in.
in Hebrews
That's
1,
not in
10 to
Matthew.
12. That's
Doesn't
in
say anything about
Hebrews
the law
1.
in Hebrews 1. Doesn't say anything about the law.
What does it say in Hebrews 1, 10 to 12?
It's on the screen. And thou, Lord, in the beginning hast laid the foundation of the earth, and the heavens are the works of thine hands. They shall perish. We agree, yeah, the heavens and the earth will perish according to the New Testament and even the Hebrew Bible.
Right. So it will be done away with, right? And renewed.
The heavens and the earth. Do you think the heavens
law.
and the earth have been done away with?
Not yet.
That means you're still following the law, buddy.
As to Christ.
No, wrong again.
No, just
The
like
law
as
of
that guy said.
Moses.
Not without.
The law of Moses is the only law. There's no law of Christ. Christ told you to follow Moses' laws. In fact, he said the two greatest commandments are to do what? To love God and to love man is a short version of it.
Well,
and both of those are Mosaic laws. Right. Neither one of them come from Jesus.
Right. The
so
Ten Commandments,
the two most important. So then Jesus got rid of the two most important commandments, you think?
No. Which two?
Leviticus 19:18 and Deuteronomy 5:4, I believe.
He really is just incapable of following the simplest of sentences.
Yeah, these are not difficult things to talk about. It's crazy.
But aren't you? But didn't you just say that did away with two commandments?
No, in your worldview, if the law was done away with, that means of all the laws, the two most important commandments would have been done away with. So, do you think that the two most important commandments being done away with would entail that all of them get done away with?
Yeah, but I'm asking which two.
Oh my God. To love your neighbor as yourself and to love your God with all your heart, mind, and soul. That's Leviticus 19:18 and Deuteronomy 5. It's like he's not even listening. It's like he's having a separate conversation with his study Bible.
I'm trying to figure out why you're asking me. Why are you?
You don't need to figure out anything. You need to answer the question. Are the two most important commandments that God ever gives going to be done? You said that, not me.
Oh, no. I thought we were still trying to figure out how everything was going to be done away with, and I was like, oh, it'll be renewed.
No. You're on an entirely different planet. You're not even in the stratosphere.
Okay.
Like, you're... Like,
okay, no. So,
I'm really hoping right now that you're intoxicated. Like, that could be the only thing that would justify this level of nonsense.
America, what we have pointed out time and time again throughout this entire conversation is that the Bible disagrees with itself as to whether or not the law will be forever, because the prophets of the Old Testament and Jesus are both clear that the entirety of the law of Moses, including the sacrifices, will remain forever. And Paul and the rest of the New Testament disagrees with that. That's the whole point.
But they'll be renewed. To be renewed is still to be fulfilled.
No.
Say you
I
have
d-
the seatbelt thing, and then you do away
You
with
can't-
car crashes altogether. You don't have to wear a seatbelt. There's no more crashing. That's still you're safe. The seatbelt thing was to
Okay.
keep you safe. If suddenly
Okay, so
there's no need
so there's
for
no law
safety,
anymore. So there's
then
no
it's
law
fulfilled.
anymore. So then we can do anything we want
So
to.
right, so it's renewed.
Okay, so I can own slaves.
Yeah. And
There's no law
when-
against it.
When as I say, this hasn't happened yet. This is Jesus' second advent when the world is renovated by fire.
Okay, so it didn't
When
actually
when it
happen yet, which
says-
means
and he,
the law is
it has-
still in
that's right. I'm
effect.
saying it hasn't happened.
Okay,
Right,
so the
but
law
that's-
is still
you're
in
talking about
effect.
the Ten Commandments,
No, I'm not talking about the Ten
Right.
Commandments. I never mentioned the Ten Commandments once.
but that's what you said about the law.
No,
you
I
did.
didn't
You
say
said
I
doing
didn't
away
bring up
with
the
two of
Ten
the
Commandments
commandments.
ever. You're literally on drugs right now. I didn't
Yes, you
mention the
did.
Ten Commandments once. No, I did not.
Yes, you did. You said shall
No,
we do away
I
with
did
two
not.
of the Ten Commandments?
Not
Love thy
once.
neighbor.
No,
Yes,
I
you
never
did.
said that.
You just did.
No, I did
before.
not. No, I
America,
did not.
love
I
the
was
Lord your
asking you-
God with all your heart, mind, soul, and strength, and love your neighbor as yourself. Neither of those are in the Ten Commandments.
Yeah, listen, America, you're not bright enough for this conversation. We got to move on, okay?
What?
I'm not going to do another hour of that nonsense.
That was
That's crazy.
painful.
It's hard to believe that people can be that obtuse. Crazy. Yeah, he was on here way too long. I don't know how long he was up for, but I know it was way too long. Yoda St. Cloud, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, Doug is horizontal and vertical, yes, but those damn talk zombies are not... YouTube supremacy schism? Don't you fucking dare, Yoda. Listen, if there wasn't for TikTok, you wouldn't have me or Dalton right now. I'm just saying, you cannot create a schism between YouTube and TikTok. We're all in the same family. And Adam, thank you for the 50 PL.
I was gonna say I'm only here on TikTok. Like I'm not using any other program.
Yeah. Do you think that Sam Harris is right to be extra afraid of Islam? I am. I'm worried, and I'm wondering if it's morally okay. Maybe you, as a scholar, can answer the question. Yeah, because violence is baked into their doctrine. Like they believe that heretics and blasphemers and people who leave the faith, apostates, should be murdered. Yeah, it's a dangerous
Listening to you.
religion.
Can you do me a favor? Could you search up Hadith and then you Muslims are the best of people and just read what it says?
Yeah. Put it on the screen here. 1 second. You true believers in Islamic monotheism and real followers of Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, and his sunnah, are the best people ever raised up for mankind.
Let's go down. That is the chapter name.
It says... the best of people for the people as you bring them with chains on their necks until they embrace Islam. That's what they need. Yeah. We got to bring the non-believers to the Islamic God with chains on their neck. I mean, it sounds very peaceful to me. Islam must be a religion of peace. Yeah, I agree with Sam Harris. I think it's a dangerous religion. Meg, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, if you answered, I missed it the other night. Why wouldn't God just make Jesus at the beginning and just pass the sinless lineage down? Just God being a, Well, yeah, we did talk about this, Meg, and I agree. Like, if God knew, like Ephesians chapter 1 and Revelation chapter 7 says that Jesus was essentially slain before the foundation of the earth. And if that was the case, he could have just killed Jesus all that time ago, forgiven everyone's sins, and he didn't have to do all this song and dance about having the Jewish people and leading them astray and giving them the law code and then taking it back. Like it's a whole dance. It's not necessary, which is why the New Testament bends itself into pretzels trying to justify why Jesus had to die, because there's not a real good answer for it.
Or just skip the Jesus thing altogether and just like forgive them.
Indeed, yeah, you could just fucking wipe away the sins. You don't have to kill anyone to forgive anyone. Bryce Aroni, thank you for the $10 super chat. My friend says, do not multiply entities unnecessarily. Yes, that's Occam's razor. Is rational because the more unknown presumptions you add to the question, the greater your chances are of being wrong. It's just statistical math. I agree with you, Bryce, 100%. Like if you have an answer that works for something and it doesn't require you to needlessly multiply entities, the simpler answer seems to be the one that works. And Drew, thank you for the $20 super chat, says, is it too late to enter the debate by advocating for a diagonal display? Well, as far as I can tell, friends, every display is diagonal if you're willing to tilt it. I'm just saying, theoretically, you can tilt vertical or horizontal and get your diagonal. Zach, thank you for the $20 super chat. My friend says, bad religion is the correct answer for that kind of music. I don't know what you mean for that kind of music. I think you might be referring to your prior super chat. It says, I have started an order called the Knights Verticlers to take care of the heretical horizontal stream in Doug's name and blessing. Listen, both streams on YouTube are united, friends. They have to be united, vertical and horizontal. There are over 2,000 of you watching right now in combination, and you're all one family. We can't turn this into a bad religion. That's not what we want. And Chino, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, the verticals meditate in towers, seeking height and clarity. The horizontals lounge on couches, seeking comfort and resolution. That's true. They do get higher resolution. Both claim their screen time is holy, and they are. Both screen times are holy to Doug. And Steve says, I worry for the people that argue against science. I fear they don't understand the gravity of the situation, and that is good. That was a good joke. I appreciate that. Delve, thank you for the $20 super chat, my friend. Says, I was raised LDS. I'm so lucky my brain was not wired to believe this shit. I remember thinking I was in some sort of big practical joke. The LDS is particularly wild in what they believe, and I only know a fraction of it. Like I barely scratched the surface. And you're right. Like if you grew up in that, you could see like eventually someone was gonna like open a curtain and be like, oh no, here's the thing. Here's the truth. And then the curtain never opens. They just go to their grave with the nonsense. Hammond, thank you for the $20 super chat, says the sons of Ishmael are really scared to talk about the faith. I know. The grafted brides of Christ aren't that scared aren't as scared as them, when talking about the scriptures. Is the eternal Quran that bad, or they just don't know it? So I don't think it's just that the Quran is bad. I think the problem is for most Muslims, and M can correct me, they have a lot of beliefs in addition to the Quran from the hadiths and other stuff from tradition that pretty much is horrible. And so anytime they could stop you from critiquing their actual religion, they will. That's why the Muslims are always trying to hide what religion they actually are. They want to do a debate about a generic God.
I will say this isn't unique to Muslims, that Christians do this too.
That does happen, yeah.
But I wouldn't say that the Quran isn't that bad. I wouldn't say that. It still has all of the, like, how would you say this? IS mentality. So.
Tom, thank you for the $20 super chat. It says, no schism. Rather, the streaming formats are all part of the Holy Trinity. I agree. Vertical YouTube, horizontal YouTube, and TikTok, so saith Doug. As it has been spoken, so it will be, Tom. Indeed. And thank you, Minutemen, so much for the $100 super chat. Let's get some W's in the chat for Minutemen. Thank you so much. Says, I don't want you to think there are only anti-Christian songs out there. There's also really good anti-Muslim bands. Oh, I didn't know that. Fearless Iranians from Hell. I got to write this down. Fearless Iranians from Hell.
There's a girl that she makes music based off of the Quranic verses. And I'm forgetting her name, but she pretty much just like gets the verses that oppress women, and she starts like singing and being suggestive with them. It's hilarious.
Yeah, I have to check this one out.
I've been trying to unalive her so many times.
I definitely want to check this one out. Anyways, I wrote that down with a song, "A Martyr in Every Hometown." Yell it for the people in the back. Praise Doug and fuck the patriarchy. I agree with you, Minutemen. Fuck the patriarchy and praise Doug. May the courts be with you. It reminds me a little bit of a band that came out like 20 plus years ago that talked about a lot of this, a little bit of this kind of geopolitical nonsense. I think they were called the Balkan Beatbox. And they had a really, really interesting song called "War Again." But that's for another story. Tom, thank you for the $25 super chat. It says, as a former Christian, I used to explain my sins as irrelevant since Jesus already wiped my sins away, past, present, and future. Home free. Thanks, Justin. Have finally been able to watch a live stream. Well, Tom, I'm glad you're here. Thank you for supporting, and I'm glad that you were able to find your way out of the toxic cult that is Christianity. And Science Lover, thank you for the 3,700 THB. Says, I deconstructed many years ago due to the hypocrisy of Christians. I feel no loving God could support the atrocities done in the name of Christianity, but I was afraid of atheists. That does happen. Thank you, Justin, and other contributors for providing a community of common sense. So, Science Lover, I'm glad that you were able to find your way out and use your critical thinking abilities to get out of the cult. And we're certainly glad that you're able to go through the deconstruction process and find community. That's what we're here for. We need to be that community. And last one for now, and I'll remind the audience again, I don't read the super chats in order, which means if you send a super chat and you feel like it's being skipped, it hasn't been skipped. I don't read them in chronological order. If it hasn't been read, it will be read eventually. Caveman, thank you for the super chat, says, from Troubles, how do you debate a Christian Muslim who doesn't believe in an omnipotent or omniscient God while also acknowledging the contradiction, the unreliability of the Bible? Also, apologies here, but you're an ex-pastor. I am an ex-pastor, and I went to a Bible college and seminary. I did all this stuff. And that being said, if they have a God that's not omniscient, doesn't know all things, isn't omnipresent or omnipotent, then he's just a punk-ass God. And I would ask him, why would we believe that this God created anything? In fact, and if there's one of them, why wouldn't we believe in many of them? It seems like if there was one, there would be many. Maybe one of them is good and one of them's bad. Like the worldview doesn't make any sense. That being said, you don't have to take on the burden of disproving this God. The burden is actually still on them to demonstrate that the God exists, right? Now, on this stream, a lot of times I'll take on the burden of disproving somebody's God, only really for fun and because I can typically do it. But the reality is, like, if you're the average Joe and you're out there debating the existence of these gods, you don't have to take on that burden. That's not for you. If they say that they have a God, you can simply ask them, can you prove that this God exists? And if they can't prove it, then they can't prove it. You have no reason to believe it. And remember, assertions made without evidence can be dismissed without evidence.
And by the way, Justin, do you have like photos of you in like the pastor attire or whatever they wear?
I have a photo of me somewhere in my seminary gown.
I think you should start a once bi-weekly or once a month stream in which you have a joyful type of "I am your pastor" with like a profile picture.
This would be a really good idea.
The gown.
I could do it.
I still have I've shown Justin my picture of me in my in my altar server gown.
Yeah, you know what? I'll get a priest outfit with a collar, and we can do live streams in the priest fit.
Yeah, absolutely.
It'd be a really good time, actually. All right, let me grab our next guest. I'm going to grab Al Kumuti from the queue because they've been here the longest. So let me bring them up. They've been here so long. Hopefully, they're still in the queue. How you doing, Al? Al?
Hello?
Al, are you with us?
Yeah, I'm with you now.
Good. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yeah, I'm more than 18 and I believe in God. I believe in Jesus.
Okay, so you're a Christian?
Yep. Very much so.
What would be the greatest evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
Well, the fact that when the Bible speaks something, it actually comes to pass.
Like
and like when God put a curse on the city of Babylon, and he said that no one will inhabit that city ever. Only wild animals will be sprawling there. And if you know your history, you'll know that even Saddam Hussein tried to rebuild that city, and he failed to do that, and it's still in ruins till today.
Well, it said the same thing about Egypt and Tyre, and that didn't happen either.
What did you say about them?
Also, Babylon wasn't just a city, it was an empire. You know that, right?
Well, even worse if you say that.
I know it's even
But
worse,
he
yeah.
was referring to the city, though.
Because people
Because
do
the
live in the
people do.
Babylonian Empire.
But he was referring to the city.
No.
Mm-hmm. No. Yep, he said that only animals will be sprawling in the ruins of the city.
Oh, of the city. Which verse is that? You're referring to Isaiah? Was it chapter 13 or 14?
Let me look for it.
By the way, wasn't actually there were Jews living in Babylon during the time after the time of Jesus, which is where we get the Babylonian Talmud.
Was there a city there? Because after the Seleucids, I think,
Yeah.
there was in the city after that.
Yeah. Yep, people are still living in cities.
In Babylon?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, but now there are no people.
The very next chapter, chapter 14, he continues the proclamation against Babylon and completely blunders it. It says of the Israelites, you got to remember this is talking about the return of the exiles from Babylon. It says, the Lord will have compassion on Jacob and will again choose Israel and will settle them in their own land, and aliens will join them and attach themselves to the house of Jacob, and the nations will take them and bring them to their place, and the house of Israel will possess the nations as male and female slaves in the Lord's land. They will take captive those who were their captors and rule over those who oppress them. So it's saying here that they're going to take the Babylonians as captives. When did that happen?
That's not talking about that specific thing.
It is, yeah. Yep. Isaiah's writing to the captives.
Mm-hmm.
That's why the very next part of the passage is about the downfall of Babylon. These talk about Babylonian captivity and what's going to happen afterwards. The Lord has given you rest from all your pain and turmoil and hard service with which you have made to serve, and you will take up this taunt against the king of Babylon. The oppressors that oppressed the Israelites here, that will be made of slaves, are going to be the Babylonians.
So, do you agree that prophecy came to pass? Though
it did not.
No. Even in the medieval period, there were people in villages and small clans that were living on the ruins of Babylon.
But right now, are there people?
At this very moment, I don't think there's an actual city there anymore, but we can look up the actual greater region.
Although that's pretty much true for all ancient cities.
No, that's not true about Jerusalem. Jerusalem actually has people living in its old city. Ascalon, Gaza.
It says the ruins of the city are near modern day Hilah. Mm-hmm. So there's a city next to the ancient ruins.
Yeah, there's a city about I think 50 miles off the ruins. So that's not exactly there, right? So that actually came to pass, and you can see.
Well, it didn't.
Only wild animals that
well, it didn't come to pass. I already told you. It doesn't say anything about the city.
So what does it say then?
Babylon is an empire. It's like calling Egypt a city. Doesn't say the city of Babylon. The primary city in Babylon is Nineveh at this time period.
There you go. That's the capital city of Assyria, not Babylon. That's the capital
Are you
city.
using ChatGTP right now?
No, the capital of the Assyrian Empire was Nineveh. The capital of the Babylonian Empire is Babylon.
No, I didn't say the capital. I said the primary city where all the people were located.
So what is the
Just like
capital?
the capital of the Akkadian Empire was Akkad. The capital of the Babylonian Empire was Babylon, but the king wasn't ruling out of Babylon half the time. In fact, at the time of the Neo-Babylonian Empire, the northern part, which was previously the Assyrian Empire, was still the most populated and the most important. That's why we have stories of like Jonah going to Nineveh. That's why, in fact, we have Assyrian kings, not sorry, Babylonian kings, are depicted as living in the northern northwest region of the territory.
But even Nineveh is not populated.
So what?
It,
We're not
it was
talking again. We're not talking about a city.
I'm
you.
seeing here that says that after the fall of Babylon, after under the Persians, that the Persians, the Greeks, the Parthians, and the Seleucids all continue to like live in and near the ruins of Babylon.
Yeah, but we're talking about now, right?
Why? Why would now this present day even matter? This was a prophecy that was supposed to pass after the Israelites left Babylon. It says the city will be destroyed, or no, not the city. It says Babylon, the empire, will be destroyed, and the Israelites will take them captive. It's all
The
one
city of
prophecy. You can't break it apart into two different prophecies, one for like back then and one for the future.
So are you saying immediately after they leave, Babylon will be destroyed? Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying is the prophecies for the post-Babylonian exile were supposed to be fulfilled at the end of the exile. That's quite clear in Isaiah chapter 61 and all throughout, like chapter 59.
Well, that's not true because
It is true, yeah.
no, because the
Yeah.
king of the empire was the one who sponsored the building of the temple and the building. He's the one who actually told them to go back to the
Not the
land.
king of Babylon, no.
The
You're
king
confusing Cyrus to the king of Persia.
okay, the king of Persia.
Yeah, the king of Persia, yes, after the Babylonian exile, allowed them to go back and build. And God said that, yes, you'll come back and build, and that I'll never be angry with you again. He says that
But
foreigners will come and build up your cities, build up the ancient ruins, and that you'll have the Babylonians as your captives.
well, the destruction of the city doesn't happen immediately after that.
I know, yeah, it's another failed prophecy. Nor did they ever take the Babylonians as captives.
Meaning that the prophecy took time to be accomplished, and
No, it didn't.
Yeah, yes, it did.
No,
Where does it say
it
immediately?
failed. It failed like all the rest of them.
So where does it say immediately after you leave, the city will be destroyed? Can you show me that in the verse?
It doesn't say ever that the city's going to be destroyed at all.
So what does it say?
It says Damascus
Actually,
will be
it
destroyed in
specifically-
chapter 17, and Damascus was never destroyed. That's a real city. But it doesn't say anything about Babylonian city. The Hebrew word for
By
city
the way, I
doesn't show up in
pointed
the
out that
text.
there were.
What
By
are
the
you
way, I
saying?
pointed out that there have been people like villages and shepherds who have like dwelled in tents in that region, and the prophecy specifically says no Arab will pitch his tent there, no shepherds will make their flocks lie down there. But that's simply not true.
They left there in the 7th century, though. 7th century AD. There is no one who has stayed there after the 7th century AD.
There are people living there right now.
No, you can check it up right now.
No, there are people living in the Babylonian kingdom right now.
No, Babylon
Babylon
city.
was not a city. It doesn't say city in the text.
So there's no city called Babylon?
It doesn't say city. Babylon was a kingdom.
Okay, I think we need to read it again.
Sounds like you need to read it again.
Let me look for the verse.
It's crazy how hard he's fighting for this to be a fulfilled prophecy. We're about to show him 10 that never got fulfilled and never will get fulfilled, and he's not going to have to do with it.
It's crazy how you want this to go for your
Listen, you can try all you want. You're the one that's going to get cooked. Just so you know, like
okay.
the more you fight for this, the more it's going to look bad when I show you all the prophecies that failed.
All right. So Isaiah 13 verse 20 says, "She will never be inhabited or lived in through all generations."
I know.
There.
I'm asking you, give me the passage that says city, because Babylon is a kingdom.
All right. Let me get that. And okay, so verse 19 says that, and Babylon, the jewel of the kingdoms, the glory on and of the pride of the
Yeah.
Chaldeans will be
Yeah,
overthrown by
yeah.
God.
Exactly. The Babylonians are the strongest of all the kingdoms. It's a kingdom.
Let me finish. By God, like Sodom and Gomorrah. Sodom and Gomorrah were cities, right?
I'm aware, but Babylon is a kingdom.
Uh-huh.
It
And it
says
says the pride.
Babylon, the glory of kingdoms. It's among
Those
the
are the
kingdoms. It's going to be destroyed the same way Sodom and Gomorrah was destroyed theoretically. The kingdom
correct.
will be destroyed, not the city.
Glory among the kingdoms. That was an empire, right?
A kingdom is an empire.
No, an
Yeah.
empire has kingdoms inside.
No. A
Correct,
kingdom,
yes.
a kingdom and an empire, like the Babylonian Empire, had a king.
So if God overthrows it like Sodom and Gomorrah, Sodom and Gomorrah was
Which is crazy because he never did that. He never rained fire down on any part of Babylon.
no, but this means the type of destruction that would happen, that it will never be rebuilt, like how Sodom and Gomorrah are today. They were never rebuilt.
First of all, Sodom and Gomorrah don't exist. They never existed. There was never
No,
a
they
city
don't.
named Sodom or Gomorrah. They're fabrications, and that's
No,
clear in the book of Genesis that they're fabrications because the names of the city are reflective of the teachings about the city. That's something
no,
you find in ancient Near Eastern mythology. There's no such place as Sodom and Gomorrah. There is a place which is the kingdom of Babylon.
they actually found the places
No,
where Sodom and
they did not.
yes, they did. They did.
No, they
Actually, they
didn't.
found strongholds that destroyed those cities.
No, they
and
did
those
not.
you just don't want to believe it, right?
No,
In fact, the stuff that they found there is
somebody's so confident in bad archaeology. Okay, so they didn't find the cities at all. There's no remnant on the southeast side of the Dead Sea of any city named Sodom nor Gomorrah. None. There are sulfur balls around this Dead Sea because the Dead Sea is mostly comprised of salt runoff from the mountains. Do you know how sulfur forms?
not really, but going
Okay,
back
sulfur
to
forms when bacteria feeds on salt crystals. The byproduct is, in fact, sulfur. That's why when you find large salt deposits underground, as long as the temperature and humidity is right, you'll find a large sulfur deposit on top of the salt deposit. The reason why the Dead Sea is covered in sulfur is because it's covered in salt, and bacteria feeds on it and creates that sulfur. It's not the only place in the world where it happens. There's places over in Asia where it happens as well.
You don't find it 100%, nearly 100% pure sulfur.
You do.
It's always
You do in
sulfur
Asia. Yep.
or sulfur.
Wrong
or copper
again.
sulfur.
And you'd be wrong.
No, I am a chemist.
It
so
permeates all throughout the Dead Sea region, and it also happens near the hydrothermal vents over in parts of Asia, like near Japan.
like I said, it's not 99%.
It is.
It's never. So show me
It
where
is.
it's 99.
Yeah, at the hydrothermal vents. Yeah, there's a whole paper on it.
Yeah.
Like these bad
Yeah,
talking points aren't going to help you here. We've heard them 100 times before.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is I am a chemist, so I
I'm
would
sure you
know.
are. Then you should know about how sulfur forms. How come you didn't?
Wait a minute. Hey, Justin.
Sulfur does not occur in nature like
Yeah,
that.
it does. Yeah, yeah, it does.
In those concentrations, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
okay. So going back to Babylon as a city, if you go to Jeremiah 51 verse 26 and 37, it says, "No stone shall be taken from you for." Okay, no stone shall be taken from you for a corner, and no stone for a foundation, but you shall be a perpetual waste, declares the Lord.
Yeah, it says conspicuous, smooth, egg-white shaped sulfur structures in deep sea hydrothermal vent formed by sulfide oxidizing bacteria. And there's a whole article that talks about it. This is a known phenomenon, and they even give you like the percentages of sulfur to other chemicals in it. This is not
What are
something that's like obscure that you can't find on the internet.
what are the percentages?
They got the percentages for the bacteria type. I'd have to read through this article and the rest of them to tell you what the actual percentage is. But
Take your time.
I've already gone through this. Like
Yeah, but you say
we've
it's
already
99%.
well, first of all, you don't know that they're 99%. You're just quoting a bad internet article. The reality is it's a high percent of sulfur. Here's sulfur isotopes of hydrothermal vent fossils and insights into microbial sulfur cycling within a lower. Let's see if this one gives
Yeah,
a percent.
isotopes don't really matter there. What matters is the percentage of this pure sulfur that's there. That's
Yeah,
what
I'm
matters.
sure. And again, the sulfur balls that are around the Dead Sea have a varying degree. And the reason why the ones you're interested in have a higher percent is because they've been heated. That's it. That's
Heated
all you
by-
need to create the higher percentage of sulfur is you need to be able to heat it. But let me
Yes,
let me
but that's
see.
what the story.
One of these articles actually gives you the percentage.
You said it has to be heated for it to be at that purity, right? But that's what.
No, I didn't say
what-
it has to be heated. I said that's one of the ways that you get it to that specification.
So that's heating is one of the ways you get to a pure sulfur, right? Is that what you're saying?
That's one of the methods, yeah. And you're not going to like how it got there. By the way, I think you think that you just found something interesting, but it's going to make it even worse.
No. So God in Genesis says that
I
He
know it
rained
says
down.
that he rained down fire and sulfur. Do you want to know? Do you want to know why that's a lie?
Why?
Because what happens when you put fire near sulfur?
Sorry, what did you say?
What happens when you put fire and sulfur next to each other?
It oxidizes.
Yeah, it burns, right? And then
But
it's no
if it's
longer
in-
and then it's no longer pure. It's full of carbon and other remnants. And the reality is, the sulfur balls you're referring to, the supposed 99 theoretical pure sulfur balls, which isn't actually the case, those are unburned sulfur balls. Would you like to know how
Yeah,
they actually came to be?
Inside, it's not burnt, but outside,
No,
it is.
wrong. Now you're just lying. That's not even what the article says. So again, do you want to know how those sulfur balls formed? Because we actually have the data to demonstrate how those sulfur balls formed. Would you like to know?
Yeah, show me. I'd like to know how those sulfur balls form because
Finally, you figured it out. North, not south, northeast of the Dead Sea in the 1600s, there was a meteor that entered the atmosphere and it nearly crash landed northeast of the Dead Sea. It burned up in the atmosphere. However, the remnants of that meteor, namely the airburst that was left behind it, did make it to Earth, and it actually created a slight impact. And we find that sulfur balls are spread out in a radius around that impact location with these high percentage. And the reason why they're in balls is because it got hot enough to melt them, but not hot enough, and there was no fire to actually burn them. So the sulfur balls that have been located aren't set on fire. They're not burnt. They're just reached a high temperature because of the air blast. And this, again, was a well-documented phenomenon. And it happened 400 years after the supposed event in Genesis. That is why, in fact, these sulfur balls exist and they're strewn about the region. But they're not anywhere near, but they're not in Sodom and Gomorrah. They're spread about the region northeast, not southeast.
So what you're saying that it's at least probable that that event in Genesis happened then?
No,
If it's
not
at
even
least-
remotely true. What's probable
No,
is
no, no.
that in the 1600s, there was an air blast that hit Tel El Hammam, and that people hundreds of years later wrote a story about it.
So let me ask you a question.
So they made up an excuse that
Okay, so let me ask you a
integrated.
question.
They made up an excuse that integrated a couple things that were like mythologized history from the past. Namely, what about this one time when there was an air blast that came down on this region, and they made up a whole story about how there was these wicked people there, and God had to kill them because He was mad at them, and they didn't get the geography right. They didn't get the timeline right. According to the timeline, this would have happened hundreds of years prior to the actual event.
So let me ask you a question then. So can sulfur occur in sulfur balls on Earth if a meteorite hits? If it comes from the sky and it hits the ground, can you have sulfur balls around there?
I just told you that's how it formed. That's how we know, because we actually have the evidence that there was an
So
air blast in the region of Tel El Hammam, and it was hot enough that the sulfur started to form balls because of the heat.
So if we find sulfur balls at the place where we have where we say Sodom and Gomorrah was, we can say
No,
that
it wasn't. It wasn't where Sodom and Gomorrah are.
no, you are saying that.
It was 70 miles away.
Anyway, so going back to Babylon.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, it was 70 miles away. It wasn't anywhere near where you think Sodom and Gomorrah are located.
Okay, no, we'll get back to that.
Regarding the prophecy about the destruction of Babylon, does the prophet tell us who would be responsible for the destruction of Babylon?
No, it doesn't.
It does.
It does.
Verse 17. Behold, I am stirring up the Medes against them. Fun fact, the Medes were not responsible for the destruction of Babylon.
Well, there's some talking that needs to be done on that, but for now, according to most historians, the Persians get credit for that.
And they did so peacefully. They didn't overthrow it like Sodom and Gomorrah.
Right.
Yeah, so it's when I'm talking about the city, it's specifically referring to the city
It didn't say
Jeremiah.
city.
Let me read it then.
We're,
In Jeremiah,
we're in Isaiah 13:17. Try to stay on track.
yeah,
In
it's the
Isaiah
same.
13:17, who does it say is going to destroy the Babylonians?
It's in Jeremiah 51 verse 26. It says, "No
We're
stone
in
shall."
Isaiah 13:17. We can read your passage next. We're in Isaiah 13:17 right now. What does it say?
All right, so it says that see, I'm stirring up the Medes against them, who
Right, and it
have
says-
no regard for silver and
That's
do
right.
not delight in gold.
And their
will
bows.
slaughter-
That's right. Did the Medes do that?
slaughter the young man. They will have no mercy on the fruit of the womb. Their eyes will not pity children. And Babylon, the glory.
And so this is why all you need is a little bit of context to understand that the destruction of Babylon was for just after the Babylonian period. He's saying, I'm bringing the Medes against you, and Babylon will be utterly destroyed so that wild animals will lie down there. This is not something that's going to happen 2,000 years later. That's ridiculous.
Also, like the taking over of the city of Babylon, even if you want to say it's the city wasn't destroyed. It was mostly spared.
Yes, but
That's true.
the destruction of Babylon takes place after the takeover, right?
Yeah, not by the Medes,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. Well, it's not saying the Medes will.
No,
Yes, it does.
It did say that, yeah.
Where does it say the Medes will destroy Babylon?
It says, their
Behold-
bows will slaughter the young men. I will have no mercy on the fruit of the womb. Their eyes will not pity children. Sorry,
Yeah.
go ahead, Dalton.
And verse 17 tells us who that's talking about. Al, what's it say, Al Kumadi? What does verse 17 tell us is the individuals responsible?
Let's go back to your standard here. Where does it say that?
No, verse 17. What does verse 17 tell us is who is the individual, who are the ones who are responsible for what's written in verse 18?
Where is it talking about the city getting destroyed?
There's no mention of a city anywhere. This is not about a city.
So why are you saying that they will destroy the Medes will destroy Babylon?
That's what
Because that's what.
Isaiah said.
See, I am stirring up the Medes against them, who have no regard for silver and do not delight in gold. Their bows will slaughter the young men. Did this happen?
Against Babylon.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see.
Bertram, thank you for the galaxy. Good to see you, friend. RT, thank you for the love paint.
That's Isaiah. What
13,
chapter?
verse 17 and 18.
Isaiah said somebody is going to come and destroy the Babylonians. Who is it?
Okay, just a minute.
Words are hard.
So this is for the foreign nations, right?
What?
The
Says-
Medes.
Against the Babylonians. This whole chapter is about the Babylonians. The whole thing.
The Babylonians. It says, "And the Babylonians, the warrior kingdoms."
This whole chapter is about the Medes, well, not the Medes, but the Babylonians being defeated. It literally starts with the Babylonians. An oracle concerning Babylon. This oracle is about Babylon, not the destruction of the nations.
So Cyrus took the conquered Babylon.
Was he?
Yeah, did he
was he a Mede or was he Persian?
He had an army of Medes.
No, he was a Persian.
What was his army composed of?
Persians.
Composed of Persians. According to Cyrus, he defeated the Medes.
And who else was in his army?
The Persians.
And who else?
The Persians.
And who else?
The Persians.
Is it not called the Persia-Mede Empire?
No.
If you know.
No.
When they defeated
very
Babylon, there was no such thing as the Perso-Median Empire. And to be
They were
sure,
Persian.
the Medes didn't even have a unified empire. They were a loose collection of city-states and petty kings.
Okay, let's just say this is talking about the empire, right? As you're going with it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the city was prophesied in Jeremiah.
He refuses to address Isaiah.
Just to be clear, just to give a sum up of what we've spoken about so far, the prophet said that the Medes would destroy Babylon the way that God destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah. History has the Persians peacefully conquering the city of Babylon, and Babylon continues to exist for some time afterwards.
Mm-hmm. Cyrus wrote about it on the Cyrus cylinder.
The Median Empire was overthrown by Cyrus the Great,
Yeah.
of Persia, right?
Indeed, yeah. Uh-huh.
And the army that went to Babylon under Cyrus was Persian-led.
So he incorporated the Medes into his military, right?
No, that's later. You don't get that till much later.
No. It says the
he conquered the Medes and the Babylonians in one campaign.
So let me read here from History Encyclopedia. It does say that Cyrus the Great incorporated the Medes into his military and combined their power, and led to the formation of the Achaemenid Empire.
Yes.
Which became the world's first cosmopolitan empire. The Greeks sometimes conflated the Medes and the Persians as one people because of their close relations.
Hundreds of
No,
years later, I
Cyrus.
agree. Yes, hundreds of
No,
years
no, this
later. We're talking about the
was
entrance into Babylon.
no. It says Cyrus.
They defeated the Medes only a couple years prior to Babylon. That's
Okay,
it.
I get that, but it says that Cyrus
I mean,
incorporated the
most yeah,
Not just Cyrus incorporated.
eventually he did, but not in 522 when he defeated the Medes around 522 to 525. He didn't immediately incorporate the Medes into the army. It took a long time to unify the two kingdoms.
He defeated them in 550.
Yeah, it was a
552
Persian
maybe.
army.
Yes,
It was a
Yeah.
550.
Persian. It was a
So
Persian
yeah, it's
army.
not five. Yeah, it would have been 552 or so because he defeated the Babylonians in 538/539, so just a couple years prior. So yeah, no, they defeated the Medes, and they did not immediately take all of their army and mobilize them
How do you know that?
because
It's
we have Cyrus's writings. Like you can just read his writings. In fact, his conquering of Babylon, he tells you exactly what he did. He was granted victory by the god Marduk over the Babylonians. The word, to be sure, in his campaign in his military annals, on his cylinder, the Medes don't get mentioned.
Yeah, but Cyrus's army, it says in 539, Cyrus's army was a combined army of Medians and Persians, and invaded the Babylonian Empire, defeating their army in 539 and capturing the city of Babylon. That's what
So
his
to be,
encyclopedia says.
give me the source. Give me the ancient text.
History encyclopedia.
No. Give me the source where Cyrus, where we were learned that Cyrus integrated the Medes into his army. I guarantee that your encyclopedia doesn't even have a source.
No, it does have a source.
Then give it to me. What's the source for that claim?
Let me get that real quick.
And again, the city of Babylon wasn't overturned and destroyed. It was mostly spared. It was very peaceful conquest.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean the prophecy wasn't fulfilled because it was raised.
It wasn't fulfilled.
It was destroyed. Is Babylon there today?
The kingdom, yes.
There's a kingdom called-
There are people living in the Babylonian kingdom, and again, the more time you
Sure.
waste on this one prophecy, the worse it's going to be when we cook you on all the rest. To be sure, there are dozens and dozens and dozens of failed prophecies, and the more you fight for this one thing that you think you can prove, the more you're going to look silly when we show you all the ones that failed.
The prophecy from Jeremiah says that the city.
We're not
will be
in
raised.
Jeremiah yet. We're not in Jeremiah. Pay attention.
Wait. So
we're not
you are-
in Jeremiah. We're in Isaiah. We're not
you're
debating
saying-
what Jeremiah said. We're debating what Isaiah says.
So Isaiah doesn't talk about the city, right?
I
You're
know.
saying
Yeah,
that
that's what we're saying. Isaiah doesn't talk
you're
about the
saying
city
Isaiah talks
exactly.
about the kingdom.
Yeah, Isaiah and Jeremiah are two different people. I don't know if you knew that.
Someone who talks about the city.
Just so you're aware, Isaiah and Jeremiah are two different people.
Yeah, but they're prophets of the same God, right?
No, we don't agree with that. Not at all.
Why
Yeah,
not?
that's just the claim.
Who was the God of Isaiah and Jeremiah?
Having the same God is irrelevant to whether or not they have the same message.
No, you're
Yeah.
saying you made a claim that they don't worship the same God. So who are their gods?
No, that wasn't Justin's claim. Justin's claim actually is that you make the claim that both Jeremiah and Isaiah are getting their information, their prophecies from God. We don't believe that.
Yes. So I'm asking you. So if you don't believe it, where are they getting their prophecies from?
Nowhere. The God doesn't exist. This God is fiction.
So let's go to Jeremiah then, if it's fiction.
Okay, so you want to interpret Isaiah using Jeremiah? Go for it.
Okay. So you say that the city will not be raised, right? It doesn't talk about the city, but Jeremiah talks about it.
No, we said Isaiah. Isaiah
So
didn't say that.
Jeremiah talks about the city, right?
Well, I agree, and Jeremiah is a different person. So go ahead. What's the prophecy?
So Jeremiah's prophecy comes true then.
Well, give us the prophecy. Where is it?
Okay, so it's in Jeremiah 50, 51. No,
Jeremiah 15, you mean?
no.
There's no Jeremiah 50.
There is Jeremiah 50, verse 9.
Oh, there is. Sorry. You're right. I apologize. There is a chapter 50. I'm thinking of a different book. All right, 59. You said, right?
Uh, wait just a minute.
So all you've done now is you've created a contradiction. It says, "Flee from Babylon, go out from the land of the Chaldeans." Again, this is the Babylonian exile. "And be like the male goats leading the flock, for I'm going to stir up and bring against Babylon a company of great nations from the land of the north, and they shall array themselves against her. From there she shall be taken. Their arrows are like the arrows of a skilled warrior, does not return empty-handed."
So read
Where-
51, verse 11.
Verse what?
Verse 37.
"A sword against her horses and against her chariots and against all the foreign troops in her midst, so that they may become women. A sword against her treasures, that they may be plundered."
51, verse 37.
Yep. Oh, I'm in 50:37.
So 51, verse 37.
"And Babylon shall become a heap of ruins, a den of jackals, an object of horror and hissing without inhabitant."
Okay. So isn't this what Babylon is today?
No.
Why do you say that? Have you
Again,
seen videos of
does it say the city of Babylon? This is the
Yes.
same problem you had with
26.
Isaiah, is you keep wanting Babylon to be the city specifically. Now listen, if it
Okay.
says
Go back
city
to
here,
26.
I'm more than happy to say that this is the city of Babylon.
Let's go back to 26 then.
Because like if you actually just read, like if you go to Isaiah,
Verse
it's clearly in the text that Isaiah doesn't think that Babylon is a city. You go to
No,
Isaiah
read Jeremiah
48.
51, 26.
48, he says, "Flee from Babylon." In fact, let me find the let's see. There you go, verse 20. "Go out from Babylon, flee from Chaldea, declare this with a shout of joy, proclaim it, send it forth to the ends of the earth, and say that the Lord has redeemed his servant." So he's talking to the exiles in Babylon. Do you know where the exiles were in Babylon?
They're all over.
Yeah, they're
Babylon.
all over the kingdom. Yeah. So when Isaiah says Babylon, he's not referring to a specific city. He's referring to the kingdom of Babylon. If they were referring to the city of Babylon, Isaiah would have said so, but he didn't say so. They could have said ear, the word for city, in front of that word, in front of Babylon. They didn't do it.
So let's go back to Jeremiah 51, verse 26.
So Jeremiah makes 5 claims about the destruction of Babylon. It says that it will be violently destroyed. It wasn't. It says the Medes would be like the ones who are responsible for its destruction. They weren't. It says that the city will be permanently uninhabited, which it wasn't. It continued to be inhabited for many, many generations. And it says it will be suddenly. It uses the word suddenly. In Jeremiah 51 verse 8 to describe its destruction, which again, it wasn't suddenly destroyed. It took many generations before the inhabitants fizzled out of Babylon.
So when it was destroyed to ruins, well, that wasn't suddenly.
It wasn't. It remained. Babylon remained inhabited for many generations after the time of the Persians.
No, I mean being put to ruins.
Yeah, that didn't happen for many generations.
No, I mean.
And under the Persians, it wasn't destroyed.
So was you're saying it wasn't even violent? So how did it come to ruin?
No, it didn't come to ruin. Not
It is
not anywhere near the time period that this is speaking about. It came
Can you
to
send
ruin.
mail to Babylon
It
today?
came to ruin many hundreds and hundreds of years later.
So it did come to ruin.
Not suddenly, and
Wait,
not the
you
entire
said it-
empire. Only the city, only that specific city.
Jeremiah uses the Hebrew word pithom, which means suddenly, like all of a sudden, like it to describe the swiftness of the destruction of Babylon didn't happen.
So how did it happen? How was Babylon destroyed?
Slowly over many generations, even until the medieval times, people were still living there. And again, the Persians, it was a quite peaceful takeover.
So
The
how
city
would they
was spared.
How would they know that the city is going to be destroyed? Then?
They wouldn't.
So why would they
So,
say?
so
Why would,
if you bother to read all of Isaiah and you bother to read Jeremiah, they say that all of the enemies of Israel are going to be utterly destroyed. They say the same thing about Egypt. They say the same thing about other kingdoms in the area, and they weren't destroyed. The reality is they predicted destruction for all of the enemies around Israel, and it's just an interesting coincidence that one of their enemies, the Babylonians, had one of their primary cities destroyed eventually, way after the prediction was going to happen. The reality is, if you throw enough spaghetti at the wall, eventually something's going to stick. You found the one thing that stuck, and you're really clinging on to it like it's important, when not only is it not important because it doesn't speak to what you want it to speak to, but it's going to utterly annihilate you once we actually show you all the passages that the Bible gets wrong.
So was Babylon destroyed? Yes or no?
The kingdom or the
Not by
city?
not by the Medes, not
Both.
suddenly and not violently.
For your sake, both. Where was it destroyed? Yes or no?
Well, the kingdom was never destroyed. The city eventually came to ruin. It wasn't destroyed.
So we have a Babylonian empire today, right?
No, people live in Babylon.
So how is it destroyed and not destroyed at the same time?
I didn't
It's
say
like
it was
he's ignoring-
destroyed. It's like he doesn't even listen to the words coming out of my mouth. The city of Babylon came to ruin. The kingdom of Babylon is still inhabited. People live there.
It might not be a kingdom anymore, but that area is inhabited.
So wait, you're saying the city is still inhabited, right?
No, I didn't say that at all. You're not listening. I
Gee
need you,
whiz.
whatever's in front of your face, stop looking at it and listen to my face. The city is not currently inhabited. The region of Babylon, the kingdom, is inhabited.
so the city is in ruins, right?
Yeah.
Sure, but you know what? But you know what didn't happen? The Medes did not suddenly and violently overtake the city of Babylon.
So at least this is true. Why would the Bible
No,
know
it's not true.
It's not true.
it's in ruins? You just said it's in ruins. Right?
No, Al-Kumati. Did the Medes violently and suddenly destroy the city of Babylon?
Where does it say the Medes will?
Yeah,
violently-
listen, you're actually incapable of engaging in the conversation about this. So we're just going to move to cooking you like a goose. Same book, Isaiah 17, an oracle concerning Damascus. See, Damascus will cease to be a city. That's a real city. It actually says city in the Hebrew text and will become a heap of ruins. Did that happen?
It hasn't happened.
Oh, so there's a failed prophecy.
No, it hasn't happened. How would you say?
That's an unfulfilled prophecy. Again, all these prophecies are supposed to be about the retribution that God is bringing on the people for
the
the
timeline
post-Babylonian captivity. Yeah.
Where does it say that?
Just read it. The whole context is about what's happening after the Assyrian and then after the Babylonian conquest. So in 14, this is a lament that's going to be taken up after the downfall of Babylon, meaning after Cyrus, which means this whole chapter are events that are going to take place that are going to be spoken to the king after Cyrus kicks his ass.
So I'm still waiting for the part where it says when Damascus will be destroyed.
In the battle after the captivity, when God vindicates his people. It's like you've never read Isaiah before.
That's in 16, right?
No, 17. So all these visions of destruction will never come true. These were all supposed to happen before God vindicated Israel, which is in 2nd Isaiah. The destruction of Damascus. This would be the dumbest oracle ever to give to the Hebrews as they're leaving captivity. if it was for thousands of years later. An oracle concerning Damascus, it will cease to be a city, so on and so forth. Her fortresses will disappear from Ephraim. Well, Ephraim doesn't exist anymore, and the kingdom from Damascus will be a remnant of Aram, like the glory of the people of Israel, says the Lord. On that day, the glory of Jacob will be brought low, and the fat and the flesh will grow lean, blah, 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 blah. All the prophecies in Isaiah are contemporary to the time period.
No, this hasn't happened. This is not.
I know, it'll
Correct.
never
It
happen.
hasn't happened.
It'll
Yeah,
never
it's not
happen.
gonna-
Al
It will never
Kamuti,
happen.
let's see if he knows this bit of history. Al Kamuti, who destroyed the city of Tyre?
Alexander the Great.
Right, and not Nebuchadnezzar, right?
No,
Looks like we're in Ezekiel now.
but he didn't destroy it.
All right, let's see what the prophet prophesied.
Now, was it 26 or 28? Maybe 27.
It's 26.
Yeah. There we go.
For thus says the Lord God, behold, I will bring upon Tyre from the north Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, king of kings, with horses and chariots, and with horsemen and a host of many soldiers. He will slay with the sword your daughters of the mainland. He will set up a siege wall against you, and throw up a mound against you, and raise a roof of shields against you. It goes on to describe how Tyre would be destroyed, and it would never be inhabited again.
Yes.
As you've already pointed out, Nebuchadnezzar is not the one who destroyed Tyre. It was Alexander the Great. And
destroyed the land city of Tyre, and the inhabitants moved over to the seaside city of Tyre. So
They
that
were-
part at least
They
was
already
fulfilled.
they already lived on the seaside when Nebuchadnezzar invaded.
No, look it up.
There was already two cities. Yes, there was a land city and an island city.
So you agree there were two cities?
Yeah, and they didn't both get destroyed.
No, Nebuchadnezzar destroyed.
Nebuchadnezzar could only take the one on land. He couldn't take the one on sea.
So he at least destroyed part of the city, right?
Yeah, part of it,
Yeah,
which means the
but-
prophecy
but the
didn't get
city-
fulfilled.
But the city
Man.
doesn't exist today. Though, right?
look at these scraps he really has
They
to
do.
like try to...
So I will bring against them, against Tyre from the north, the King Nebuchadnezzar of Babylon, King of Kings. It was funny, I thought Jesus was the King of Kings. Apparently it's Nebuchadnezzar, together with horses, chariots, cavalry, and a great powerful army. And he talks about the destruction that's going to go against Tyre, but Tyre wasn't destroyed.
Which verse is this one?
This is Ezekiel 26. It says, Tyre shall not the coastlands shake like the sound of your fall, when the wounded groan, when slaughter goes on within you? All the princes of the sea shall step down from their thrones, and they shall remove their robes and strip off their embroidered garments. They shall clothe themselves in trembling, so on and so forth. That didn't happen. How you have
Sit.
vanished from the seas. That didn't happen.
It's not a sea city anymore. It's connected to the land now, right?
I actually don't know what the current form is. The reality is, though, that Nebuchadnezzar had nothing to do with it.
Nebuchadnezzar destroyed the landside city or the side of the city, right? Is that true?
He defeated the coastal city, but he didn't destroy it. No.
He destroyed the coastal city.
And has this- and ha-
he defeated them. He didn't destroy them.
Has this region been rebuilt and lived in nowadays?
Wait. Did the coastal city get destroyed? Yes or no?
No, it did not. I said it for the third time.
This is how you're gonna get cooked. The coastal city got destroyed by Nebuchadnezzar, and then
No,
Alexander the
No, it didn't.
It was defeated by Nebuchadnezzar. He didn't raise the entire city. And again, you haven't helped yourself, because that's only part of Tyre. Thus saith the Lord God, when I make you a city laid waste, like cities that are not inhabited, when I bring up the deep over you and the great waters cover you, then I will thrust you down with those who descend into the pit. This simply didn't happen. It says in the same verse, it says, so that you will not be inhabited or have place in the land of the living. I will bring you to a dreadful end. You shall be no more. Though sought for, you will never be found again, says the Lord God. So the city of Tyre should never exist today if this prophecy came true.
So you said he didn't destroy Tyre, right? The
He did.
mainland city of Tyre. He didn't destroy it.
Again, people still lived in Tyre after the conquest of Nebuchadnezzar.
We're asking if he destroyed it or not. Did he destroy it?
Was the city in ruins? No.
Where are you getting that from?
He conquered it. He didn't destroy the city. People still inhabited the mainland and the seaside. And again, I know you're terrified to actually track the conversation. The reality is, no matter what he did to mainland Tyre, he didn't actually conquer all of Tyre. It says that Tyre is going to be utterly annihilated, and is no longer going to exist and never be inhabited again. So cry all you want about how you want to interpret the word destroy. The prophecy didn't come true.
So what you don't want to concede is that the mainland city of Tyre was destroyed.
No, it wasn't.
Gee whiz.
So again, you're unable to be honest with what we're reading right now. It says that all of Tyre is going to be destroyed and never inhabited again. It says you will never be found again.
Where does it say all?
Verse 21.
I don't see the word all here. Where does it say
Clearly, if Tyre is to be no longer found or inhabited ever again, that includes all people.
No, you said all of Tyre, though.
Yeah, that's entailed by the passage. You shall never be found again, says the Lord. If there are people living in Tyre, that means they weren't completely destroyed, and they are found. In order for a city to no longer exist or ever be found again, it would mean that the entire city is no longer populated.
No, it doesn't mean that the whole city will not.
Justin, have you considered that words don't mean words?
They never do. Words never mean words when you're talking to Christians. They simply can't. So when a city is not inhabited, that means people aren't inhabiting it. That's why it says it will not be inhabited, and that it will never be found again. Yet it continues to be inhabited, and we know exactly where it's at.
So when it comes to Babylon, it will be...
we're not talking about Babylon. We're talking about Tyre. Try to track. Like, I know you're desperate to talk about anything other than the failure looking at you right in the face, but we're not going to let you pivot. Was Tyre utterly destroyed?
Tyre was utterly destroyed by Alexander the Great.
And you'd be wrong. No. We're talking about Nebuchadnezzar.
Yeah, Nebuchadnezzar utterly destroyed the coastal city of
Well,
Tyre.
I didn't say the coastal city. Try again. Did all of Tyre get destroyed by Nebuchadnezzar? Yes or no?
So where does it make a distinction?
Did all of Tyre get destroyed by Nebuchadnezzar? Yes or no?
All of coastal Tyre.
That's not my question. We'll try this again. Did all of Tyre get destroyed by Nebuchadnezzar?
Not all of Tyre, but it doesn't say
and
all.
Did people still inhabit Tyre?
Yes, they inhabit it.
Okay, and do they inhabit it today?
Sorry, what?
Do they still inhabit it today?
Yeah, they inhabit it. It's a city today, but it's not.
Okay, that means there are 3 points of this prophecy, and all of them fail. Tyre wasn't utterly destroyed. People continued to inhabit it, and it can be found. We know exactly where it is. It didn't go anywhere, which means this prophecy that Nebuchadnezzar is going to do all these things fails. And you know why you're wrong? Because if you just flip to chapter 29, there's an excuse for why this didn't come true. And all you had to do was read your Bible to find it. But you haven't read this thing.
What excuse?
Do you want to read chapter 29? It's either 29 or 28. I'm pretty sure it's 29, though.
First what?
Yeah, it should be at the end of 29 against the Oracle of Egypt. Let's see. Blah, 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 blah. It could be 28. Give me a second to double check.
So how did Ezekiel know that Nebuchadnezzar was going to attack?
He didn't. How? Because first of all, this was written after the attack. By the way, we have no evidence that this was written prior to the attack. That being said, if you're living in Palestine at this time period when the Babylonians are attacking all of the cities around you. It doesn't take a genius to say, hey, he's going to fuck up Tyre. Okay, so the prophecy of Tyre continues in chapter 28, and the excuse why it didn't actually get captured is at the end of it, if I remember correctly. Let me see.
If he wrote it after, why didn't he include that?
Yeah.
He did. I'm showing it to you right now. Hold on. It should be in the proclamation against Egypt.
Ezekiel actually died before this.
No, it had to have been chapter 29. Hold on. And this is the funny part where he says that he's going to make the land of Egypt uninhabited. I will scatter the Egyptians among the nations. Yeah, that didn't happen. All right, but give me a second. There's a spot in here where he talks about giving Egypt in place of Tyre. There we go. I had it right the first time. It's chapter 29. In the 27th year, in the first month, on the first day of the month, the word of the Lord came to me. Mortal, King Nebuchadnezzar of Babylon made his army labor against Tyre. Every head was made bald, and every shoulder was rubbed bare. Yet neither he nor his army got anything from Tyre to pay for the labor that he expended against it. Therefore, thus saith the Lord God, I will give the land of Egypt to King Nebuchadnezzar of Babylon, and he shall carry off its wealth and despoil it and plunder it, and shall be the wages for his army. I have given him the land of Egypt as payment for which he labored, because they worked for me, says the Lord God. So the reality is he didn't actually fully conquer Tyre. That's why he didn't get any of their valuables. And trust me, they had valuables.
He partly conquered it, is what you're saying?
Yes, he only partially defeated the city region of Tyre. He failed in the overall mission to wipe them off the map and make them uninhabited again.
Yeah, this is the way they use language back then.
I know how they use language back then. You clearly don't.
Yeah, it's almost like when you're saying that so and so team massacred the other team, it doesn't mean that they killed them.
Oh, okay. So now words definitely don't
God.
mean words. Okay, so you started by saying that it was fulfilled because they were destroyed, but now destroyed doesn't even have any meaning. Destroyed could just mean that like it was they were defeated, but it says that the city will no longer be inhabited and it won't even be found again. So now you're saying that those words don't mean words.
Where does it say that Tyre will not be found again?
We just, it's like he's not even in the same.
Gee whiz, it was at the
us.
end of the chapter, dude.
Oh my gosh, this guy unable to follow the conversation. All right, we'll read it for you for like, I don't know, the 15th time. All right, blah, 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 blah. There we go. With those who go down to the pit, so that you will not be inhabited or have a place in the land of the living, it will bring you to a dreadful end and shall be no more. Those sought for, you will never be found again. Tyre never went anywhere.
So when it was destroyed, was it? Could you find it?
Yes.
Could you see what it looked like?
They rebuilt it.
Yes, they rebuilt it. After that, that's when
so
you could
clearly,
find it.
yes, it was found. It never went anywhere.
So it was once destroyed, right?
This says it will. No, it wasn't. Says you will never be found again. What time period does never contain? How long?
So in its current state,
what time period does never contain?
You'll never see a city like Tyre in
what time period does never contain?
Like ever.
Like ever. Okay, so it says you will never be found again. That means Tyre should never be found again. Yet it never went anywhere. It never ceased to exist once.
Well, it was destroyed.
No, it wasn't.
It was destroyed and rebuilt, right?
No, it wasn't.
It wasn't destroyed?
No, it never went anywhere.
So Alexander the Great didn't destroy the city?
Alexander the Great's not Nebuchadnezzar. This prophecy is about Nebuchadnezzar. Try to track.
So was the city ever destroyed? Yes or no?
No.
You just said Alexander the Great destroyed the city. Did you
I
not?
never said that once. Dalton brought up the conquering of Alexander the Great. And again, Alexander the Great didn't wipe them off the map and cause them to never be found again. So this isn't going to help you. And number two, this is about Nebuchadnezzar.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
It's
Could
like
you go to verse?
you're not even listening to the past. Did it say Nebuchadnezzar's doing this? Yes or no?
Could you go to verse 7?
Did it say Nebuchadnezzar's doing this? Yes or no?
Nebuchadnezzar attacked the city, did he not?
Did it say that Nebuchadnezzar's doing this? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, then you're wrong. We'll just show you where it clearly
Verse
says
7.
Nebuchadnezzar.
Can you go to verse 7?
Verse 7, thus saith the Lord God, I will bring against Tyre from the north King Nebuchadnezzar. Does it say King Alexander or does it say King Nebuchadnezzar?
Let me see here. Verse 7. I will bring upon Tyrus Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, a king of kings.
Whose king is named there? Is it Alexander or Nebuchadnezzar?
Did Nebuchadnezzar attack the city?
Whose king is listed, Nebuchadnezzar or Alexander?
It's Nebuchadnezzar.
Okay, does it say that Nebuchadnezzar is going to destroy the city of Tyre, or does it say Alexander is going to do it?
It says Nebuchadnezzar.
Okay, so if Nebuchadnezzar didn't destroy Tyre, that means the prophecy failed.
Nebuchadnezzar destroyed the coastal.
He
city
didn't
of-
destroy all of the city.
He destroyed the coastal city
It
of
doesn't
Tyre.
matter.
Where in this prophecy does it say that he would only destroy part of the city?
Where does it say he would destroy all of it?
He said he
It
would
says-
lay it bare.
It says it will not be found. The city of Tyre will never be found again. That's a flat lie.
If I went up to the city of Tyre after Nebuchadnezzar's partial conquest, would I be able to find Tyre?
If you did what, sorry?
If I went to the city of Tyre after Nebuchadnezzar's partial conquest, would I be able to find Tyre?
Not the coastal city of Tyre.
I didn't ask about the coastal city. I just said, let me ask the question again.
guy cannot
Would
be
I
honest.
find the city of Tyre?
He's like, how can I possibly lie? This is too direct of a question. Also, by the way, Jeremiah gives you the context for when Babylon has to be destroyed. So when you're done lying about this, I'm going to cook you on that. The funny thing is, like, if you were a truth teller, you could just answer his question directly. You're only pausing because you're trying to find a lie.
I'm just reading the verse, right? Just be patient a little bit.
It's an easy question. Tyre has never been able to not be found.
But when it was destroyed, did it not cease to be Tyre?
No, it was still there. It was
So it was-
findable. People lived there. It's like
Is-
if you
is it-
destroy
is it-
if you destroyed half of Cleveland, is Cleveland still found? Actually, it's a trick question. Cleveland's already a shithole. But if you destroy East Cleveland, is Cleveland still on the map?
East Cleveland is still on the map.
Okay, so Cleveland can still be found even if you destroy half of it, right? Yeah. The answer is yes, by the way.
Yeah, I'll be researching on this one. You can move on to the
You
next.
need to no, you're going to be honest. If I cut
Yeah,
off if I cut you in half from the waist down, can I still find your top half?
No, I'll cease to be a person by then, right?
I didn't ask that question. Can I still find your top half?
If you cut my top half, would you still find my top half?
I said, if I cut your bottom half off, can I still locate your top half?
Yeah, you can.
Is it still you?
Yes, still me.
Okay, so if you destroy half a city, the city has not ceased to be found. The city is still right fucking there. And Jeremiah tells you the context of the Babylonians being destroyed. After 70 years are completed, I will punish the king of Babylon, that nation. Interesting how it's a nation, not a city. The land of the Chaldeans for the iniquity, says the Lord, making the land an everlasting waste. The same prophecy making the kingdom of Babylon an everlasting waste directly after the Babylonian exile. 70 years, 539, should have been the destruction of Babylon, yet it wasn't.
So does it say immediately after the 70 years?
Yes, then after 70 years are completed, I will punish the king of Babylon. So it's saying after 5 months, I will hang my Christmas lights. We know what that means.
So if I say 10 years after you guys leave Babylon, I will make this. Does it make it incorrect?
Yeah, it makes it incorrect in that the time period of the destruction of Babylon is in fact after 70 years.
So you mean
so after 70 years, God will destroy Babylon. He didn't say after 2,000 years. He said after 70 years.
No, it says after the 70 years are complete.
Yes. Yes. After the 70 years are completed, I will punish the king of Babylon.
So
that means in 70 years, he's punishing the king of Babylon. That's what that means.
No, it means after at least 70 years.
He didn't say at least. Nope. Didn't say after. Didn't say that. You have to keep adding to the text. I won't let you do it.
So open the text. It says after the 70 years are done, right?
I agree, yes. After 70 years are completed, I will just punish the king of Babylon. That means in 70 years, I'm going to do it.
Yes, because the Israelites were going to stay in Babylon for 80 years, right?
No, 70 years.
They stayed there for 80.
They did not. They stayed less than 70. They were there from 605 to 539. That's 66 years.
So is 80 years after 70 years?
It wasn't 80. There's no 80 here.
No, I'm asking, is 80 years after 70 years?
80 years would be after 70, but that's irrelevant. It didn't get destroyed even 80 years after.
If you say after 70 years, it can be 80 years, right? It can be on the 80th year.
No, again, I'm not saying that.
Yes, you're not saying that, but
no, that's what you're saying. I'm saying that it should have been destroyed 70 years after the exile.
Okay, after the 70 years are completed, meaning this is a timeline, right? After this timeline,
yeah, it starts in 605. What's 70 minus 60 or 605 minus 70?
605 minus 70, 65. 535.
535. So around 535, it should have been destroyed. It wasn't. It should have been the nation should have ceased to exist.
So what I'm saying is that in math we say at least.
No, it doesn't say at least. It doesn't say at least. It doesn't say at least. It doesn't say at least.
But it will happen after the 70 years. So
it doesn't matter. It doesn't say sometime after the 70 years.
So 70 years.
It says after 70 years it will happen. That means just after the 70-year mark it should have happened. Like we're not stupid. We see the dumb game you're trying to play here, and it's not going to work. Words actually have meaning in our world, not yours.
This guy hates his Bible.
If I said I'm going to eat food after dinner, it doesn't mean that I'm going to have a snack 10 days later. It means sometime after dinner, I'm going to have a fucking snack.
So
today.
What year did Cyrus defeat Babylon?
539.
Okay, so that is 4 years ahead. 4 years before the 70 years, right?
Yeah, I told you, it's 66 years. It's like you don't even listen. You're on a different planet right now. Listen, I don't know what's distracting you from this conversation, but it's really annoying. Pay the fuck attention to the words coming out of our mouths so we don't have to say it 5 times.
Okay, let's see here. 7 years. 50.
And by the way, it doesn't say after.
What does it say?
It says when 70 years are completed.
Okay, I guess we can round it off then. Okay, when
So it should say, when 70 years are up, I will destroy Babylon.
okay. Just a moment.
God, imagine how exhausting it must be to twist and turn this much just to make something somewhat work.
Yeah, it's literally crazy, like how many pretzels you have to bend yourself into and how many lies you have to tell to make this text not look like a failure. So again,
Funny,
the destruction of Babylon was supposed to be after the captivity, just 70 years period.
So how would you know that it's going to happen?
It's not going to happen. It didn't happen. That's why I'm saying it's a failure.
So they didn't get out of captivity after the 70 years.
No, that's why Daniel is written. Only some of them went back. Daniel is writing in the 2nd century trying to figure out what the fuck went wrong. Why didn't God's promises come true? He said after 70 years we would be restored. And he figures out, oh, well, God actually changed his mind because we didn't repent hard enough. That's a whole nother topic. That's a whole nother topic. The reality is, in Jeremiah 25, he says, when 70 years are completed, I will punish the king of Babylon and that nation, the nation of Babylon, the land of the Chaldeans, for their iniquity. And he says that they're going to be an everlasting waste. Did that nation become an everlasting waste 70 years after the 605 invasion by Nebuchadnezzar?
He doesn't say when they're going to be.
He does, yes.
He said he's going to punish them.
The Kaf prefix on Melot in the Hebrew text means when. When 70 years are completed, I will punish the king of Babylon.
I will punish the king. So was the king of Babylon punished?
We're not asking if the king got punished. We're asking if the city and the nation was turned into a waste. Making the land, not the city, making the land of the nation a waste. Did that happen?
I'll help you, Al Kamudi. The answer is
The land of the
no,
city?
it didn't happen.
Yeah, that is
The land.
that is the case. Yeah.
Wait, did you say the land of the city?
No. The land of the nation.
Where does it say the nation?
It's highlighted on the screen in front of you.
The nation.
I will punish the king of Babylon and that nation.
Mm-hmm.
The nation that the king rules. That's the Babylonian Empire, not a city. It says the land of the Chaldeans will become an everlasting waste. It did not become an everlasting waste. I'm interested to see how many lies he can tell in one session. It's going to get way worse. But by the way, the Babylonian prophecy is literally the tip of the iceberg. The one that's coming up next is going to be way worse for you.
Wait a minute. So who was the king of Babylon at the 70th year?
No one gives a fuck. Also, it would have been probably the regent Belshazzar. The last king was actually Nabonidus, but he was kind of out to lunch for 7 to 10 years, and Belshazzar was co-regent for that time period, and that was basically the end of the empire. But again, no one gives a shit. This prophecy says that the land of the Chaldeans, the nation, will be made an everlasting waste. Did it happen? It's a yes or a no.
For the city, yes.
Did it
It doesn't.
happen? Did the land become an everlasting waste? The nation, did the nation become an everlasting waste? Yes or no?
The nation doesn't exist today.
Again, the land is the land of Babylon, the nation where the land was or is that an everlasting waste?
No, mostly it is, but
Okay,
not.
yeah, no, of course not. And it was supposed to be 70 years after. Now, again, it doesn't matter if you think the city of Babylon was destroyed or any of that nonsense, because it was supposed to happen within 70 years. And Babylon, the city, or even the region, wasn't destroyed 70 years after the start of the captivity. It's just a failure on Jeremiah's part. But since we're here
Wait,
in Jeremiah, I'll turn your attention to the prophecy of Jeremiah after the Babylonian exile. He says, "Thus saith the Lord." You might actually find this passage familiar. "Thus saith the Lord, a voice is heard in Ramah, lamentation and bitter weeping. Rachel is weeping for her children. She refuses to be comforted for her children because they are no more. Thus saith the Lord, keep your voice from weeping and your eyes from tears, for there's a reward for your work, says the Lord. They shall come back from the land of the enemy. There is hope for your future, says the Lord. Your children shall come back to their own country." Now, based on what we already know about Jeremiah and the time period he was writing in, what do you think this passage is about?
So he's probably writing about the 10 lost tribes of Israel.
Try again.
Can you go back up to when Rachel is weeping? Okay. Refuses to be comforted for her children because they are no more. That's the Lord keeping your voice from weeping and your eyes from tears, for there is a reward for your works, is the Lord. They shall come back to the land of the enemy.
Come back from the land of the enemy. Okay. So this is again about the Babylonian conquest, about they'll be gone for 70 years and then they'll come back, right? Okay. Is there anything else happening here we should know about?
Yeah, the other tribes of Israel got scattered in
That's
There's
the
some
Assyrian.
people-
That's the Assyrian conquest. Jeremiah doesn't speak of that. We're talking about the Babylonian conquest.
some people didn't come back, right?
That's not what I'm getting at. I don't know why you keep trying to get ahead of the conversation. Just answer the question.
No, but
Is there
what I'm saying
is there anything in this passage being spoken about other than the return of the exiles?
Yes, some of the
Like what?
exiles didn't return. Some of the exiles.
I'm not debating that. I that's not even on the table. I don't care. I'm asking you, what does the passage say?
Saying he's weeping because they are no more, meaning that they have mixed with the local tribes.
No, they've been carried off. They've been carried off to the land of the enemy. And then what does it say? They're going to do what?
Isn't this after the exile?
Jeremiah is writing in the middle of the exile. Before it and in the middle of it. He's writing prior to 605 and during the exile. He wrote partially from Egypt during the exile. This is an easy passage. I need you to put your thinking cap on for 5 seconds and read the passage. He's already told you 2 chapters prior that they're going to be taken captive in Babylon for 70 years and then they're going to come back. Now we're in chapter 31 and he says the same thing, doesn't he? He said, don't cry, they're going to come back from the land of the enemy. What else could this be about?
Like I said, some of them didn't come back.
I don't care. We're not asking that question. I didn't ask if this came true. I'm not asking if this came true. I'm asking, what is this about?
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you, that it's about the people that didn't come back and they got integrated.
Not.
So what is it about?
Because it literally says they will come back. So it can't be about the ones that don't come back. Try again.
So when would they come back if they don't come back initially with
after 70 years? Chapter 25 and 29 both say it. Both chapter 25 and 29 say that they're going to come back after 70 years.
Okay, so what are you saying about it exactly then? I'm lost now.
You're definitely lost. This is an
Yeah.
easy passage. I cannot believe that this is escaping you. It's a passage comforting the mothers about their children being carried away into captivity because they're going to come back from the land of the enemy eventually, after 70 years to be precise.
Mm-hmm.
And you're being obtuse right now because you're trying to get ahead of the argument. You have no idea where this argument is going. I can promise you that. You're not going to get ahead of it. So all I need to know from you is, based on what we already know from Jeremiah, what is this passage about? You already said it, and then you tried to go back on it. Just try again.
All right. According to what you're saying, it's referring to after that they will return to the land of Israel after the captivity, right?
Obviously. Yeah, that's the whole chapter is called The Joyful Return of the Exiles, and is from the Babylonian exile. That's the primary context of Jeremiah. Jeremiah didn't say anything about the Assyrian conquest. That was 200 years prior. Okay, now the reason why I bring that up is because Matthew has an entirely different idea of what this passage is about, because he's a liar. When the children were killed in Bethlehem by Herod, it says a voice was heard in Ramah, wailing, and in fact, we'll bring verse 17 into this too. It says, then what had been spoken through the prophet Jeremiah was fulfilled. A voice was heard in Ramah, wailing in loud lamentation, Rachel weeping for her children. She refused to be consoled because they are no more. But you just told me that Jeremiah chapter 31, 15 through 16 is about the children coming back from captivity. And now here Matthew is saying it's actually about children being murdered in Bethlehem. So which is it?
I think that there are parallels to this story.
Yeah, which is it?
There are parallels. It means
I didn't
both.
ask if there are parallels. I'm asking, what did Jeremiah speak about? Did Jeremiah speak about the children being murdered in Bethlehem?
No, he didn't speak about
He
that.
didn't. That means
That's not what
that means Matthew's being untruthful.
Well, the word of God is breathed to by the Spirit of God, right?
This is not the word of God. You have yet to demonstrate that at all.
I just showed you that what you call this city is Babylon is not inhabited today.
You didn't show me that.
So
again, you're refusing. We've already talked about this for like 45 minutes, and we showed you other passages that declare that Babylon, the entire nation, should have been destroyed after 70 years of captivity. So running back to your initial claim was never going to save you here. So I don't care what you think about Isaiah 13. The fact of the matter is Jeremiah 31 doesn't say shit about babies in Bethlehem. Doesn't say anything about babies being murdered during the time of Jesus, does he?
So do you think that when David was writing,
nope, that doesn't answer my question. That doesn't answer my question. I'm not going to let you pivot. That doesn't answer my question. You're not pivoting. You're not pivoting, and no one can hear you right now. I'm 10 times louder than you. So again, I'm not going to let you pivot.
Yeah,
does Jeremiah, the passage we just read, say anything about babies being killed in and around Bethlehem during the time of the Messiah?
No, he's not talking about that. But
okay,
it can
then
be used
why would I believe that we should interpret it as the babies being murdered in and around Bethlehem? Why would I do that?
Exactly as I'm explaining that, as David wrote in Psalms 23 about the crucifixion.
David didn't write the Psalms.
That's Psalm 22, and you're wrong.
Okay, Psalm 22 was written about the crucifixion.
No, it wasn't.
No.
Yes, it was.
No, it wasn't.
No, it was written about the sufferings of King David.
So how did they pierce his hands and feet?
They didn't. The word pierce doesn't even show up in the text. This guy's got one bad talking point about another. It's not there.
I'll come
What's
with
the
you.
Hebrew word for pierce?
Yeah.
Let's go through it.
What's the Hebrew word for pierced?
I don't know the Hebrew word for pierced. I'm not a Hebrew.
It's the kar, and did you know that it doesn't show up in Psalm 22?
No, I like I said, I'm not a Hebrew, right?
Neither are we, but we...
The word pierce does not appear in Psalm 22. In fact, You don't even need to be a Hebrew scholar. You could just get like an actual Bible that looks at the translation notes, like the Net Bible. The Net Bible has got a whole section written on it for people who don't speak Hebrew.
Okay. Let me go through it.
And to be sure, even if the word pierce did show up, piercing isn't crucifixion, but it doesn't show up. So the word that is in the Masoretic text, probably the correct word is ka'ari. The word that is in the Dead Sea Scrolls, the oldest ones that we have, is ka'aru. Well, ka'aru is not actually a Hebrew word. It's a misspelling or it's a mistake. It's a mistake on trying to write ka'ari. They elongated the last letter, and then they misspelled the second word, yadi. They misspelled that. That's supposed to be the plural form of yad, yadi, but they added a hey at the end of it for no apparent reason. So this looks like a text that is corrupted. It's been misspelled, probably through a bad copyist over the years, just making mistakes. So they can't actually read the text. They can just copy the text, which was common. People could copy a text even though they couldn't read it. The reality is the Masoretic text is probably the one that preserves the best reading. And ka'ari in Hebrew means like a lion. That's why most Hebrew editions of this particular passage will say like a lion rather than saying anything remotely close to pierce.
Which makes much more sense because we have verses before and after this verse where David describes his enemies attacking him like lions.
Yeah.
All right.
And it also, prophecies aren't couched in the first person. Prophecies are for the future. I will, it will, they will, future.
So you
Yeah.
make. How are you making up prophecy if?
That's how prophecies work.
Yeah, the Psalms are not prophecies. They're just poems about King David generally, or about Solomon, or about Moses. It literally says at the beginning of Psalm 22 that this is Mimzor la David, a psalm for David.
Okay, just a moment. I'm just looking at the Hebrew word here.
I don't know why you can't read Hebrew.
Can you?
Yeah.
Both of us.
Take note of the superscription right before it begins with the words Eli Eli lama asbatani. It says Mizmor la David. Mizmor is the word for a psalm. And then you have the word la David, which means for David or about David.
So what he's attempting to do here, what the guest thinks he's going to do here, which won't be working, is he thinks he can use Psalm 22 to force us to interpret Matthew 2:18 in his particular method, but they're not remotely related. No matter what it says in Psalm 22, Matthew will never be correct in that the murder of the children in and around Bethlehem have anything to do with Jeremiah's prophecy being fulfilled, because the prophecy wasn't about that. It was about the exiles returning.
All right. So you said this word is kahara, right?
Ka'ari.
Well, it's here.
Ka'ari comes from the word ari, which means lion, and the preposition kaf, which means like or as. The same exact word is used in Isaiah chapter 38, verse 13. And even in your Bible, the translators will correctly translate it there as or like a lion.
Well, this word, I'm seeing it in Genesis 26, verse 25, which means to dig, right?
No, that's a different word. That's kara. And that word doesn't appear in the text.
How do you know that?
Because I have the text. I put it on the screen for you. You want to see it again? So the reading of kara is a fictitious reading that assumes that this word on the screen is misspelled. Because this is not how you would this conjugation is not how you would spell kara. So this letter at the he can see my mouse, right? Yeah, this letter at the
Yeah.
end of the word here, this vav, this is conjugation. This is not actually part of the actual word. So kara would be kof he resh, but that's not what we have here. I'm sorry, kof resh he. The hey would assimilate; it would drop off when you add the ending on it. But there's no aleph in kara. So what your translator is doing is saying, look, there's a misspelled word here. We don't know what it is. Maybe it's kara. But the reality is the Masoretic text does a pretty good job of preserving what should have been here, which is ka'ri, like a lion. And the reason why the Masoretic text, I think, is superior for this particular problem is because one of the most common copyist errors in all of Hebrew manuscripts is when this letter right here, this vav, gets accidentally elongated. The letter next to it, the yod, this yod and this vav look very similar when you're being sloppy. And accidentally making this yod a little bit longer is a common problem. Now, if this was originally a yod, then it would read ka'ri, which just means like a lion, which I think is an agreement with the Masoretic text, and it's agreement with the Aramaic text. If you look at the Aramaic Targums, we also find ka'ri.
Everyone got it wrong before you.
So the reality is Psalm 22, not only is it not a prophecy about Jesus, it doesn't even say to pierce. There's no piercing in that passage at all. Just because David went through suffering and Jesus went through suffering as well, doesn't mean that it's a prophecy about Jesus. That's not how prophecies work.
So you mean Matthew was reading it wrong and you're reading it right?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. Matthew is lying to you because Jesus fulfilled exactly zero messianic prophecies. There's not a single messianic prophecy that Jesus fulfilled. All of the ones that are listed in the New Testament aren't even about Jesus, and half of them aren't even prophecies.
You're reading this after 2,000 years and you're telling me you are right and he's right.
No, I'm reading it after 2,000 years and actually understanding what's in the Hebrew Bible. Matthew didn't understand the Hebrew Bible at all. He couldn't even read Hebrew. He screws it up, and he reads from the Greek all the time. He almost never quotes from the Hebrew ever.
What date is the Masoretic text you're reading?
The Masoretic text the manuscripts were given to them around the turn of the 2nd century. They completed their work around the 7th century CE, but they inherited a body of manuscripts and then they added vowel pointers to them. And the text that they preserved says ka'ari.
So what Matthew is reading is before that.
Matthew isn't mentioning Psalm 22. I don't even know why you're confusing the two arguments now.
Yeah, Psalm 22 verse 16 never gets cited once in the entirety of the Gospel of Matthew.
Yeah, I have no idea why you're bringing up Matthew with Psalm 22 at this point. I think you're concussed.
I'm saying that this when he's referencing the scripture, right?
Yeah, voices heard in Ramah, wailing and loud lamentation. Yeah, the prophecy that you clearly knew was about the Babylonian exile when you didn't know that Matthew mentioned it. Now you know that Matthew mentioned it, and you're twisting yourself into a pretzel trying to figure out how Matthew isn't wrong when he just is wrong.
So if there were actually Jewish scholars in that day, why didn't they call him out for this one?
They did.
Why like who?
Yeah, a bunch of them. In fact, you can even read some of the early critics like Celsus that say that Jesus didn't fulfill any prophecies. It said that they are spurious translations or spurious quotations.
But again, Psalm 22 explicitly tells us that the psalm is for David.
How do you read 16, 22 verse 16 according to what you've just interpreted right now?
Like a lion at my hands and my feet.
Yeah.
How does a lion have your hand and your feet?
Like a
by
lion
mauling them
at my hands and my feet.
They held you like a lion.
He's being surrounded by a pack of... This guy can't stay on task. Okay, we'll go back to Psalm 22 since you can't focus. Psalm 22, in most translations of the actual Hebrew, is going to say, "For dogs are around me." Okay, he's personifying his enemy like they're dogs. "A company of evildoers encircle me, like a lion at my hands and my feet."
This makes no
This is not.
sense. How
It
how
does
do
make
dogs
sense.
and lions hold
How
your hand?
they're not holding anyone's hands.
It says they bound my hands and
I
my feet.
know, because this is a translation that's not relying on the Hebrew for this. They've got a whole explanation for the NRSV on how they came to the word bound, and trust me, it's better than pierced, even at that. That being said, the NRSV
Can,
is, I think, the only translation that say they bound my hands and my feet. And yes, there's a good reason. I don't think it's the best translation of it, to be fair. So we can do. Let's see what the Net Bible did with this. I think they did do like a lion. Yeah, the Net Bible has a whole section, a whole study note on this exact problem, and it says, "Yes, wild dogs surround me, a gang of evil men crowd around me like a lion. They pin my hands and my feet." Although the pin is spurious, it doesn't say that. They add that for context. I don't think you even need that. You could just say,
yeah,
"Like a
that
lion at my hands and my feet."
And like I've already pointed out, this Psalm 22 also mentions David's enemies being like lions around him before and after this verse. For example, when we read verse 13, David describes his enemies saying, "They open wide their mouths at me like a ravening and roaring lion." That's in the text. Or
yeah.
verse 21, "Save me from the mouth of the lion, my afflicted soul from the horns of the wild oxen." So the context has David being describing his enemies as lions. And so verse 16 just fits that same exact motif.
So my question is, this really doesn't make any sense to say that.
It does
How
make
do
sense.
lions don't attack your hand and your feet, even if
Yeah,
they do?
yes, they literally do. Like a lot. I don't know if
They
you know
do.
anything about lions, but when you get attacked by a lion,
They go for the neck.
what limbs are you using to fend them off? You think you're headbutting them?
No, they go for your neck.
No, I didn't ask what lions do. I said when lions attacking you, what limbs are you using to fend them off with?
You cover yourself
Well,
with your
you
hands and your feet, right?
you're
But
not
they don't
covering.
pin your hands and your
Buddy,
feet.
if you
They don't
cover
pin your
yourself
hands.
while a lion's attacking you, you're gonna die immediately. I asked you, what limbs do you use to fight them off?
Your hands and your feet.
There you go. Yeah, if you're being attacked by lions, I guarantee you that you're gonna be throwing some hands. You're throwing
Yeah,
your
but
hands and your
lions don't
feet at
pin your
it.
hands.
It
Lions don't
doesn't
pin
it
your
doesn't
hands.
say that lions are attacking his hands. It says like
They
lions at my hands and my feet. The word pin is not in the text. They added this because they think it adds to readability. It doesn't. This says
so you're
like a lion at my hands and my feet.
so this is also the classical point where the word doesn't mean the word, right?
These words aren't in the text.
Yeah, but you're adding your word to the text.
No.
Ka'ari gedai ve'reglai, like a lion, my hands and my feet.
Yes, and just so you know, states of being are often implied in Hebrew. Is, at, were, was. These are states of being that are often implied in the Hebrew text. You don't have to have a specific word added to the text for it.
You know, I'll just believe the one that I have here, and then you can believe that one. But mine is
I'll believe the original Hebrew over a
Yeah.
translation.
Yeah,
well that he,
I'll definitely trust the Hebrew, yeah.
that original Hebrew was
It,
finished in the seventh century A.D. Right? So
they had
Do you
manuscripts
have an
that
early?
they had manuscripts that predated the beginning of the Masoretic tradition in the 200s. And also, again, the older Hebrew text doesn't say pierce. It's corrupted. The word that's in the text isn't a Hebrew word. You'll never find it in a Hebrew lexicon anywhere. It doesn't exist. It's not real. Somebody fucked it up.
so
Oh, by the way, and as Justin has already pointed out, even the Aramaic Targum says Ka'aria, like a lion, which
And that
predates the
predates.
Masoretic text.
Yep.
yeah, but that really doesn't make any sense though.
It does make sense as long as you're not as dim-witted as you.
Yeah, this is a common motif within the Psalms. Psalms chapter 7 says, "Deliver me from all my pursuers and rescue me, or they will tear me apart like a lion." Psalm chapter 10, "He lurks in ambush like a lion in a thicket." The psalmist often describes David's enemies as lions that tear him apart.
So, which verse says the other verse that talks about a lion? I just want to compare
13 and 21.
Psalms, oh yeah.
13 to
Those are
what about in
verses 13 and 21. Those are the verses that surround verse 16, before and after it.
So verse 16 and 22.
I didn't say 16. 13 and
13.
21. I swear this guy's in a different fucking planet. I'll never understand why I have to say the same thing to you 10 times.
Oh, I guess it's the accent. Your accent
It's not the accent. Is it that you're suffering from cognitive dissonance?
I'm
And there's a
joking,
fix for it. The fix for cognitive dissonance, you need a prescription. That prescription is being fucking honest for 30 seconds.
Ooh,
Yeah,
how about this? How about this? Al, turn to Isaiah chapter 38, verse 13.
38:13.
Yeah. And what does it say in your translation, Al?
Okay. 38. Okay, I reckoned till morning that as a lion, so he will break all my bones. From day even to night, wilt thou make an end of me?
You want to know what the Hebrew is for as a lion or like a lion in that passage is?
Yeah.
It's the same exact word found in Psalm 22, verse 16. Shiviti ad boker ka'ari.
Let me
Ka'ari.
look at it from my lexicon.
Yeah, go ahead, do that.
Is your lexicon the Strong's Concordance?
Yeah, it is.
Fucking knew it. These people. That's not a Hebrew lexicon. That's a concordance of the King James Bible. Get a real lexicon.
38. Okay. This.
Note that the Hebrew, it's Kaf, Aleph, Resh, Yud. With underneath the Kaf, there's a kametz. Underneath the Aleph, there's a Sheva Patach. And underneath the Resh, there's a Kirik. The same letters, same nikudot as the word Ka'ari in Psalm 22. I rest my case, Your Honor.
You can't handle the truth.
So I got the lawyer chair.
So again,
See,
Al, Jesus fulfilled exactly 0 messianic prophecies. And we didn't even get to the messianic ones yet. There are actual messianic prophecies in the Hebrew Bible that Jesus not only didn't fulfill, will never fulfill, because it's a direct contradiction of what the New Testament says.
What about Genesis 1 verse Genesis 3 verse?
Genesis 3 is not a prophecy about Jesus whatsoever. So again,
Yes.
we're still on Psalm 22. Do you see the problem with Psalm 22 yet, that it's not even a prophecy?
No, I think there are parallels in the Bible.
I didn't ask you if it's a parallel. I asked you, is it a prophecy?
Do you know what a prophecy is, Al?
What about in Matthew 20?
Al, I asked you a question. What was it?
I'm responding to it, right?
No, you're not. You're asking me a question. What was my question?
You're asking how it refers to a prophecy.
I'm asking how is it a prophecy? What is a prophecy?
It's foretelling the future.
Yeah, you nailed it. Yeah. And how do you foretell the future? What type of tenses do you use in your grammar?
I don't think it has anything to do with grammar.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, you can't talk about the future by using past tense or present tense verbs.
Wait.
So we'll try this again. How do you make statements about the future? What tense verbs?
You can use the infinitive or the future.
No, infinitives aren't tensed. Try this again. What tense of verb do you use for the future?
You can use the infinitive or the future.
Infinitives don't have tenses. Try again. Which verbs do you use to refer to the future?
Well, since you're saying that no infinitives, are you going to give me examples of prophecies?
Infinitives are just accusatives. If you're referring to like Greek and English grammar, infinitive is just like to walk, to go, to lift. It's just the accusative part of the sentence. So again, what tense do we use to speak of future events? I know you can do it.
Well, I think that they're
Again, what
they're
tense? I'll never let you evade the question. You've been here long enough to know I won't let you evade the question. What tense?
yes, I'm
It's
answering
a it's a one word answer. What tense do we use to refer to future?
in English we use the future tense.
Oh,
But
fuck,
in
there we
Hebrew,
go. The future tense. Okay. And did you know it's also called the imperfect
Hebrew.
tense. Don't tell me about Hebrew. You don't know Hebrew. So I'll tell you, Hebrew has the imperfect tense as well. And you'll never guess which tense is used to refer to future events.
Yeah, I'll never. You're right.
Which tense
Jesus.
in Hebrew do you think they use to refer to the future?
They can even use the past to
No, they
refer
don't.
to.
Nope, never happened. Never happened. So again, what tense in Hebrew do they use to refer to the future?
They can use even the past, like I'm saying.
No,
That's
they
why-
do
Oh.
not. Do not tell me that. You're a liar and you don't know Hebrew. So we'll try this again. What tense in Hebrew do they use to refer to future events?
Do you believe in prophecy?
I do.
Even if I
and
believe,
there's no such thing
even
as
if
a
I-
prophetic perfect. There's no such thing as a prophetic perfect. There's not one in the entire Hebrew Bible. So I'll ask you again. What tense in the language of Hebrew is used to refer to future events?
Like I said,
It's the
I will give
imperfect. The answer is the imperfect tense. The imperfect tense is refer to future events because they're not perfect. They're not things that have come to pass yet. Typically, participles are used to refer to present tense, and then the perfect tense is for things that have already occurred in the past. It's a little bit unlike Greek, where you have like in between tenses like aorist that are things that are still ongoing even though they started in the past. So that's how they talk about future, past, and present in Hebrew. There is no such thing as a prophetic perfect. That is a cope that Christians came up with. It doesn't exist.
so when Zechariah mentions that they'll look at him that
he
they
can't-
pierced,
yeah, they shall look
They
upon
shall.
him. Future tense.
look upon him which they pierced.
Shall.
Shall.
That is future tense. Let me look for another one that.
Jesus
So
Christ.
in Psalms 22, the same verse, the same chapter, sorry, that
They're
says
not.
that they.
They're not even in the past tense in Psalm 22. They're all present. They're present tense. So even
Yeah.
the supposed this mythical Hebrew prophetic perfect doesn't exist in Psalm 22.
So how, which comments did they split? Which comments of David did they split?
Which what?
In Psalms 22 verse 18, which
You're still
which
on Psalm
comments,
22? This guy's never
which
gonna
comments
learn.
which comments did they split off David?
I can't hear what you're saying. You're saying commas.
Well, which
commas? What
which
about commas?
garments? Which garments did they split off David? That's common. If you get captured in war,
Yeah.
you get your garments rendered from you, which is why if you read about the captives of the Babylonian exile, it often describes them as being naked and destitute. because that's what happens when you get captured in war.
So when was
Yeah,
David
it
captured?
actually it happened in the Bible too. In 1 Samuel 31:8, it says after the war, the Philistines came to strip the clothing or the garments and the armor of the slain, depending on how you read it. And we find the same thing in Josephus. Josephus says in Antiquities, Book 3, that after the Amalekite War, they went out and they stripped the armor of the soldiers. When you fall in battle or you're captured, they take your good stuff. That's what happens.
So when did they take David's good stuff?
At some point when he was at war. I don't know if you remember the story of David. He spent almost his entire life at war. At some point, he must have been captured.
He wasn't captured a single battle. He didn't lose a battle.
Not according to David.
Says who?
David clearly
When
is telling you. David's clearly telling you that he's been surrounded by his enemies. That's what David said. Like, listen,
Yeah, but
the
he
argument you're trying to make is because the book of Samuel didn't specifically tell the story of whatever David's saying in Psalm 22 that it didn't happen, but that's stupid. There's a lot of stuff that happened to David that's not recorded in the book of Samuel. The guy was alive for a long time. Every event that ever happened in his life wasn't recorded in the book of 2 Samuel. So this is not a helpful argument. Just saying if it's not recorded twice, it never happened. Well, it's recorded once. David said it happened.
And again, you want to make the argument that this is not a psalm about David, yet the text itself explicitly says Mitzmor la David, a psalm for David.
And I agree with that. What I asked you is that when did David's good stuff get taken away?
You would have
Or
to
it's one
ask
of-
him. It was clearly when he was captured. It could have even been when he was attacked by Absalom. When he was attacked by Absalom, him and his men were depicted as going up on a hill at some point, completely barefoot.
He was never captured.
Again, you don't know that.
David never lost.
According to the psalmist, David was.
Yeah, according to David's own words, he was captured. Again, Al, all you're saying is that he's lying in Psalm 22. He wasn't actually captured. David
When was he
himself
captured?
told you that he was captured. Again, just because it wasn't recorded in the historical book of Samuel doesn't mean that it didn't happen. Again, there were thousands of things that happened in David's life. Samuel doesn't record every one of them. But in David's own writings, he did record this happening, which means it happened.
I guess it's okay to be honest and to concede that you're.
I wish you
It's
could.
okay for you
it
to
would
be
fantastic.
honest. So we'll try to. Does
I am being honest
Does
that
David record that
Nathan
he's
Russell-
surrounded by his enemies?
You remember when David says?
Does David record that he's surrounded by his
enemies?
enemies?
The trusted of the
Does
Lord.
David say that he's been surrounded by his enemies?
Yes, he was surrounded, but he never got captured.
Okay. No, it didn't. It didn't.
Like
say-
Jesus was surrounded, and
so again,
never
he's
got
describing his capture right now. The dogs are all around me. A company of evildoers encircle me. They bound my hands and my feet, or they pinned my hands and my feet, or like a lion at my hands and my feet. I can count all my bones. They stare and gloat at me. They divide my clothing among themselves. For my clothing they cast lots. This is clearly depicting either David about to be captured, or David describing him being surrounded as though he is captured, similar to when he says that he's in Sheol, even though we know he's not literally in Sheol. He's being dramatic about his current state of affairs. The reality is David is saying, this thing happened to me. Which means either David's lying or you're lying.
Yeah, it's okay to admit that you're wrong.
It's okay for
Anyway.
you to admit that you're coping hard, and all 2,500 people here are watching it happen in real time. Again, you failed to address my point. Is every event in David's life recorded in Samuel?
You can't.
It's a yes or no. Is every event in David's life recorded in the book of Samuel?
I'm answering your question.
It's
You
a
can't
yes or
say
no.
every-
It's a yes or no.
It's a
Is
no.
every event in David's life captured in
Did you hear
Samuel?
what I said though? I said you can't say everything is there, so it's a no.
Okay, so the answer is no. Okay. Are there other events of David's life that we can know about outside of the book of Samuel?
Yeah, there are other.
Yeah, there are. Okay, the other writings. Okay, so when David says something that happens to him in many of the Psalms, he talks about them. Should we conclude that they happened, even if it's not recorded in the book of Samuel?
Well, yes. If David hadn't said that, I was young
Oh
and
no, I
I've
don't need.
grown
I don't
old.
need a whole explanation. I
No, no,
needed
no,
a
no, no,
yes or no
no.
answer. When
Let me finish
David
my
says that,
answer. Let
nope.
me finish my
When
answer. Then
it
you
was a
can.
yes or no. When David said in the Psalms that things happened to him, should we believe that those things happened to him,
Yes, we should believe that.
even if they're not recorded in Samuel?
Hmm.
Okay, so here's something that David is saying happened to him. It's not recorded in Samuel. I have no reason to believe that it didn't happen to him, which means your dumb talking point about this didn't happen to David is stupid, because David himself said it happened to him, which means it did
Yeah.
happen to him. So this is not a helpful talking point. So again, Psalm 22 doesn't help you, and it sure as fuck doesn't fix the problem Matthew 2:18 with the babies being killed in and around Bethlehem. That was not what that prophecy was about. That prophecy was
Like I said,
about the exiles returning after 70 years.
we still haven't proven that's not a prophecy about the clothes being taken away.
It's
We
not a
still
Oh
haven't.
my
prophecy.
God.
It's not future
So,
tense. Al, it's not future
yes, it's
tense.
not.
Al, it's not
It's
future
not. But
tense. You already
it's
admitted.
describing
You
a
already
future
admitted that
event.
David described his own struggles.
It's describing a future event.
No, it's
No.
not.
That's not how the
No,
Bible
it's not.
says it.
When
That's
when
not how
We'll
the
try this
Bible
again.
says it.
when the
Which
when
which
the
word in
psalmist
here?
says,
Hold on. Which word in here is in the future? Give me one.
There's no word there in the future.
Okay,
But
so
you
nothing.
still.
So nothing in here is in the future tense. So again, why would I
Are
believe
you
that this
also
is about the future when there's nothing in here in the future tense?
are you also going to say David went to Sheol?
Why? Why would I think this is about the future?
Why? Are you also going to say that
Why
David
would
went to
I think this
Sheol?
is about the future?
Are you also going to say David went to
Why
Sheol?
would I think that this is about? Again, I will ask you the same question until you answer it. You're never going to win the pivot game with me. Not ever. Not in a million
Yeah,
years.
you're avoiding.
Why
I
would
get it
I
perfectly.
believe that this is about the future?
Because it's describing things that didn't happen to him.
No, it is. It's describing things that he said happened to him. Okay. Well,
So
listen, you're
that's
incapable. You're incapable of being honest, and I'm tired of you lying over and over and over again on this stream. You're an embarrassment to your religion the way you lie. It's. I didn't even kick him yet. He knew he's about to get kicked. He left.
by the way, the Psalm 16 doesn't say that David went to Sheol. It specifically says, "You did not give me up to Sheol, or let your whole godly ones see the pit." So
Yeah.
David's saying that he didn't go to Sheol.
He wanted to pivot to the other messianic psalms, and I wasn't gonna let him. He really wanted to.
I'm telling you, my next video I'm making, I'm writing the script right now, is about how David did not write the Psalms, and it's gonna be a doozy of a video.
I will never understand Christians' like eagerness to lie on a text rather than just being honest. It's the craziest thing. I would not in a million years when I was a Christian would have bent myself into that many pretzels on any of these texts. Let me grab a couple of super chats, friends. We'll get our next guest in here. Jerry, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says God has a special place with fire and smoke and burning and torture, choking and crying, where he will send you for eternity, but he still loves you. George Carlin, roasting Jesus, 420. I love George Carlin. Even when I was a Christian, I used to like George Carlin. Angry Amalekite Infant, good to see you. Thank you for the $15 super chat. Says idea, make a playlist which clips of you refuting common Philbro arguments. Require Philbros to view the playlist before coming up. P.S. Don't get rid of the timer. Sorry, I won't be getting rid of the timer. I don't know if I have a playlist for Philbro conversations. I could do it. I could make a conversation for Philbro, or a playlist for Philbro conversations. And that way people who like those conversations can actually watch them. Viking Chef, great to see you. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, I had no idea we were live tonight. A donate to the Kraken Gold Fund, the Nike Air Jerusalem water walking sneakers, and the shiny upper lip of the one and only Dalton Have a great cook. Rock hard for Doug and Simply What for sure. And yes, his lip is still shiny. How long does it take you to grow a mustache, Dalton?
It takes about a couple weeks. I'm not lucky enough. If I could grow a beard, I would just grow a whole beard. Sadly, I'm like genetically incapable of doing so.
That's all right. That's all right. Not everyone gets the mustache gene or the beard gene. You got the mustache gene though. Tom Ray, thank you for this $10 super chat. Says, this is my 17-year-old cat's last night on earth. I'm sorry to hear that. She was born Christian, but has been an atheist since week 2 once her eyes opened. Keep cooking for Rita as she spends eternity with Doug and Sharon. Well, Tom, I'm really sorry that you're losing your cat. That's a horrible situation. Heart goes out to you that you're losing a member of the family, but at least the cat's not roasting in hell. And Viking Chef, again, thank you for the additional super chat. Says Machine Head, Halo, and Judith, perfect circle, fantastic tracks for Atheist playlist, and Jim for pushing a few extra reps. I do really enjoy a little bit of Machine Head. You don't get to watch them or listen to them rather all that often anymore. But yeah, I concur actually with your suggestion. And Dr. Joe's in the house. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says 3 years of listening to DZ, and this has been the record for the JC versus Paul law contradiction lesson. All this schooling, and guess would still fail the quiz. Happy Friday, anyways. Thank you, Joanne. Listen, Dr. Joe, we've had a particular collection of obtuseness tonight with the last 2 guests. It's been wild to watch the cognitive dissonance go down. Hammond Molek, thank you for the super chat, says, it's kind of weird the way Christians talk about Jesus. It's kind of erotic. They talk about being his brides, him being inside of them. And am I the only one? You're not the only one. That's why Skits and Bits was so fun to watch. Skits and Bits used to play up on this a lot, and he was the master of it. I miss him. One day he'll stream again.
Come in me, Jesus. Yeah.
Deep inside me, Jesus. Rubik's Cube, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, how does Moses make his own coffee? He brews it. Well, that's a little bit anachronistic, but we'll take the joke anyway. Seriously, that is really how he does it. Okay, that was a good pun. That was a good pun. I take it back, Rubik's. We love this joke. We love this joke. And Super Dan, thank you for the 1999, says, I heard Henry VIII established the horizontal stream so he could divorce his wife. These are lies, lies, lies. Henry VIII had no founding in either of the streams. He didn't. And Mr. Oso, thank you for the $20 super chat, says, I could literally listen to you and Dalton all day, every day. Thank you both. Well, Mr. Oso, thank you. I really appreciate the kind words and appreciate the support, my friend. And Gabriel Edwards, thank you for the 2112. Huge W. Says, confirmation class killed my faith. Oh, yeah, that'll do it. It wasn't until I discovered the band Rush and Neil Peart, yeah, pretty legendary, that I started to work through my own thoughts. Their song BU2B, Faithless, and Totem belong on my atheist playlist, or on any atheist playlist. We'll have to add that to it then. That sounds really good, actually. I'll put this on my list real quick. It would be BU2B, BU2B. Got it. We'll definitely add that to the list. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. And look at this. We got another membership donation sent out. 10 of them. Thank you so much, Maximilian. 10 of them to Deconstruction Zone, which means Deconstruction Zone and DZ Debates are pretty close at this point. We've got 16 for Deconstruction Zone and, well, 30. Not that close. We got 30 for DZ Debates. So right now, DZ Debates is climbing and pulling ahead. I got 2 more super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. Chris, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. It says, Bad Religion is an OG calibrated punk band with a bio PhD singer that is a super political and anti-religious. American Jesus would be a great song to add to the playlist. Definitely have to think about it. I've never listened to them all that much. Speaking of guys with PhDs that lead bands, though, Dexter from The Offspring's got his PhD. He finished a while ago. I still couldn't believe he was so smart. Zach, last super chat for now. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, someone said something about a ghost song. Bad Religion is an atheistic band. Well, I actually haven't listened to much Bad Religion to know that about them. I apologize. That's my gap of knowledge. And apparently Ghost is really popular. I just haven't listened. I've never heard anything by Ghost. So I have yet to check that out. All right, let's grab our next guest. I think next in line was Mas, as far as I could track people coming and going. How you doing, Mas?
Hi, good. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah,
Mas,
unfortunately, I don't have a super long time now because I was obviously waiting a while. But
sorry, that guy was up here forever, but I was waiting for him to eventually be a little bit honest, and he was incapable of doing it. Mas, are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
yes, I'm at least 18, and I guess I act as if I do believe in God. So yeah.
So, like, are you fully convinced?
Well, that's where I'm always looking for debates on this to kind of help me shape my beliefs in it. So I say act as if I believe because I think that's a better metric than saying that you're a believer. But
Well, I mean, it sounds like you are a believer. You wouldn't be acting as a believer if you didn't believe, right?
yes, yeah.
Okay, so you believe in God. Which God?
Yahweh, the Christian, yeah.
Okay, so you're basically a Christian then. So, what do
Yeah.
you think would be a good argument or good evidence for this God existing?
Well, I'll just say I found your channel. Are you familiar with Elaine Pagels at all? Or
Yeah, I know.
any of her?
Mhm.
Okay, so I'm recently back into thinking about this stuff again because I read her recent one on Christ and found that to be pretty intriguing. I've in the past read a lot of her other books, and I guess you could say like maybe I'm contemplating deconstructing my Christianity, and raised in a very evangelical Christian home. Um, in my undergraduate studies, I took a class on literature in the Bible, and that was my first look at, well, okay, there's some things that I had never heard of before. The Epic of Gilgamesh and Upnapishtu, and that seeming to be a precursor to the Noah flood story.
Right, but
A
I guess
lot
what I'm
of
looking for is what's the argument in favor of God? Right, because
I guess
we're looking for debates, you know.
yeah. So I guess I don't need to qualify this too much. So um, I have yet to come across anything that has dissuaded me from believing that there is a God that acts the way that the God of the Bible is described as acting. And
Well,
I think I probably
the God of the Bible is described as being like loving and all-knowing and perfectly just. Do you think that he is?
I don't think he's necessarily he is described by some people in the Bible that way,
Right, but do you
not
think that he
towards
actually
everyone.
is?
Not towards everyone.
Right, but do you think he's at least just?
In some instances, yeah.
So is he completely just?
I think the Job story shows that he's not.
Right. Okay. So then that means the Bible contradicts itself, right? Or not Deuteronomy. I mean, yeah, Deuteronomy 32:4 says that he's just in all of his ways, but that can't be true if he's doing things that are unjust, right?
Yeah, I think maybe my concept of God is that there is a God. I believe that. I believe it's the God that's laid out through the scriptures, and I think that the scriptures lay out a God who in the beginning is not whatever he is or it is um not a fully conscious, self-aware entity, and he becomes that way through his interactions with humanity. So he starts out kind of blundering and making mistakes, and we see that in the Adam and Eve story and in the Noah story and in probably for sure the Job story, but it seems
But
like
why do you believe this is true?
I without getting into to anecdotal evidence, I think it makes, I think there's a lot of things in life that would lead me to believe that there is some kind of a creator, and I think the Bible seems to lay out what that creator looks like. I don't necessarily agree with everything that he does, but I think I would take a view similar to what Job does when he sees God's face, which I don't think is a
Right, but why
literal
this
seeing.
God? There's 100 other gods you could have picked. Why this God?
It seems to align with reality that I live in, to me.
Well, it can't, because this God is described in the Bible differently than the God you're talking about. Like, the God you believe in is not the biblical God. The biblical God is described as having like omni properties for the most part. It says he knows all things in First John. It says he's perfectly just in Deuteronomy 32:4. Jeremiah 23:24 intimates that he might even be somewhere close to omnipresent, maybe not completely omnipresent. Like, so like
But
if you're
why
just gonna go into the Bible and say, well, the parts that aren't true, I'm gonna get rid of. I mean, all of Christianity goes at that point. I mean, what's the point in holding on to the Bible if you just have to pick and choose which parts you think are true?
I don't think it depicts God the same way throughout the Bible. So
I know, that's what I'm saying. You are choosing which parts of God you want to keep from the Bible and disposing of the parts that you don't want to keep. That's why I'm asking you. If that's what you're doing, if you're now the arbiter of what is God, then why do we need the Bible at all? You can just look at the world around you and say, this is what I think God is based on the world around me. You don't need this Bible for anything.
but it seems to lay out a pretty linear path for him, starting out as something that is bumbling into consciousness,
No,
and
his
then we
consciousness
see
is
that.
never in question.
Then you don't think it's ever in. So just to
There's
disagree
never a
with.
moment where the God of the Bible is not conscious.
Yeah, I think that's where it starts out, is him like coming into consciousness, and then we
No,
slowly see
there's no
that
passage that even
fall.
touches on that.
From everlasting to everlasting, you are God, says the Psalm. So God might go to sleep when he gets tuckered out after a long period of 6-day work.
He does
But
rest.
yeah, but he never comes into being.
So you don't think in reading the scriptures that the God that's described in the Bible is becoming who he is through his interaction with man over
No,
time?
again, that's not related to what you said. You said he's coming into consciousness. That's different than being formed in like a relationship or learning something. So maybe you're just not
Now,
using the right words. Like, is he becoming
Perhaps
conscious
I'm
or is
not.
he
Yeah.
learning?
He's yeah, like he exists. He's coming into a consciousness and self-awareness to a greater degree over the course of the Old
No.
Testament, culminating in him coming
He
into a physical being.
There's nothing in the Old
There's
Testament that
nothing in
would
the Old
intimate
Testament.
that he's learning about himself. He's learning about humanity, maybe.
What I mean, what would you call the Job story where when Job is confronting him on some of that, instead of answering him, he's throws out all of these like these scary things, and how, it's more like a how dare you question me than an
Yeah.
answer. And I feel like that shows too that in the end of that, Job sees God's face. Was he really seeing God's face? No, and whatever that
yeah,
is. But what is he seeing? He's and God is describing the Leviathan and the behemoth and everything like that, which I think are
Yeah,
metaphors in that
but none
sense.
of
And I
this has
think Job
anything to do
sees
with God's consciousness.
it does, because I think those interactions with Job, there seems to be a shift in God's relationship with human beings after that
Where?
point of time.
That's one of the last books in the Old Testament ever to be written.
That's
Like how?
very arguable.
No, not remotely
no,
arguable. It's written in
When
late
do you
stage.
believe it to be
It's written
written?
in late stage Aramaic Hebrew, and it's pretending to be old. It's full of bad archaisms from the Aramaic. Like if you actually know Aramaic, which again I don't know Aramaic, I only know Hebrew,
I
and I realize
don't.
that they're
No.
similar, but they're not the same. But what you'll find from people who actually study Aramaic and Hebrew both is that there's a bunch of, like, imagine I was going to write something pretending to be as old as the King James. I would add these and thous, and I would say like saith and doeth. Like I would add these things that sound old timey, but I'd fuck it up because I don't actually know how those words were supposed to be used back then. I just kind of have a vague idea of what old sounding words sound like. And that's what we find scattered throughout the book of Job. We find a lot of words pretending to be old words, but they're formed improperly. They're not using proper grammar. And the reality is everything in the book of Job appears to be written at a time period like hundreds of years, thousands of years after the purported events.
What time period do you because I've heard three separate timelines for the writing of the book of Job. What do you feel like is more? I feel like you'd have more knowledge than me on that. What do you feel is more accurate?
It definitely would have been written during the exile or just after the exile. The goal of the book of Job is to explain why righteous people suffer, which is what the Israelites thought was happening to them. Why do righteous people suffer? Why is God's servant, why is God's chosen person suffering? And the answer of the book is, well, don't fucking question God. It's not for you to know.
Yeah, that's kind of so I will say I've read stuff on three different timelines for potentially when the book of Job was written, and I believe what you're describing as it having been written in that rough period, because we don't have an exact date and that is debated quite a bit, is probably the most favored, but I'm not sure if I buy that. I think it
Well,
may be much
there's
older, but I can't argue that on here, and I'm sitting in a car, so I can't.
but there's not a
Not driving, but
we
yeah.
don't have a single manuscript of Job that comes even close to early stage Hebrew. Nothing.
Right.
So there's no reason to believe that it was written earlier at all. The texts that we have handed down to us are written in Aramaic script, Hebrew, which Aramaic didn't replace the Hebrew script until the Babylonian period.
Yeah, which is what I've generally heard. That, I mean, I don't want to necessarily debate too much on that, and I'm sitting in a car, so I can't really reference anything. I would just say that there is a solid line of thought for a much older date, but
Why?
I can't argue that right now.
And there's no evidence for it.
Um,
Certainly not the texts that we have. There's no manuscript evidence.
Yeah, why would you find Aramaisms in a Hebrew text prior to the Babylonian exile?
I'm not arguing that is that the earliest version that we have access to isn't from the time period that you're saying. I think that's generally thought of as when we have that. I'm saying I believe the story to be significantly older. At least there's a potential that is a much greater than zero chance that it is potentially from much older source material. But
Well,
I
yeah.
I don't necessarily want to.
I mean, there was a Mesopotamian poem of the righteous sufferer. It's pretty famous. Most people know about it, but like, that that wasn't copied from that. It was kind of the inspiration for it. But it wasn't a true narrative. It wasn't like a story. The poem of the righteous sufferer was written from the viewpoint of a single person lamenting his own suffering, trying to figure out why I'm suffering. It's a slightly different rendition.
Is this the Babylonian Theodicy?
Yeah. But I mean, nevertheless, I don't even know how we got here. I don't know. Like, none of this is actually
So
like an argument
yeah, so I
for
guess I'll
God
back
learning
up.
about his own consciousness.
Okay, so I'll back up to saying that you have a God described in the beginning of Genesis who seems um really out of touch with things in terms of the Adam and Eve story. He seems barely conscious and is making
Again, what do you think
huge
conscious means?
um oh I guess I'm using it in the sense of being self-aware and
That's
um
We have no indication that he's not self-aware. The question is you're trying to say because he's fucking shit up, he's not self-aware. That's not the case.
I'm saying he comes in Genesis and
I know he's a buffoon. He fucks up right away. I know he's a buffoon. We get that, but that's not the same thing as being self-aware. You can
This
be
is very
self-aware and
typical.
still be a buffoon.
This is just very typical of like ancient Near Eastern gods, like doing things and then fucking up, and it's just typical mythology.
yeah, and I think like the Yahweh, I think a lot of the books parallel Marduk and try to kind of pass along, this is our, even the mention of Rahab and um Yahweh kind of slaying Rahab is sort of like, well, that seems like it's copying Marduk from the Enuma Elish. So I'm not saying that isn't the case. I'm saying that maybe I have a different concept of God that I'm not getting across clearly, but that I do think God is an entity that's out there that always existed, that um and the Old Testament shows him coming to an awareness. I think I got some of this thinking because I was questioning a lot of things in my undergraduate that, I kind of put off for a few years, and I picked it back up in graduate school, and I put it off for a few years again, and then I read Carl Jung's Answer to Job, which is where I got some of this thinking from. it made sense to me. It was like, this kind of fills the holes that I had with the biblical narrative and the things that didn't make sense to me there. In the idea that Yahweh is slowly coming to consciousness,
You mean
which
learning? He's
to a
slowly
fully
learning.
aware conscious.
He's always been aware. There's never been a moment he wasn't aware of himself. He's learning. He's aware. Babies are aware of themselves. He's learning.
Does he know what he is in the Job story?
He obviously does. He chastises Job because Job has absolutely no explanation for how things happen when he has all the power and all the explanation. Where were you when I laid the foundations of the earth?
If anything,
seems like
if anything,
seems
Yahweh's
like
a
he
bit too
couldn't.
sure of himself.
Yeah,
It seems
Yahweh
like
is
he
incredibly
couldn't
sure of
answer.
himself. No,
But what
Job
do you
couldn't
do when
answer because
someone-
Job is a mere mortal. That's why God says, gird your loins like a man, because now I'm going to question you. God is quite sure of himself.
Exactly. Yes.
He's not learning.
Yes,
He's not
without-
coming into consciousness. He knows himself. He knows who he is. There's never been any question. That's why he says over and over again, even the Exodus, I'm going to do this so that you know that I am he, so that you know that I am Yahweh. He knows who he is. The question is, does he know all things? No. According to the Old Testament, he doesn't seem to know all things. There are things that he has to learn still yet. For example, in Genesis 22, he doesn't know if Abraham's going to sacrifice his son. That's why he stops him and says, now I know. The same thing in Genesis 18. There are things that he doesn't know in Genesis 18. That's why he says, I must go down to see if the outcry from Sodom and Gomorrah is as what has risen up to me, and then I will know. So God certainly learns things, but we have no indication that he's not self-aware. That's crazy. That's a weird, like Jordan Peterson, nonsensical, archetypal bullshit discussion. It's such a weird, non-biblical idea.
I don't think it's weird. I think it makes sense. I think
Doesn't make
and
any
I have
sense.
watched stuff too, and I think he got that probably from reading Jung and some of the same.
You know,
same
he quotes
concepts.
Jung like a million times. I know, that's where he got it from. That's why I'm saying there's no indication in the Bible that this God is becoming aware of himself. He
Except
brags
for
about
the fact
himself.
that he
Literally,
seems
the
to
very
be-
first commandment is the first 3 commandments are all about him. So I think the problem you have is the reason why you want to keep embedding the word conscious in here is because this is like a buzzword for mysticism. Same reason why the Hindus do it. They want to make everything about consciousness and somehow coming to Krishna consciousness or Christ consciousness. But it doesn't do anything when we're talking about the Bible. When we're talking about the Bible, there's not even an inkling that the God of this book is not conscious of himself. The question is whether or not this God is real. Does it actually exist? And the answer is no. This God doesn't exist. There's no indication that this God exists. The reason why there's chaos and there's suffering and the reason why there needs to be an answer to Job is because this God doesn't exist. In the atheistic worldview, suffering is expected because there's nothing looking out for us. There's nothing protecting us. There's nothing that created a planet specifically for us to enjoy. We're a product of chaos. The universe is chaos. God said that he created in the Bible that he created the planet for humankind, that this is our dwelling place, and he said it was good. But we have natural disasters. Do you think that God had the ability to make natural disasters not a thing?
I feel like he could, yes.
Yeah, he could, but he didn't, right? So this is exactly what you would expect with atheism, not what you would expect with Christianity. If God is good and he had all the powers that he needed to fix the shit here on earth and he didn't do it, then what's more likely, that he's just that apathetic, or maybe he doesn't exist?
Or that if all things come from him, then evil would also have to be a concept introduced by
But
him.
no. Unnecessary suffering, I said, not evil. Natural disasters are unnecessary suffering. They don't need to happen.
And so wouldn't that also come from him then?
No. That's what I'm saying. If this God is good, then it's entailed in his properties that he would not cause unnecessary suffering. You can't be good and then also cause unnecessary suffering, or accidentally cause unnecessary suffering and then choose not to do anything about it. Now, you can accidentally do it if you're not all knowing, but once you're aware that it's happening, it's incumbent on you to fix it. And he's had, depending on what timeline you're working on, biblically 6,000 years to fix it, and he hasn't.
Yeah, and I would so yeah, I keep going back to the conscious. That's the term that Jung uses in a lot of his writings. So that's why I'm using that term. But you're right, he does use it in a mystical sense of you have different levels of consciousness, where you could be alive but completely unaware of who or what you are or how you interact with the world, or you could be fully aware of all of that. So that's kind of the way that I'm, at least my interpretation of that is. And I'll just say this has been like probably 12 years of me wrestling with a lot of this stuff, and feeling, when I was reading a lot and I read Dawkins and Harris and Pagels, and
We
then
haven't got that far yet. We're still trying to figure out the natural disaster situation. Does God know about the natural disasters?
yeah, probably.
Does he want them?
I would imagine that either he doesn't care, or they exist in the world because of him.
Well, yeah, but why? If this God is good and he has the ability to get rid of them, why doesn't he do it?
Well, where does the opposite of good come from then, if everything came from God as a source?
I didn't ask that. I said, if he doesn't want the natural disasters, if he can get rid of them, why doesn't he do it?
Is that, yeah, I don't know. I don't have a good answer for that, I guess. I suppose it has to happen for some.
Why? What do we need him for?
I don't know.
Right? Now, in the atheistic worldview, this makes perfect sense, because the universe isn't designed for us. We evolved within it, and we're overcoming the universe to make our survival. The universe has tried to stamp us out, and biological life seems to find a way, at least for a time period. But like in religion and in the God hypothesis, there's no accounting for natural disasters, because in reality, for natural disasters to exist in the God world, you would have to assume that God is evil.
Yeah, I would assume that what is evil in the universe came from God, yeah.
But is he evil?
I feel like he is not evil. No.
Okay, so if he's not evil, then the natural disasters have no explanation in the God world.
My perspective on that is good and evil both come from God, whatever he is, and there's some sort of a separation of that happening in the beginning,
Does God
and
want the
that stuff.
evil of natural disasters to happen?
I don't think that's relevant.
It is, yes, because he has the power to change it.
Why?
He created them, he can change it, right? So if he has the power to change it and he knows it's happening and he chooses not to, then that guy's evil.
What if there's a co-equal force that is acting evilly?
Then there's another
They're
God.
acting
Then now
up.
there's two gods. If there's a co-equal force, you
Well,
have two
isn't that the
gods.
concept of the devil?
No,
no,
the
he's
devil was never co-equal with the Father, or with
to be
Yahweh.
sure, the prophet Isaiah was not Isaiah, the author of second Isaiah, was directly fighting against this idea that there were these two equally oppositely powerful deities, which is why they write that Yahweh creates good and evil in order to fight against that sort of influence from I'm blanking all of a sudden. Help me out, Justin.
Oh, yeah. It says, "I create light and darkness. I create weal and woe, or peace and evil."
What's the Zoroastrianism? He's fighting against
Oh, yeah.
Zoroastrianism with this phrase. Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you want to be a Zoroastrian, it sounds like you're supposing or Zoroastrianism is true. If you're going to posit that there's a God that's responsible for all good, and then there's an equal force responsible for all evil.
Yeah, especially because in the Bible, God created Satan. Why would God create his own enemy?
Well, I feel like that's what's being described as there's sort of like two creations of light, right? In Genesis. There's there's separating light from darkness, and then there's all of the heavenly bodies and everything that produce a physical.
But we're on Satan right now. Did God create Satan?
I interpret the first separation of light and darkness.
Did God create Satan? It just needs a yes or a no.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so then you can't say that he's some sort of co-equal eternal force that is like negative of God. God created him. Did he have to create Satan?
Okay, I have to say that I think I'm wrong about that. Maybe, or I'm not using the right term. Did he create him, as in did he come from God? Yes.
Okay, so God created Satan. The entity we call Satan did not exist eternally. It was created, right?
Good and evil separated.
No, I didn't ask you about good and evil. I'm talking about the entity called Satan.
The entity that we call Satan is what we describe the darkness that.
Nope. Try again. The entity named Satan in the Bible, was that entity created by God?
God name.
You're breaking up. I can't hear the answer.
Can you hear me?
Nope. I can now.
Nope. Now.
Oh, I said you're saying God.
Breaking up again.
I might have to leave because my connection's pretty unstable.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's just a yes or no. The entity called Satan, Ha-Satan in the Hebrew Bible, was that an eternal figure or was it created?
I don't know.
Obviously, it was created. All the angels are created. He's among them. He's depicted as being among the council of the gods, the sons of God in Job. He's just one of the angels. He's okay. So he's a created entity, which means we can't blame all the evil on Satan because God created Satan, which means the buck still goes back to God. So if God created Satan, we've got the same problem as the natural disasters. God created all the evil stuff, so God's just evil.
My answer to that would be that he separates himself from evil.
Well, I don't
in
care
the
what he does.
beginning.
He created the evil. Could he get rid of it? Could he get rid of Satan?
I don't know.
You don't know if he could destroy Satan? Have you not read the end of the book? In the book of Revelation, Satan gets destroyed.
In a sense, yeah.
In a sense,
I'm not. I don't, Moss. I don't think you quite know what it is you believe. To be honest,
I don't think he does.
I mean so I was raised in a very like evangelical Christian home. And I believed that until I went to college, until I was confronted with a lot of things.
No, he's saying you don't know
And
what you
like I
believe
said, it's
right
probably
now. Like right at this moment, you have no idea what you believe.
right, which is what I was trying to say at the beginning. Like that's why I like to talk. I guess debate as a way for me to see what I'm thinking. Is it foolish? Can I defend some of the things that I think, or am I just wrong?
Yeah.
I feel like I learn more from debating someone on something than I do other ways.
well, it's. I don't know if this is necessarily a debate, because in order to have a debate, you have to have like two people that hold a very specific point contrary to one another. But it seems like you're looking more for dialogue to try to suss out what it is you believe, as opposed to like formalized debate.
Yeah.
Well, I guess
Yeah.
I'm saying I believe that the God of the Bible, the what we would interpret probably as the flaws and bumbling around, is just part of who he is and was at the beginning, and then that slowly evolves into
No.
something that is more.
He never evolved, Mas. We've already covered this. He didn't evolve. Natural disasters are still here. Satan is still here in your worldview. He did not evolve.
I feel like he changed from something that was barely self-aware and blundering around
Again,
to all the way to
self-awareness
being.
is not in the Bible. There's a single passage in the Bible that talks about God's self-awareness. Not one. Every time you
No, but I
say
think
it, I'm
you
going to
can
repeat
intuit
it.
that.
Not a single passage talks about God's self-awareness other than him aggrandizing himself at every turn. So that's
But you
not a
don't think we
helpful
can
talking point. And
extrapolate that
every
out?
time, no, every time you say it, I'm going to say the same thing. Every time.
I don't think the Bible has to specifically reference that for us to extrapolate that out.
There's nothing in the Bible that would lead you to believe that God isn't aware of himself. Not a single word of the entire Bible. He says, I declared the end from the very beginning. He knows what's up.
But we have almost no dialogue between man and God in the very early parts of the Bible. And then,
Are you kidding me?
by the time.
Have you not read Exodus? Book number 2. Book number 2
Even
is
Genesis.
entire chapters of God dialoguing. And in Genesis, a lot of people talk with God. Jacob talks with God. Abraham talks with God.
I suppose I'm conflating the Job story in terms of where it would fit in the timeline, not when it was written.
Job's not an old story. It's not even a real story, to be sure. Like the ancients didn't believe that Job was a real story. It's written like a play. It's in like 3 or 4 different stages, and it's written in dialogue like it's going to be performed on a stage. This was a fictitious story to explain a wider theological point about why righteous people suffer. Job didn't happen. He never existed. There was no Job ever.
It's funny. It's like literally almost an exact quote from the Talmud. One of the final positions of the rabbis was Job did not exist.
He did not. The Jews did not take Job as a real story. It was a theological story. It was like telling a fairy tale where they want the lesson of the fairy tale to stick with you.
I mean, I guess it's different from any other book of the Bible, so I could see
Yeah.
that being the
I mean,
case.
it opens with the equivalent in a kingdom far away. There was a guy. Like it opens just like the beginning of a Disney movie. It tells you from the very
Yeah.
first sentence that this is a fictitious story.
I think I have to probably look more into that. So I guess a couple of years ago had I had read Carl Jung's Answer to Job and then a couple subsequent similar type books on Job because I was pretty fascinated with that because it's one of the books that I found to be really contradicting and not make sense, and I couldn't figure out why it was part of our Bible and everything like that. Jung seemed to answer that for me, and there's some other, later writers who kind of extrapolate out Jung's thoughts on that also made sense to me. But then I remember never really having questioned the date of when Job was written, or when it was when and where it originated. And so I just took it to be as in where it fits in the timeline. Like, okay, it's somewhere probably, between Noah and Abraham or something like that, or between Abraham and Joseph. I don't know. But then I had read some stuff that, there's really 3 periods where it could have come from. One was
Math.
saying that it could
Mas,
have.
how is this relevant to the conversation?
Then I think there's.
Are you a verbal processor?
Yeah.
So your way of thinking is just making sure all your thoughts leave your mouth?
Yeah.
Okay, you can't do that here. That's not what this is for. This is not like a rap sesh or something like that. This is for linear dialogue.
Okay. So there's 3 timelines for Job. Obviously,
No one cares. It's not relevant to the conversation, Mas. No one cares.
No
Job
mas.
has nothing to
No
do
mas.
with whether or not this this God is real. Is unrelated. Job's not a real story. It never happened. It was written in the Babylonian, post-Babylonian period about a fictitious time period about a fictitious person.
I think that there's a significant amount of people who very recently think that it could have been written,
There's
or
not.
at least.
Scholars don't believe it's old.
I'm sorry, I do have to go here. I'm getting a repeat phone call because I'm kind of late here. That's what's cutting. I don't know if you heard anything I said, so I'm getting a repeat phone call. I've got to take this phone call, but I will maybe look into the Job thing a little bit more and join another time.
Like literally every study Bible on the market will tell you exactly what we told you.
Yeah. Bava Batra 15a, paragraph 15 of the Babylonian Talmud. The Gemara relates that one of the sages sat before Rabbi Shmuel bar Nachmani, and he sat and said, Job never existed and was never created. There was never such a person as Job. Rather, his story was a parable.
Thank you. His story was a parable.
Yeah,
It was
it
a
does seem
teaching
to be
moment.
written in a parable. It seems to be very poetic and not literal for sure, but
Right. Well, Max, good luck on your
I
journey,
just-
okay?
yeah. All right, see ya.
All right, cheers. Nice guy, but this is not a work out your thoughts stage. I don't know what he thought was going to go on here. We'll grab a couple of super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. Michael Howard, thank you for the $10 super chat. Has been watching your streams. Just got away from the Christian cult. How do I tell my extreme Christian family I am now atheist and their God is horrific? Well, If you feel compelled to do it, first of all, you don't have to, by the way. You don't have to alienate your family because you became an atheist. But if you feel compelled to do it, just wait for the right conversation to come up. Wait till you're, I don't know, at a dinner or at a meeting and somebody starts talking about the Bible, and just calmly start to bring up some of the stuff you've learned. You don't have to be angry with them. You don't have to be mad at them. Remember, they are your family. And just calmly explain to them all the problems. They'll meet you with cognitive dissonance. They'll bend themselves into pretzels, but after enough conversations, the ones that are honest will come back and actually think about it, maybe even talk to you about it.
Well, you got to do what I did. I started slipping my parents like progressive Christian books and stuff like that to sort of ease their mind out of the rigidity of it all.
You certainly could do that, yeah. Cool Cat, thank you so much for the $9.99 donation. He says, thank you for your donation, but we thank you for your donation, friend. Same with Kevin. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says the song Mercy by Eric Bachman would be a great addition to your playlist. As deconstructed, the song constantly makes me tear up. I guess I'll add it to the list. 1 second. It's called Fearless by Eric. Who would have known there were so many atheist songs out there? I had literally had no idea this was a thing. William Roger, thank you for the $12 super chat. Says, what are your thoughts on the Jehovah's Witnesses Bible translation? I'm guessing it's a crap translation. Well, it's not great. It's not terrible, to be honest. Like, I've read it. I lost my copy because the binding literally fell apart on it after just a couple of years. But at one point, I was marking some of the weird translation features of it. I think my biggest complaint with the Jehovah's Witness Bible is they have this lofty claim about them restoring the name of Jehovah as opposed to Yahweh, which is laughable. If they knew anything about the Masoretic scribes, they would know that they put the vowel pointers in there for Adonai instead of writing it as Yahweh, because they wanted to direct you. When you saw the name of Yahweh with those vowel points, they wanted to direct you to say Adonai to protect the divine name. And the notes are in the Masorah. You can find the actual scribe. You can see what they're doing there. There's quite a few notes in the Masoretic text from the scribes themselves that say, read as thus. Basically, this is why the vowels are here as they are. And so, unfortunately, the doofus who was reading in the Hebrew Bible the name or the title Jehovah didn't know what he was doing and just assumed, oh my gosh, his name's actually Jehovah, not Yahweh, which is crazy ironic that he thought he was restoring the name of Yahweh while literally degrading it.
Crazily enough, on the Jehovah's Witness website, they actually admit in one of their articles that the correct pronunciation is Yahweh.
They have to eventually. Information always catches up with them. Yeah. It's crazy that what these people do. Gretchen, thank you for the 666. I wonder if there would be a schism at all if Prophet served us up the usual rate of baby pasters. I'm sorry. That is the problem. We need more baby paste. I'll do God. God is not good next. Striking lack of baby paste lately, don't you think? Gretchen, you are true. We haven't done baby paste this stream, maybe not even in the last stream, and maybe that is the problem. And Gretchen, I heard your cry. Justin, please put this guy out of our misery. He is out of the misery now. Aaron, good to see you. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says he was concussed by the holy rock of Doug right upside his stubborn noggin. I think that might be the case. Very, very stubborn noggin, I would add. And Austin Arnold, thank you for the $10 super chat, says the lion doesn't concern himself with hands and feet. Yes, I agree. The lion is going to be attacking you any way that it can. If your hands and your feet go, your hands and your feet go. Midlife Crisis, good to see you. Thank you for the $15 super chat. It says, hey, Justin, Jeremiah 7:22 again. My Christian brother mentioned that the Berean Standard Bible says God merely did not command them to offer sacrifices. Any truth to this Bible version? Well, the Berean is not a terrible translation, but again, it's wrong. They literally, the day they left, they were instructed in Exodus 12 on to do the actual sacrifices and offerings. First of all, I don't think you need to interpret it as a 24-hour period. I don't think that's actually necessary. You could interpret it as a general time period, like when they actually left, like the time period in which they left. That being said, if you want to be literal about it, and you can, then you can just say, then yes, it's actually referring to the day, like the 24-hour period day. And literally, if you look at that 24, I'll put it on the screen, the 24-hour day that they left. Oh, now I gotta get rid of this. Hold on. There we go. Within 24 hours says, you shall say it is the Passover sacrifice to the Lord. The Passover sacrifice, that celebration, was literally the day they left. That's what this festival commemorates, which means Jeremiah 7:22 is just a straight up falsehood. It's just not true. And all you need to do is read Exodus 12, and bada bing, bada boom, it's a done deal. So that's what I would say to him. Also, Small Johnson coming in trying to even the score. We got 5 more, count them, 5 more Deconstruction Zone memberships. And that puts us now at 21 Deconstruction Zone memberships for the day to a 30 DZ Debates membership, which means only 9 more Deconstruction Zone memberships, and it's going to be tied up. I'm not saying it needs to be. I'm just saying, hey, that's where we stand. And Flanker 420, great to see you tonight. Thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, just got back from Rome. Well, congratulations. I hope it was a good trip. Your lives helped me understand this historical lasagna that is Rome a bit more. Noticed Constantine's arch had no Christian icons. Seems it was just political and to appease the army. Have you been? I haven't been there, but I agree. I think the conversion to Christianity was an appeasement. I don't think Constantine really cared all that much about Christianity. It was his successors that changed the game. And I think the way you can see that they weren't all that sincere either, it was about power, is the first thing they did was start determining who was a heretic and who was going to get murdered. And because they weren't concerned with Christianity, they were concerned with power. And Malcolm, thank you for the $10 super chat, says Ghost has been described as Goth Abba. I wouldn't mind some of that. A satanic anti-pope leads a band of faceless masked musicians in catchy rock songs mocking Christianity. The lead character changes from frontman Tobias Ford. Okay, well, I'd be interested to listen to him. Ghost has got to be the most recommended band so far for the Atheist playlist. And JH says, what's more likely? A God exists who slowly learns and becomes more aware over a millennia, or humans evolve their mythology of God over the same time frame? A God concept just complicates things. Agreed. It's much more parsimonious with the idea that there's just no God out there looking for it. I got 2 more super chats. Daniel says, tithing to the Vertical Church of Doug. Well, thank you so much, Daniel. Look at the support for the vertical stream over here from Daniel. Thank you. And last one for now from our friend Andre Castle. Thank you for the $20 super thanks. We are getting to the goal, friend. Thank you for being here. All right, now Mr. T's been waiting for a hot minute to get in, so let's grab Mr. T.
I pity the fool.
You have to.
He said, I pity the fool. Love you guys.
How you doing, T?
Doing well, doing well. I love what you guys do. I love how you do it. Sincerity, commitment, discipline. A lot of that, obviously, that I've seen tonight. But yeah, I love what you guys do.
Awesome. Are you a Christian or an atheist or something in between?
Kind of something in between. Was a Christian for most of my life. Got asked a question that kind of changed everything for me. Somebody asked me, "Hey Todd, you're a Christian, right?" Yeah, sure am. Can I ask you something? And I was like, "Oh, here we go. Yeah, let's have that talk, buddy." And he hit me with something that's like a bag of bricks. He goes, "Are your beliefs your own?" And I was like, "Yeah." Hold on, what? He was like, "You heard me. Are your beliefs your own?" And I went, I didn't have a response. So I literally couldn't even get back to him with my response, which ended up being no, obviously. It took me about a month. And that just kind of sent me down a rabbit hole where I deconstructed everything I needed to and stopped sipping the Kool-Aid.
Well, congratulations for deconstructing. So you still believe in some kind of a God, just not like the Christian standardized God?
Yeah, so religion, dogmatic, all that nonsense. No, not at all. No, I don't judge it. It does a lot of good for a lot of people, a lot of bad for a lot of people, but to each his own, But yeah, I don't subscribe to it anymore. I do believe in a creator, a higher power. And I love your question or your God is imaginary. Prove me wrong.
Hmm.
I thought that was really, really unique. Kind of, kind of, I don't know, kind of like my style, a little smart alecky, but kind of, serious as well.
Hmm.
So that's what I was like. You know what, man? Let me see if I can get on.
Sure. So, what do you think is the best evidence or most convincing argument for your particular God being real?
Well, honestly, if I could, I'd like to start off with the actual question that you asked. This is God's imaginary. Um, and hold on one second. My dog's getting in my food. I'm so sorry. Come on now, Luke, get man, go. Sorry, apologies. Um, if we could, I'd like to start off with that. Your theme. Um, and I'm in no way, shape, or form trying to prove, solidified anything about God's religion, anything like that. I do plan and think that I'm capable of giving it credibility, um, which is far beyond imaginary. But uh, you see, one of the when I stopped into the room, you were having a conversation with somebody, and it was kind of heavy on like the atheist aspect of things, and it just kind of made me think about some things that I never had before. So, on the basis of God being imaginary, one of the things that I thought of, I was like, well, if God is imaginary, how can consciousness be proved from arising from like a non-conscious matter?
Yeah, so if you're wanting, consciousness is ultimately tied to like how does life come from non-living organisms? And the fact of the matter is that until such a time as we can demonstrate that the supernatural exists, the only valid explanation for the origin of life is a naturalistic explanation. Until you can prove the supernatural exists, it's not even like a valid like option on the table.
Well, see, I see what you're saying for sure, and I'm not arguing with you or disagreeing with you because that's valid. But mine is kind of like the flip side of the table, where I say, the origin of consciousness is kind of like the biggest problem that science has, because it's the one thing that they can't speak on or speak of, because it's really hard to imagine consciousness came from something that was non-conscious.
I don't think so.
So that was the first thing that I thought of.
I don't think that's
Um,
what science says. I think there are a varying range of scientific opinions on consciousness. I think uh, there are some scientists that will throw their hands up and say, "I don't know, we're still figuring it out." And I think there are
sure.
some that are pretty convinced that they understand it. The reality is, whether or not you and I understand it, I think is kind of irrelevant. Even if we don't understand consciousness, the reality is we would have no reason to posit a God behind it. Like the next logical step, if consciousness isn't derived from the brain, the next logical step could literally just be, for example, like a collective consciousness, like there's some sort of Hinduistic collective consciousness. Or I would just say we can go to the consciousness granting unicorn. Like if we're just making up things that could give us consciousness, I'm going with the consciousness granting unicorn.
Fair enough. Again, there's no, you can't argue with something where there is no definitive anything. One thing I would like to say though is on what you said about science. I do agree with you. I think there's some scientists that would be like, you know what, I don't know where the heck this comes from, but I really love to know. And I think there's on the other side, like you said, scientists are like, you know what, this is an evolutionary thing. The telomeres and the FOXP2 gene and so on and so forth. But the thing is I'm not aware of any consciousness theory, which means in science they've got
Con-
nothing solid yet.
Consciousness is just simply something that's produced by the brain. It's just the firing of synapses and the interaction of chemicals with the brain.
Well, again, I mean, I see where you're coming from, but that doesn't explain why consciousness is at its height when we're sleeping and not using our brains, when our brain's at rest. So it's
It's
almost like
not.
two separate things, not the same thing. Not saying that one doesn't need the other to exist, but still two separate things.
No, Justin
That
just pointed out that that's not true.
Like, so
What's
your
not true?
consciousness is not at its height while you're sleeping because you're not taking in all of your sensory data. Like your brain is at its most active state when it's processing as much sensory data as possible. So, for example, something like playing a sport. It
Sure.
requires a lot of sensory data, and it requires like fast decision making, like you're on high
Sure.
alert.
Yep.
But
Agreed.
while you're sleeping, your brain state is still moving, but I wouldn't say that you're at like the height of your brain processing.
Well, I didn't say brain processing. When you're sleeping, it's usually your brain's getting the amount of rest that it needs to be able to continue doing everything you just outlined when you wake. But
Hmm.
what is extremely active, like hyperactive, is your conscious and subconscious, because that's dreams. That's all these things that happen while you're sleeping. So
Well,
that's why I said it. Again, not
I,
arguing because there's no definitive. I don't have any definitive proof. It's just logically and realistically that kind of checks out.
but your subconscious is always going, no matter what.
Right. But during
Like
the day,
so,
when you're eating to play and you're doing things that you want to do, making decisions and stuff, your brain is the ruler, not your subconscious or your consciousness, right?
the subconscious is not doing anything different at night that it's not doing during the daytime. It's still keeping your heart beating. It's keeping your lungs pumping.
I don't think that that has anything to do with your subconscious. Motor skills and muscle functions, organ functions, subconscious.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
brain activity that you're not consciously doing.
Okay. Fair enough. Well, like I said, that was just one of the first things that popped into my head when I saw that, your statement, your God's imaginary. I was like, huh. Well, how the hell? How do we square that out? So that was the first thing that I came up with.
Sure,
Um, do you believe in cause and effect?
I do.
Okay, so do you believe that cause came before effect or the opposite?
I think we describe causes and effects that particular way. So, like, if we're describing something as a cause, then definitionally speaking, yeah, the cause comes before the effect.
Agreed, completely. Every effect has a cause. So if the universe is an effect, what was its cause?
The universe isn't an effect; it's an endless series of causes and effects.
Isn't that the same thing?
No,
Well, you said it's a series of cause and effects, but
Are you?
yeah, the universe is
it's not an effect.
it's a collection of things. It's not a single thing, and we don't even know if there's a bounded set. It might be an infinite set. Might have no boundary.
Agreed. I agree that it's expanding continuously. That's why I think anything that does expand has to have a starting point.
No, no,
So,
no,
for
no,
example,
no
Big Bang,
boundary is what
entropy,
I said.
thermodynamics.
Wrong again. So no boundary doesn't mean that there's a contained Big Bang. Like our visible
No, I didn't say
universe is
that.
all that there is. If the
No, no,
set
no.
is
I said it's
unbounded,
expanding.
and the universe is infinite in size, that means that the Big Bang is one small part of the observable universe, or one small part of the universe we can only observe as much as we can observe.
Not denying that, and didn't argue that at all. What I said was the universe is expanding. It's always expanding, and that's proven.
It's not
There's
always
no,
Well,
expanding.
it
And
go.
continuously expands.
for
Like
now,
you,
yeah, and the
well,
latest
always.
DESI data, no, not always, no, wrong again. The latest DESI data that we have demonstrates that the force pushing it out, possibly dark energy, is actually decreasing, which is why a lot of people are into the Big Bang, Big Crunch model, which posits that the universe is an infinite cycle of expansions and contractions, because you never get rid of gravity. Gravity is always going to exist. And there's alternative cyclical models. Roger Penrose has a cyclical model that's not quite the same as the Big Bang, Big Crunch. But the reality is we have no reason to believe right now that there was nothing prior to the Big Bang, which is, I assume, where you're going with this.
No, no, no. I just the reason I said Big Bang was because I said Big Bang, entropy, thermodynamics. They're all expanding. They're all moving out consistently, growing, quote unquote, growing, if that's how you want to phrase it. But everything that has that is infinitely expanding has to have a starting point. So no, I'm not saying this in a religious way or in a fuck, I can't say the word, as a theist would state. I'm saying this more from like a physics standpoint of view.
I agree, and there's no starting point. If the universe
But
is eternal, there's no starting point. There's no beginning of anything.
yeah, but when you say eternal, that doesn't classify size. When I say expanding, that means growing, like getting. It's always moving out from where it is. So today, it's in one spot. It's continuously pushing. By tomorrow, this time, it's going to be in a whole nother spot beyond where it was, not
Yes,
retracted from where it was.
yes, we're aware. Yeah, we know how that works.
Right, so that's what I'm saying. And I use Big Bang, entropy, and thermodynamics as an example for anything that expands constantly has to have a starting point.
But entropy isn't a description of the expansion. Entropy is just a measure of heat transfer.
Right, that's always going which way?
No way.
No way?
The
So when things
the
heat up,
the amount of heat that's in the universe will always be the same amount of heat. Like the heat is essentially like a measure of energy. So like you can't create or destroy the energy within the universe, assuming that there's a limit to it. There might not be a limit.
well, that's what I'm saying. As far as I know or I've researched, there's nothing that proves against and more that proves towards that the universe is just continually expanding.
But
That's why it has no walls. It
again,
doesn't bounce off. The waves don't bounce off.
the universe hasn't been expanding forever. And there's no reason to believe that it will expand forever.
I don't. Can you expound on that a little bit so I understand? Sorry.
Because gravity.
Gravity in space.
Yeah.
The vacuum.
The vacuum. No, don't bring vacuum into this. Gravity.
Okay, gravity on Earth.
No, gravity in space.
I throw the ball up, it comes back down. So gravity in space is
Gravity in space
is just trying to understand.
is what?
I'm waiting for you to explain. Gravity in space is what?
The warping
Pulling
of
the
space-time?
universe back. It's pulling the universe back in and on itself.
Okay, so that means that in a certain amount of time, according to
So-
your logic, it's going to all disappear into nothing, and nothing will exist, right? Because it's
No,
moving back
not remotely
into-
true. Nope. It'll collapse back in on itself, and we'll have another cycle.
Think of the universe like a balloon that blows up,
Mhm.
and then it gets sucked back in on itself. And this just happens over and over again ad infinitum, always and forever, no beginning, no end.
Well, it would have to have a beginning because if it sucks back into itself to be able to blow
No.
back out, there has to be a time when it switches, like to go forward from reverse a wheel,
But that's
right?
but
It has to
that's not
stop, right?
that's not the beginning. There's no beginning in an infinite cycle.
Okay, fair enough.
That's like asking where's the beginning of a circle. There's no beginning. It's a circle.
Okay, fair enough. How I understand your stance on consciousness. What about morality? Because I heard you saying some things about like fair and God being good and how can all these things exist and pain and suffering. So is I don't know what's your stance on morality?
Morals are subjective. We have no evidence that they're objective. Do you have evidence that they're objective?
Objective?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, kind of. I could say is grape objectively wrong or just a matter of opinion?
Well, I didn't ask you what you think specific things are objectively. I asked you, do you have evidence that objective morals exist?
Yeah, but the question that I just asked and what my answer to it would be.
No, it's a subjective question because not everyone agrees that it's wrong. In fact, there are cultures alive today that are okay with it. There are cultures described in the Bible that are okay with it. So no, there's no reason to believe that this particular law has ever been viewed with the same objective moral framework.
Okay, so is it fair to say that no matter the specific one that I just named, you said some cultures are okay with it, some aren't, that kind of a thing. Agreed. But is it a fair statement to say that every
That
human
means it's
being is
subjective.
innately? So does that mean that every human is innately, intrinsically gifted from creation with the ability to distinguish right from wrong, no matter what the actual subject matter might be? But like
Well-
right from wrong, good from bad.
Well, there was no creation, and no, we don't all agree on right
mean,
and wrong.
from the womb.
That's why we
Sorry.
don't have why we don't have the same laws from country to country.
So then you're saying that morals are subjective, right?
They're subjective and relative. So again, do you have any evidence that they're not subjective? Because the default position would be that they're subjective.
So if they are subjective, then isn't that kind of like admitting there's no real morality, just preference?
Again, yeah, if they're subjective, there's no objective morals. Do you have? So what you're doing is you're about to say that you don't like subjective morals, and that's great that you don't like
No.
it. that doesn't answer the question. The question is, do you have evidence that they're objective?
I think my evidence would be that everybody can distinguish the difference between right and wrong. So
Yet
that's a moral
they can't
compass.
do it. They can't do it.
Who can?
For
Mr.
thousands of years, almost all of humanity thought that slavery was okay, and now most of humanity don't think that slavery is okay. So you can't say that humanity agrees on any morals. They don't agree.
Mr. T, do you know what the words objective and subjective mean?
He does not.
No, go ahead and enlighten me because I'm an idiot.
Objective means that it is mind independent, and subjective means it's mind dependent. So as long as the moral system is coming from a mind, then it's subjective. The only way you have a moral system which is objective is if it's not coming from any mind whatsoever.
Okay, so then where would it be coming from if it's objective?
That's a good question.
It wouldn't come from anywhere. That's the problem.
It wouldn't?
There's no if they're objective, there's no source for them. They just they have independent ontology. They exist all on their own.
So does that mean that there's no such thing really as objective? It's all subjective? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, even in the God worldview, they're subjective because if they come from God's mind, well, they're subject to God's mind, which means in neither worldview, neither yours nor mine, is there objective morals. Theoretically, you would have to believe in divine command theory, meaning what's moral is what God says.
Or I could just listen to myself and say, I just did that and it was bad and it was wrong, so I don't want to do it again.
That's
That's coming from your
subjective.
mind.
That's subjective morals, yeah.
Because it's my preference, right?
Because that's your brain deciding it.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
What about what do you feel about fine tuning?
I don't think there is any. Do you think babies getting bone cancer is fine-tuned?
Getting bone cancer?
Yep.
Again, that falls into our last conversation. So if I take your stance on it, I don't feel any way about it one way or the other because
You don't feel any way about babies getting bone cancer one way or the other?
no, not really.
God finely tuned the universe for life, except there's almost no life in it. And the life that we do have is full of suffering and torment. He loved life so much that he made it so like 40% of babies don't even make it to month number 6. What's finely tuned? Where's the fine tuning?
So like universe's physical constants, like gravity,
What
like
about
you
it?
mentioned, electromagnetic force,
How
cosmos,
is how is any of that fine tuned?
because they're all calibrated to an absurd amount of precision. And if
No, they're
any of them
not.
shifted by just an inch, no atoms, no stars, no life.
That's not true.
So how is that not fine tuned?
That's
What
not
do you
true.
mean that's not true?
Not only is that not true, if God existed, he can make any combination of things bring life. There's no limit to the combination of forces that he could use to make life. You have no idea how God made life if he made life. In fact, if this is the world we have, I have no reason to believe that it even could be any other way as an atheist. We don't know that. But in your worldview, God could make life any way he wants to, which means you have no idea if we're finely tuned for life.
It doesn't. I mean, I understand your opinion on that, but that doesn't solidify how I feel about it. Because, like I said,
No,
I
it's
know
just true.
scientifically.
Is your God all powerful?
My God's creator. He's not some egotistical
Yeah, but
religious maniac.
is he all
in the Bible.
powerful?
Is he all powerful? What do you mean by powerful? Like,
Are
is
there
he
things-
willing to subject his power
Are
onto
there-
other people?
Did he
Prove it?
invent
Like,
physics?
invent physics? No, humans did.
No. I'm not asking about the study of
makes
physics.
sense.
Did he invent the laws of physics?
No, humans did because they needed to
Did he
understand
invent the
what they couldn't.
constants that you're describing?
Yes, that humans couldn't understand, which is
Okay,
why they
and
created
could
physics.
he make
Yes.
them another way?
I suppose he could, but why would he?
Okay, so if he's all powerful, that means he could have created life in any combination of ways. Like just the fact that we have life now with the way the universe is says nothing as to whether or not it was finely tuned. Because if your God existed, he could have made life any way he wanted to.
Yeah, but that still doesn't dismiss the fact that there's no observed case in the universe in complexity, code, information,
Do
structured
you think?
systems
I'm sorry. What percentage
arise
of the
that they
universe do you
arise
think
from
we've?
randomness.
What percentage of the universe do you think we've explored? Hold on, Dalton. Let
What
him
part of the
answer.
universe?
What percentage of the universe have we explored?
Barely half of one, barely a 16th of
Okay, yeah.
1%.
The making claims about what's not in the universe is dumb.
I said
Yeah,
our
it
universe,
would be
man.
like going out to the ocean, taking a glass, dipping it in the ocean, going, "Yep, no whales out there."
Basically, that's a really good analogy.
That was a pretty good analogy. I'll give you that. I've never seen an example in our universe that we're aware of
You
any
mean
precise order arising
in
out
our
of
planet?
arising out of randomness or without intelligence. It doesn't check out.
It does. Humans, we did everything on this
We
planet
did
arose without a creator. Everything.
everything.
Yeah.
So we created trees, we created grass, we created food, animals. What?
Humans did not invent that stuff. I don't know.
Right, something
It's
did.
like you're having a different conversation. Nobody created those things. They evolved.
But they had to have a starting point. They had to have come from somewhere. And is your answer
No,
plasma?
it
And
doesn't. It doesn't have to come from somewhere. It's not created. Nothing created it.
okay, agree to disagree on that one for sure.
All biological organisms on the planet have one single common ancestor, and that single common ancestor had its origins from inorganic materials.
Right. With plasma, it was like a little concoction.
Not plasma, no.
That's
Okay. So what was it?
what was what.
What was it that it originated from? You said it wasn't plasma. What was it?
What
Any
was
ideas?
what
Any
did
thoughts on it?
what you don't know how
You said
antecedents
it
work
all
yet.
came from.
We need when you say it, you have to tell us what it is. We don't know what it is.
Okay, what he just described was just all things come from one common ancestor, which boiled down to, and I said plasma. He said no, not plasma. I didn't mean to interrupt, so please continue. What was it? What is it?
We don't know like the origin of abiogenesis, like how it actually occurred, but that it did occur is evident because here we are, and
Here we are.
until you can demonstrate that there's an intelligent supernatural force behind the origin of life, the only viable answer is that it came about through naturalistic processes.
Okay, so no one was around to be able to make it. It just made itself, right?
Yeah. And
Okay.
we know how. Like we've been able
Okay, how? Please.
we've been able to like replicate the various stages of the process. Like
Yeah, the
there's
Yuri.
been tons of experiments on this, and even some into our time period, replicating this experiment with different variations.
Yeah, the Yuri Miller experiment is probably the most popular version of this, where they attempted to recreate the conditions of early Earth, and they were able to demonstrate that through natural processes that you were able to, from inorganic materials, produce the building blocks of life.
Of life. So okay.
And we know that it
So you're
happens.
talking-
Like we have amino acids, like that we've actually recovered from meteors.
okay, that are identical to the ones that exist within us, or within anything on the planet.
They're known amino acids, yes.
Okay. Fair enough. Agree to disagree again. No problem. I respect your
No,
opinions.
Disagree on
you
what?
don't.
That we found amino acids on 2 different meteors?
No, that
You,
there's some kind of intelligence involved in
you
existence, not just
you can
randomness.
only agree to disagree as if you actually have a point to rebut us with,
That's what I just said.
but you don't have a point
You
to
don't have
rebut
a
us with.
point.
You just said
You have an
nuh-uh.
I just
assertion.
just like you do. There's no proof to what you're saying other than these experiments that you're saying.
There
Other
is.
than the
Where we came from,
experiments.
but we're the ones. Hold on, though. But we're the ones that created the experiments that say that you're using as proof that it happened on its own.
Yeah,
So
I don't know
that's
if you
your
know how
assertion.
the experiments work, but they're recreating the environment in which they believe the events occurred. They're not
Right. So
man
humans.
making these things. No. They're not man making these things.
If science wants to do an experiment, can it just wish it to happen and it happens on its own, or do they have to actually put some work into it, put some hands on it?
I see this as confusing for you, so I need you
No,
to
no, no,
like
it's not.
actually
Just answer my
listen to
question,
the
please.
words that are coming out of
Just
my
answer my
mouth.
question. Just
So,
answer my question.
so what they
Just answer my
don't
question, please.
do, so what they don't
Okay,
do, because
don't answer me.
it's clear that you didn't actually hear what I said the first time.
No, I did. I heard
So
all
what
of
they're
it.
not doing is going in and building amino acids and then hoping that they replicate. What they're doing is they're saying, here are the conditions we would expect on the early stages of Earth development. Let's recreate these conditions and see what happens. And lo and behold, what happened is we got the building blocks of life. And then it turned out that even outside of our experimentation, it happened. We discovered amino acids forming on their own out in outer space, like on 2 recent meteorites that we discovered them. So we know for a fact that the building blocks of life do self-assemble in the lab and not in the lab.
Okay. Thank you for detailing that for me. Appreciate it.
So again, is there any
So,
evidence for God existing? Because everything you've given so far is an argument from incredulity, which I don't know if you know this, is just a fallacy in debate processes. You can never say God is real because I don't understand X about science. Where's the verifiable proof, or at least evidence, that God is the cause of anything?
like I said, and the first thing that I brought to attention was the proof of consciousness coming from matter that doesn't exist.
It does
So
exist.
your
Prove
God's
it.
magic.
You'd have to demonstrate the claim that consciousness doesn't
Okay,
come
okay,
from
I'll
matter, because
demonstrate it.
all the evidence
I'll
we
demonstrate
have
it.
suggests that
I'll demonstrate it.
consciousness does come from matter, which is why we can modify it. We can give you medication to
Okay.
change your consciousness. We can do split brain experiments. I mean, there's so many things we can do that alter the consciousness. The only conclusion we can come to is that consciousness is a derivative of the brain.
Well, again, that's your assertion. But if consciousness doesn't exist, then you're telling me stones think, chemicals imagine, and atoms choose?
Who said consciousness doesn't exist?
Yeah, I don't
Not,
know. It's like you're having an
no,
entirely different
not
conversation. What I
not
said is that
exist, not
consciousness is a
exist, but
derivative of
wasn't
brains. So, as it turns out, rocks don't have brains, which is why they're not conscious. Things that have brains do have consciousness.
okay. So you have the ability to choose, to imagine, to create, to love, to dream, to intend, to act, and all of that is just natural order and randomness that worked out for our
Yeah,
good.
thanks to my brain.
Yep. Guess how brains work? They process
Okay.
inputs from the environment. That's it.
So if those are all non-physical properties that I just outlined that you just said
They're
because of
all
your brain,
physical.
imagining is physical? No, it's a
Yeah.
non-physical property.
Yep. It happens
Prove
inside of your
it.
brain.
Prove it.
The firing of neurons. That's responsible for your imagination.
Okay, so you can touch your imagination. It's physical.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's in
it's
your
a certain
brain.
pattern of neurons.
Man, I gotta say, man, a lot of things you guys are saying just doesn't check out with me. I'm not arguing with it. I'm just saying it doesn't make sense.
Personal incredulity
You
is
can't
not
touch
a
your
rebuttal.
imagination.
Yeah, personal
You can't touch your
incredulity.
ability to choose.
And you can't
You
smell
can't
the
touch.
color blue.
Yeah, and you
What you're
can't touch
what
love.
you're
That's
trying
what
to
I'm
do
saying.
is
You can't
describe.
touch
You
your
can
dreams.
measure it. We know what
You
chemicals
can't
cause it.
measure
We
it.
can. Yes, we can.
Measuring
Yes,
touching
you
in a physical
can.
aspect. So how is it physical then? How do you touch your dream, dude?
I didn't say dream. I said love.
Okay, I said love, and I said dream, and I said
I
intention, and
know
I said
because
choosing.
you've
How
got
do you
adult
touch those
ADHD
things?
and you can't track. So pick one or the other. You
No,
want to talk about love or do you want to talk about dreams?
what I said is they're all non-physical properties, and you said no,
No,
you
they're
can
all
touch them because of your
physical.
brain.
Every
Okay,
one of
so
them
how
is
do you touch love?
physical.
How do you
You
touch
can
dreams
measure
and love?
it. We can measure the chemicals in your
Measuring it.
brain.
Okay, measuring it isn't touching it. That's getting
Love
a
is
gauge on it.
chemicals. Love is a chemical reaction.
Are you asking if we're able to stick our fingers inside of our brains and touch the electrical firings and chemicals in our brains? Because I'm sure you could stick your fingers in someone's head and do that. But it's what is this?
What I'm saying is, in my opinion, all the things that I just outlined are non-physical properties because you
And
can't
we
just grab a dream.
disagree.
You can't hug a
No,
creation thought.
the dream is
You can't
happening
hug,
in your brain.
but you're not touching it. It's non-physical.
You are
It's
touching it. Your
metaphysical,
brain is
if anything.
producing it. Your brain is physical.
Your brain is, but what it's producing and creating, as
Your
in create or
brain.
love or
Your
dream, is
brain
not
is. Your
physical.
brain is doing all those things, and your brain is
Dude,
physical.
you're so silly, man. You can't touch your dream. You
Yes, you
can't.
can.
You're saying yes, you can because I
Your
can
brain
measure
is
it.
physically
Measuring is
touching
not
it.
touching it.
Your brain is physically touching it right now.
Every
Whoa.
thought you have
What's
in
going
your
on?
head is just an individual pattern of synapses firing and not firing at different speeds and different strengths, and that's
Agreed.
all your thoughts are, including
Thoughts.
dreams.
Right. I didn't say thoughts.
Dreams
I
are
said
a form of thought.
okay. So then, in your opinion, you guys both, is the mind the same thing as the brain, or are they two different things?
Same
The
thing.
mind is produced by the brain. It's the function of the brain, which is the synapses firing.
Some
Okay.
have
So is
more or
it
less of it.
okay? I got you. Touche. So then, yeah, your mind is your brain is your mind,
Hmm.
in your opinion,
Hmm.
Yes.
because I believe they're two separate things. That's why I asked.
Well, you can say it all you want, but what's the evidence of that being the case? Because as it turns out, every time we alter the brain, we
Consciousness.
alter people's mind.
If the mind is not physical, why is it that physical drugs are capable of affecting my mind?
Okay. If I start to answer, will you let me finish? When you ingest something, it turns into a chemical reaction. The chemical reaction is, just like I was stating, a non-physical property. That's how it's able to non-physically
Chemical
alter.
Chemicals are
reactions are
physical.
non-physical?
Yeah, so you can't reach into your body and
Unbelievable.
touch your.
Chemicals are physical. I don't know if you know that.
No, I said a chemical reaction, man. I didn't say a chemical.
Chemical
I said a
reactions are
chemical reaction.
physical.
You just said chemical reactions are
Internal.
non-physical.
If I
Internal. I
if
said
I
if you
throw
take a
if
drug.
I
Internal
throw
to
Well,
your
your
on your
example was
physical
taking a
brain.
drug,
We
man.
know, yeah, internal in your physical brain.
what do you think
Right, but it
physical
alters.
means, Mr. T?
What is it?
What do you think physical means?
Tangible, touchable.
Okay, are chemicals tangible and touchable? If I throw some acid in some water
Of
and
course
then
they
throw it
are.
on your face, is that physical?
Of course they are. When you take a
That
drug and a chemical reaction happens inside of you, you can grab that out and take it and say, I don't want this anymore. Get rid of this chemical reaction. Or do you have to go through it? You have to roll it out. Now,
that
the
doesn't
only
make it not physical.
yes, it does, because if it was physical, you'd be able to take it
Wrong.
out. Let's say, okay.
I mean, sure enough,
Well,
if you
so
had
if you take
advanced enough technology, you could draw
no, you
out
can't.
those chemicals from your
No, you
brain
can't.
because
You're
they're just
reaching.
physical objects.
You're reaching. You're reaching.
No,
Yeah,
you're
in
not.
fact,
I'm not
we have
reaching.
the
If you take
technology to measure it. We can certainly create technology to remove it.
look,
If you can
measuring it
measure
and
it,
seeing it
if you
isn't
can
touching
measure
it.
it, you can remove it.
Okay, so are stars physical to you?
Yes.
Stars, the
Okay.
burning
Yeah, a
balls of
star.
plasma at the center
Right.
of our
Are they
planetary
physical?
system. Yeah, stars happen to be
Yes.
physical.
So you can
Here,
touch. You can
Mr. T.
touch a
I'll save you a
star.
lot of time. If it's made out of atoms, it's physical.
Or even subatomic particles like photons. We
Yeah.
consider
Right,
photons
because it would be
physical.
tangible. You could touch it.
You can touch your
Yes. So
brain.
stars are
Okay.
physical.
Okay, so if you choose to take some mushrooms because you want to trip your balls off, right, and you take too much, you're telling me that you can reach into your body, break the chemical reaction, dial it down to the amount that you're fine with, and continue on and get rid of the rest of that chemical reaction because it's
If
tangible.
you had the
It's a
technology,
physical
yes, you
property.
could do that. Hmm.
Yeah, if you had it, but you don't. So how is
Well,
that not
well,
non-physical?
nobody has a need for it. Nobody. Why would anyone invent a piece of technology to do literal brain surgery while you're eating mushrooms? What a dumb thing
I
to
don't think that
invent.
they would. I don't think they would.
It
That sounds
sounds
as
like
silly as you
it sounds
saying
like you've been
you're
doing too
saying that
many
it's
mushrooms.
non-physical. No, definitely don't. Appreciate the comment though.
I I don't understand how you think words work.
How words work.
I don't think he knows either.
Interesting.
I think physical things are things made out of matter. That's it. If it's made out of subatomic particles and or atoms, it's a physical thing. Chemicals are physical. Stars are physical. I'm physical. My brain's physical. The firing in my brain is physical.
I've had a lot of talks with a lot of smart people, and I've never heard anybody say that a dream, a love, an emotion is physical. It's a physical, tangible, touchable. They're
Well, it sounds like
non-physical
you should read a
properties.
book.
All right, fair enough.
Stop
So,
having
all right,
conversations with people and read a book.
fair enough. Appreciate your opinion. As far as atheist beliefs go, right?
Atheism's the lack of belief.
Yeah.
Well, that's a belief in itself, isn't it?
No.
No. Is abstinence a sex position?
Depends on what you define position as, but yeah, it could be.
No, oh
Jesus
my God.
Christ.
If I take the position that abstinence, man, you know what? All right. In atheism, is being an atheist. Why does non-living matter produce consciousness in humans, but not rocks or water or stars?
Because they don't have brains. We already covered this.
Okay, so because they don't have brains, they can't have consciousness. All right. So somebody who's brain dead, that's still active, consciously measurable.
If they're brain dead, then they don't have consciousness.
It's been measured that people that are being considered vegetables can still have production of consciousness, not
But
Vegetables
they're not
aren't brain
entirely
dead.
brain dead. They're not entirely brain dead.
okay. So self-awareness, how do you explain that by evolutionary, coming from nothing,
We have
randomness?
5 senses. That's all you need.
Right. So how do you explain that coming from nothing?
It's not hard.
doesn't come
I
from
have
nothing.
5 senses. I can see my hand in front of my face. I know it's there. It's not even hard.
It doesn't come from nothing, by the way. Like, brains evolved gradually over billions of years from existing material.
But they didn't
that's
always exist, so they had to come from nothing. There had to be a
No, they
starting
came.
point.
They
No,
didn't
they
come from
came from
nothing.
inorganic materials.
So that's the same thing that gives us the ability to think about our thoughts.
Yeah.
All right. So let me make sure I phrase this right.
So what's your next what's your next argument from incredulity?
Why would something? Let's get biological. Why would something?
So to be clear,
why
you
would
don't
something
have
like-
an actual argument for your God existing. You have just an unending list of incredulity.
No,
Do you
these
have
are
an
all
ac-
reasons that, in
Do you
my
have an
opinion,
actual
not
do you have an
yours.
actual argument or evidence for your God existing?
So everything I've outlined is
Because it
evidence to
sounds
me
like
and a
you've
whole
got
lot
a
of other
big
people
bucket
that
of
there is.
incredulity. Do you know what an
Love you,
argument
man.
in favor of a position
you, man.
is?
I do.
Okay, so when you provide an argument in favor of a position, it starts with my position is true because. It doesn't have anything to do with atheism.
The reason I said that is because all of your beliefs are based off and around that. So, well, your non-beliefs because you don't believe anything, right? So, all of your statements, all of your opinions that you say are factual, I disagree with because they're not my facts. They're yours.
So again,
my
do
facts,
you have
my
an
facts
argument
prove-
in favor
my
of
facts
your God
prove-
existing, Mr. T? That's the question. Or do you only have incredulity?
Also, you don't get to have your own facts. That's not how facts work.
I'm assuming he has no argument. T.
Sorry, could you guys hear me?
No, when you swipe away, we can't hear you. So try again. Do you have an actual argument
what I
or
was saying
evidence
was-
for your God being real, or do you just have incredulity?
So again, what I said was everything that I outlined are
It's
my facts.
crazy.
That
I need a
prove
yes or
that.
no from your face. Do you have an argument
Yes.
in favor of your God, meaning it's actual evidence or logic that would suggest your God is real, not incredulity? An argument from incredulity doesn't work here.
Okay, fair enough. I respect that. And I love you guys and I respect the hell out of you and I appreciate your opinions and everything that you just kind of try to cook me on right now or did cook me on. How about that?
Do you,
so,
though? Do you have an argument in favor of your deity?
Nothing that you guys aren't going to argue isn't some, provable thing that isn't provable by machines that aren't invented yet because why would anybody want to? No, I don't.
Okay, so you don't. Okay, so
That's
you
why I
just
said
got
I respect you guys.
just got a bunch of incredulity. That's fine.
Sure, in your opinion. But like I said, I respect the hell out of you guys.
That's
I love you.
definitely
It's not an
true.
opinion.
Like when
You
your
just don't know
argument
how things
is-
work.
Yeah, if your argument is I don't understand science, that's just an argument from incredulity. Does nothing to further the debate about whether or not your God is real.
Again, like I said, I appreciate you guys. If my ignorance allowed the cooking, the serious chef work that just happened here for you guys to me, I love it and I respect it. I love what you guys are doing. Gonna keep supporting, and I appreciate everything that you just cooked me on. How about that?
Okay, fair enough. Well, thanks for coming by.
Cool. I appreciate you guys.
All right, have a good one.
You too.
What is with the guests we've had tonight?
It was a wild night. It was a wild night tonight. We've had some real doozies tonight. But listen, friends, it's midnight. I'm gonna read through what's left of our super chats, and then I'm gonna try to get some sleep myself.
Yeah, I have been fighting these pain meds all night to stay
I saw
awake.
you had a water bottle on your face earlier.
Oh yeah, it's my jaw. Yeah.
I'm
Oh,
gonna
that's right, because he
I'm
was.
gonna, thank you for having me up here, Justin.
Ems, thank you so
Good
much
night.
for being with you. I really appreciate you, buddy. Have a great one.
I was literally just wondering if he was still with us or he just like fell asleep.
You know, I wouldn't have blamed him if he did fall asleep. He's been up with us for the entire live, and I would have fallen asleep most likely. But he's so dedicated. You gotta love Ems. All right, let me grab our super chats, friends. Dank Bird Gang, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, if you're still looking for atheist songs, I suggest Disciples by Live a Lie. Interesting. I'll put it on the list. And it's called
Oh, Cyber Deconstruction says that getting married tomorrow. I'll see y'all all next week.
well, shit, congratulations, Cyber. That's a big deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, send some pictures, man. Vincent, thank you for the 616. Hail Nero says, the vertical may be fun for a while, but in the end, you can't deny that horizontal is a wiser way to go. Rock hard for Sharon and simply what for Sharon? I think that might be a typo. But Vincent, thank you for the super chat. We appreciate that. But we do not hold to the supremacy of either stream. Both streams are equally blessed by Doug. And Erzmont, great to see you tonight. Miranda, thank you for the 5 Canuck bucks. Says, God wouldn't ask me to baby paste. If his ways are above your ways, how the F can you say that? Please ask. Hail Doug and Sharon. We've brought this up from time to time, but you're right. Like, the idea that God wouldn't ask you to do something, you have no way of knowing what he would or wouldn't ask you. If you can't understand the ways of God, then there's no way you can ever say that you know that he wouldn't ask you to do something. In Lanto, thank you for the $1.99. Says rock hard for Justin. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. And maybe Dalton once he grows his mustache out. I don't know. I'm just saying. Simeon, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says the split in the Church of Doug is showing the follies of religion is real time. It's true. LMAO, also love the stream. The only way I can get through work. Well, thank you, Simeon. And I'm glad that we can support you during your work hours. And I get it. You got to listen to something while you're at work. And Jay says, I, for one, am appreciative that Justin has so vocally backed the vertical stream now that we are definitely in the midst of a full-fledged schism. Damn it, Jay. We are not in a schism. I love the horizontal stream too. I just love an underdog, right? I want the two streams to be equal. Herbie, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, I love all the lore of Doug, Sharon, and vertical, horizontal, and YouTube versus TikTok. It's a great community you've given space for. Well, thank you, Herbie. I appreciate that. You know, we do have fun. I've had a couple of people say that they like the community because we tend to not take it too seriously. Sometimes we have a lot of fun, and that won't change. I'm maybe because I'm immature. I don't know.
Definitely the best community on TikTok, hands down.
Appreciate that. Steven, great to see you. It says Doug breaks in half plus Sharon Stone equals trionomy. I think you're trying to make a joke on triomny, maybe? Is that the play on words you were doing? But there's only 2, so it can't be triomny.
Trionomy, if it looks like it's trying to derive itself from the word tri, meaning 3, and nomos, meaning law, like Deuteronomy.
Yeah, I got some questions, Steven. I may not fully understand what you're asking, but I appreciate the super chat. In Loogie Head, thank you for the 666. Hail Satan asked the wife if it's better when I'm rock hard for Doug, vertical or horizontal. Turns out both make her sinfully wet for Sharon, and we rock the bed. Conclusion, both are perfect. See, that's what I'm saying. Doug, the power of Doug bringing people together. I appreciate that. And David Burke, great to see you, says, recall my 3-part on macro Christian. Dalton was right. You got it right. Have a great show. I'll watch and be annoyed later. Well, David, thank you for being here. And yes, compared to past streams, you may or may not be more annoyed than some of our previous streams in the recent past. Stargate Master, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, I just saw that the 2 channels are starting a schism. No, Stargate, there's no schism. What the frack is this schist? It's not a schism. This is fake news. I need to find out who's at fault. I forget who mentioned it first, but it's a lie from the pits of granite.
I made one joke about a schism, and it turned into. I take full responsibility.
Dalton, first you create a schism, and then you shave your mustache. I have so many problems right now. Flunk Waffle.
Fine, I'll grow it back out.
Don't do it for me. Thank you for the £5. Jesus walks into a motel. He dumps a handful of nails on the desk and asks, will you put me up for the night? May we also solidify under Doug's gaze? That's a good joke. We've heard that one quite before. I do appreciate the joke, Joe Flunk Waffle, especially some Jesus jokes. You know, everyone loves a good Jesus was hung joke. VG Vindaloo, thank you for the 666, says Muslim apologists are bad at science compared to Christian apologists. I would agree with this, actually. I think it's because the Western world has a slightly better educational system. That's like being bad at rock climbing compared to elephants. Oh, no. That's true. I mean, I can't rock climb at all, but I know I can beat an elephant for sure. Vincent, again, thank you for the super chat, says Justin, Dalton, and M, the Doug Trinity. I think we definitely formed a Trinity if I was going to say so myself. And SLJ says, we live in odd times. I try to convince myself these debates are satire, yet each new gem proves that it's sad reality. Oh, tempora, oh, Morris. Rock hard for Doug and Sharon. Well, that's the point. When I first started doing these live streams, I didn't realize how bad off we were. And I wasn't really doing that much debate. But once I realized how cooked we are, I was like, fuck, we got to do some debates. Like, we got to get people out of this cult.
That's how I feel about flat earthers. Like, I thought there wasn't that many, but there's too many.
It's terrifying. Mo, thank you for the super chat, says, I swear I do not own a car dealership. However, please ask M to say, come on down to Earth and Heaven Hyundai and Subaru for a deal on all 2025 models. And unfortunately, he's already gone, so you're not going to get it. But next time he's here, I apologize. We'll see if we can get him to do it for us. Judas Maccabeus, thank you for the $5 super chat, says, has anyone else considered that Joseph Smith is actually the Prophet Muhammad reincarnated? I did not, and that would be interesting plot, unless there's transmigration and customs enforcement. Well, to be fair, a white guy in the Middle East with Muhammad may or may not have been treated well. I don't know.
There is a weird syncretic religion out there. It's called Chrislam, and it's meant to be a fusion of Christianity and Islam.
That's wild. I didn't know about this. I need to know more about Chrislam now. I mean, I'm only in the second chapter of the Quran, and they seemed so far be favorable towards Christians. I'm likely to believe that it wasn't always this animus. Tim, thank you for the super chat, says Occam's razor for the closest shave theoretically possible. And I do appreciate that. Well, I wonder if we can get an Occam's razor commercial jingle put together. I'd be willing to put that up. And Snip that says, I converted to vertical. It's the way. Well, thank you for getting it up for the vertical stream. Not that we don't love the horizontal. We get down with the vertical and get up with the get down with the horizontal, up with the vertical. Meg says, went through the Northridge quake and it was a vertical quake. Don't be fooled though. Doug had nothing to do with any vertical earthquakes. And Tim says, how does Jesus make his coffee? He brews it. Yes, actually, surprisingly, the second time we've had this joke tonight, but we do appreciate a good joke. Thank you for that.
When I was in high school,
mhm.
I wanted to start a coffee shop called Hebrews Kosher Coffee. I was going to have a Jehovah Java and all kinds of drinks in there.
That would be fun. I'd go. Adam says in turtle dove theology, the Jewish Messiah is the devil, considering they all get massacred when he comes. I don't know what turtle dove theology is. I've never heard of this. Have you heard of this?
No, this is utterly new to me. The
It is new
only
to me.
reference I have for turtle doves is from Home Alone 2.
Yes. Well, thank you for the super chat. And Zakul says, Oi, Father. Oh, no, not this again. Who art in dirt, hard as fuck, be thy name. I think you're referring to Doug. And yes, holy be the name of Doug, who is actually from the dirt, from the earth, because he is the grounding of all reality. And Yoda St. Claus says, why do vote for as... who do... I apologize. Who do vote for as president, Trump or Yahweh, and why? I think you mean who would. And that's a tough one because I feel like Trump got his notes from Yahweh, but at least Trump doesn't necessarily demand worship by the punish of death.
I feel like, not yet. I feel like Trump's super incompetent, though, and he doesn't get as much shit done as Yahweh did in the Hebrew Bible, at least.
I think so. Unfortunately, I probably have to go with Trump only because Yahweh really knows how to fuck shit up. One bad weekend. Thank you for the 696. Says the divinity of proof is Doug's divinity. It's completely illogical that it's both horizontal and vertical simultaneously. Joined tall, watch wide. Well, thank you for the rhyme, bad weekend, and another vote, obviously, for Team Vertical. Although also for the horizontal, and helping Mega Deconstruct says America equals Christian brain rot syndrome. Couldn't agree more. Doug and Sharon have deemed a crusade is needed in their name to settle the schism. There's no schism, Mega. It's fictitious. It's fictitious schism. We can be civilized, bocce, croquet, or fundraiser. Listen, maybe we can settle it once for all by doing a fundraiser, but I'm telling you right now, there's no schism. No schism. Duke says, I will now say I have come to fulfill the law, not to abolish it every time I enter my car. It's going to be in your mind every time you buckle up now. And Alex, thank you for the $5 super chat, says, hi, it's Alex from a few calls ago. I wanted to thank you for our chat. I'm becoming more comfortable with my atheism, down with Christian nationalism. I agree, down with Christian nationalism. And thank you for coming up and talk, Alex. I'm glad that you're able to kind of move into atheism. Don't worry, the water's warm. You'll be fine, my friend. And St. Brush, thank you for the 666. Says, first time I've ever seen a Christian asking an atheist where the book in his Bible is. That to me is how you know you're in bad shape. If in fact we reference Ephesians and you can't find Ephesians, you shouldn't be on a debate stage with atheists. Jack the Moose says, I'm fairly certain America is a Kiwi. Maybe. As a Kiwi myself, I think I can speak for the rest of us and confidently say we do not claim him. Also, if you aren't horizontal, you are a heretic. That is not the case. There are no heretics in this community. So everybody is loved and cherished, friend. Everybody loved and cherished. And 1 second, I got a message I got to check real quick. Let's see. Oh, interesting. The link? Oh, I see the link. Fair point. Fair point. Good observation there, Jimmy. Give me 1 second, Jimmy. This needs to be moved a little bit over. It's slightly cut off on the iPhone. There we go. Thank you, Jimmy. I appreciate that, Jimmy Snow. Also, Sunday I'll be on the line with Matt Delhoney. Guys, make sure you're there for that. It should be good. So 2 days from now. Mr. Brief, thank you for the $5 super chat, says, how am I supposed to find anything in a book with a table of contents that shows the book name listed at the top of every page? I know, isn't that crazy? That the guy has a Bible, obviously a table of contents, couldn't find Ephesians. I think it was just flustered. It happens, but still, you should know where Ephesians is. And it's just cases, everyone remember, America can vote, let that sink in. And that's the scary part. All these goofs that we've talked to today, they get to vote, and you'll never guess who they voted for. Super mega extra regular guy. Okay, interesting. Justin and Dalton, how many Bibles do you own? Are you collectors, or do you only study them? I actually do have some antique Bibles in my collection. All my Bibles together, I've probably got about 15 or 20 Bibles, if I had to put a number on it.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
I have 13 on the shelf, and I got more elsewhere.
Yeah. Hey, if you're going to engage in this field of study, you got to have all the goods, you know. And Josh says, grateful you defend reason from the fog of faith. Yes, yes. This is here. We're here for truth and reason. That's what we're doing here. And Kay says, A equals America. I don't get it. I may not understand the super chat either. Kay, if you're not from America, the phrase "Merca" is kind of a joke about how Southerners pronounce America. Thank you for the super chat, Dylan. Dr. Fudge, good to see you. Says, I'm going to start a schism, but not tell anyone what the split's over, and nobody can stop me. Dr. Fudge, you don't. Doug compels you not to do such a thing. A house divided cannot stand. A kingdom divided can't stand. John says, if there was a God, we'd be watching the first game of the Brewers Mariners World Series with one eye during tonight's barbecue. Wait, who's playing? I haven't even been tracking baseball. So the World Series is happening between the Brewers and Mariners. Was that what's happening? I didn't know that. I don't know. Listen, when you live in Ohio, you don't worry too much about baseball all that much. Even if we made it to the World Series, we'd get swept, you know. Last time we went to the World Series, it was at 95 or 96. Like, I remember the 95 World Series. We legitimately had the best team in baseball and still got our asses kicked. It was just, what are you going to do? Tim, thank you for the $5 super chat, says, then we'll start a Masonic order of the horizontal stoneworkers. We will not. There will not be any more divisions in this community. And Chris says, California punk band, stupid autocorrect. Oh, from the band Bad Religion that you were suggesting? Okay, it wasn't calibrated punk. It was California punk. Yeah. We're with you. And BitPlanes says, I took the prophet's words, and after running it through just 3 online translators, all streams are equal. Became vertical only, no exceptions. I told you, AI cannot be trusted. You can't trust AI. And Bunny says, already with the prophet motive, Celestia, save us. I don't know what you're referring to, but yes, I would pray to Celestia before Yahweh. And Kevin says, thank you for your donation. But Kevin, we thank you for your donation. And Paul, thank you for your $5 super chat. Says, help me connect Matthew 5:17 to the law of Moses. Christians might say he was talking about a different law and squirm away. Well, it says the law and the prophets. Those are 2 categories in the Hebrew Bible. The law is the first 5 books of Moses. The prophets are all of the prophets, typically minus Daniel. Daniel gets relegated to the writings. So we would say then that the law is the first 5 books of Moses. It doesn't say 10 commandments. It doesn't say commandments of Jesus. It says the law and the prophets. We know what the law is. Gemma J says, I swear to Doug, if you bring Joe up again, I'm converting. I don't know if we're ever going to do that again. To horizontal. Oh, okay. All right. Bazinga. But seriously, fuck Joe. Right in the ear. No KY, no cuddles. Joe, listen, Joe really, he's got problems. He's got to figure this shit out. You're right, though. He deserves ear fucked. Germs says, yeah, and the Lord dropped 99% pure sulfur onto those heathens and yelled, gotcha, some random chemist. That's actually the funny thing about this dumb idea that God rained down pure sulfur and brimstone is the text doesn't actually say that. Like the fact that they found sulfur balls there with a high concentration of sulfur has nothing to do with whether or not God sent it. Those are two unrelated things.
I find it funny that that same caller brought up the stone pillar called Lot's wife, which is 30 feet tall.
Right.
Everybody, a lot like this lady is tall.
The bad talking points are endless, and God's grace and love through Christ says, "Thank you for your donation." Well, you might be in the wrong place, but thank you for your donation. And Ashura says, currently Babylon is a city in Iraq, and it has a population of roughly 1.8 million people. Is that the case?
What?
I didn't think that was the case. No one lives in the ancient city of Babylon itself, which is now a ruined archaeological site in Iraq. However, people live in modern towns and communities adjacent to the ruins. Yeah, we said that. And the area is undergoing a restoration to become a cultural heritage and tourist destination. So people live pretty close to it, I would imagine.
Crazy that terrorism is going to defeat Yahweh's prophecy.
Oh, could you imagine? That's going to be amazing. Peter says New York is exit, therefore Spider-Man is real. I think you mean New York exists, therefore Spider-Man is real. And yes, that's typically the argument you want to pull here. Charles says Tyre still has people living there. Yes, we know. And that guest apparently couldn't understand how words work. Tom, thank you for the $5 Canuck buck. Says just look at the map. The city of Tyre in Lebanon still exists to this day, including coastal part. Yes. Both of them still exist today. But that guy just could not be honest. He was incapable. Sean says, I dream of the day Doug tells us the reason for the great horizontal and vertical divide of 25. It doesn't exist. He's never going to tell you. It doesn't exist. There's no divide. People are making things up. These are false prophecies. And Space Lord says, I took my parents down to the Colorado River Canyon in Moab, Utah today. Reminds me that the claim that the geology being from one flood is effing stupid. Yes. The idea that these canyons were created during the one flood is ridiculous because they're cut into rock, not soft ground. Deceptive Maple says, keep up the good work. Well, thank you, Deceptive. Thank you for your support. I appreciate that. And Helium says, how did you meet Dalton? So I first met Dalton. It would have been a summer ago. I was at a park and I was listening to some TikTok. I saw Dalton on TikTok and I saw him talking. I was like, this guy is really bright. So I follow him immediately. And then he was going live for a little bit and then he kind of disappeared for a while. And then rise out of the ashes. He's back like the Phoenix. And he's up here cooking with me now.
Well, that's my first time hearing that story as well.
Yeah,
Lovely.
I don't know when Dalton first ran across my channel, if it was the same time I ran across his, I don't know.
I caught your show a couple times last year, but then I didn't start watching regularly until I showed up on Unapologetic, announcing my return, and then started watching your lives regularly after that.
Yeah, but we're happy that Dalton's active again. Daddy of Yahweh says he believes in miracles, but not lions biting hands. That's the craziest thing. That guest could not comprehend lions biting someone's hands and feet, yet he literally believes in walking on water and dividing of
Too
fish.
far-fetched.
And Simple Programmer, thank you for the 666, says there's a tourist resort inside the old Babylonian city borders. Oh, I didn't know that. Restaurants, a conference center, villages, a supermarket right now. Certainly not utter desolation. Certainly not. We have to, I need to actually look up the map of old Babylon and see what's there. Because now I'm curious. Because like I never did actually do the actual map of the borders, but I bet there's people living in the old city. Judah says, where do I find that Kraken bottle holder? Keep cooking. This conversation on tense is intense. That's good. So this Kraken bottle holder you will not find because I found some solid models on the internet and resized it, modified it myself for a bottle holder for Kraken. This wasn't what it was originally designed to do. That's just what it is. Now, that being said, I bet if you search for one of these online, you can find one. I guarantee someone's making them. Like, I'm certainly not the only person who's got this idea. You know what I mean? Mick Dirt, thank you so much for the super chat. It says thank you for your donation, but we're thankful for your donation, friend. And Adam, great to see you. It says roses are red, and when it feels right, trusting in Doug will keep you rock hard all night. That's a good rhyme, and indeed he will all night long. And Nikosi says Jeremiah 16:19, Christians cherish their inheritance. Let me see what that says. I don't know that one off the top of my head, actually. Jeremiah 16:19 says, "Oh my Lord."
Wait,
Mhm.
the nations have inherited lies. That's the passage,
Oh
right?
gosh.
Yeah, our
For
fathers have inherited lies. This is a very popular verse, especially amongst like people in the Hebrew roots movement, because they think that mainstream Christianity is paganism and stuff like that.
I could see that. Yeah, yeah. Although Jeremiah is talking about those who came before him, kind of the way he accuses the scribes too, the lying pen of the scribes. Bing, thank you for the $5 Canadian chat. Says my parents have a tapestry that says "Surely I come quickly." Poor Jesus suffers from PE. This guy has been coming for 2,000 years, and he hasn't been able to satisfy anyone, unfortunately. Logan, thank you for the super chat. Says the guy wasn't a pretzel. He tied himself into so many knots that he became a fucking quilt. Yes, indeed. He is a knitted quilt. Hell, Doug, horizontal is orthodoxy. Again, Doug is approving of both streams, my friend. And Michael says, "It's just me. Is it just me, or do men call in way more than women? Why do you think that is? Doug, be with you." Well, I think the way that is because most people on these shows know that it's a debate, and I think a lot of women don't find the debate to be that enticing. In fact, it seems overly aggressive. The debate stage is typically kind of an aggressive platform, and I just don't think that it fits everybody's personality. And I think we're kind of raised to be more aggressive, like that. It's seen as a masculine trait, if you know what I mean.
I'll say this too. It's probably because they're a lot wiser and smarter than the men who come on here.
That is accurate, actually. Adam says all the callers are gish staggering tonight. Yeah, I would say so. The callers were rough tonight, but what are you going to do, right? Bill Knick, thank you for the super chat. Says, after my father passed, my mother told me about my father sitting with a gun in one hand and the Bible in the other, asking why he didn't get it. I don't know what you mean by it, like that he was getting, but you mean maybe he doesn't understand the Bible? Or maybe I may not fully understand what you're saying, but we're sorry that you lost your father. I hope that you're doing well. Thank you for supporting the channel. And Lewis, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, I'd be surprised if no one recommended this yet, but either way, All the Madmen by David Bowie is a great anti-religion cult song. I didn't know that. All the Madmen by Bowie. It's added to my list. I appreciate that. Thank you. Cursed says, what is the study Bible you see? The I see? Oh, sorry, use.
That you
You
use.
use. I typically use the NRSV Study Bible, the New Oxford Annotated Study Bible, and I typically, if I don't have that, I use the Catholic Study Bible 3rd edition. They're both great. You can also get the Jewish Annotated New Testament, and if you wanted something very, very Catholic, you can get what do they call it again?
See, the only one I use is the Jewish annotated one, and I think the closest thing I have to a Catholic study Bible is I have the Word on Fire series Bible.
You may want to look into the Didache Study Bible if you
I've
really
heard of
want to
that one.
see how the Catholics are integrating their theology with the Bible. It has links in it to the Catechism, to the council rulings, to papal bulls. There's all kinds of stuff in there, so you can see how they're doing everything. Jack, thank you for the 616. Says all songs are atheists. You know they suck when they're Christian. No soul detected. Actually, that's very good. But you're right. I mean, theoretically, all song is songs for atheists as long as they don't mention God. And T-Maz says, you may have heard this before, but if you haven't, you have to add it to the playlist. Thank You God by Tim Minchin. We do have Tim Minchin on the list, though. That's a good song. I would recommend watching the video. I did actually see the video, but yes, Tim certainly is going to be on the list. And Elvis says, hymns are atheist anthems because words don't mean words. True. If we have the same hermeneutic as Christians, then any song's an atheist jam. And Simeon, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, I wanted to run a Bible study thought by both y'all. When reading John 9:6, could the author maybe be trying to call back to Genesis 2:7, like both can do things with the earth to manipulate people? Let me check.
Jesus making clay from spit and putting it on the eyes of the man. There may be a connection there.
Certainly could be a connection. It's curious though that Emperor Vespasian does the same thing. I'm inclined to believe, that it might be a more of a well-known trope. If in Tacitus and Suetonius, they record Vespasian using spit in a man's eyes. No mud though. But in the Babylonian creation myths, they form Adam and Eve, or Adam, or the first man, out of the clay. Maybe, I don't know. I'd be curious to know.
I think. I mean, I think it's just kind of obvious that the ancient myths are using clay because, well, if God is forming man, well, it's like a clay forming clay. It's no different.
Yeah, that's a good question, Simeon. I'm not sure if it's a callback or not, but it certainly could be a callback. And Mediocre says, just tell the caller that the end of the big crunch cycle thrusts us into the upside down and that Stranger Things is a prophecy. I've never actually seen Stranger Things. Now I kind of wish I had, because if it's like Big Bang, Big Crunch supporting, I need to see it. And Eris, thank you for the super chat, says, per DCT, grape isn't wrong. Yahweh, who's DCT? Divine Command Theory. Per Divine Command Theory, grape isn't wrong. I agree, yeah. Yahweh literally commanded it, so by definition, there's nothing wrong with the act itself. God ain't the answer. It's certainly not. Certainly not. But they would say, well, the morals are relative. It's okay when God does it, not okay when we do it. Johannes says, babies getting bone cancer. I don't feel anything about it one way or the other. Mr. T, I pity the fool. Yeah, it's crazy that people don't feel a way about baby bone cancer. To me, I'd be pissed, especially if it's your child with it. You're going to feel a way, I can promise that. Sonic Shroom says, finally tuned to choke on our food. Agreed, yes. Everyone who's ever had a child knows that child's going to choke on something eventually. You're going to have to reach in there and pull it out. Dr. Fudge says the laws of physics and chemistry aren't random. I agree. I don't think they're random at all, my friend. And the daddy of Yahweh again, thank you so much, says the absolute arrogance of hearing a bunch of facts and saying, I respect your opinion. It's not just ignorant, it's rude. Those fruits show daily. I agree. And hopefully he'll think about the conversation. It seemed not so likely. It seems like he can't see past his nose, but maybe. Mediocre says consciousness is an emergent property. Interesting. But have you considered nah way? That's good. I appreciate that. Nah way's good. And Ifer, thank you for the super chat, says ADHD wasn't the reason Mr. T couldn't keep track. It's just he doesn't have any education. It could be, ADD is one of those things that manifests differently in people. To be fair, somebody who's in a conversation that doesn't have anything of value to say would sound like somebody who's got attention deficit disorder because they're panicking. And when you panic, you can't think clearly, you know what I mean? And Johannes says, Mr. T is evidence of consciousness without a brain. Oh, nailed it. We nailed it. We finally found a case. And Cut by Occam, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, Mr. T, walls are physical. Soundproofing can't be touched. Soundproofing is produced by a wall. Yeah, soundproofing is an abstract idea, which is why you can't touch it. But I see what you're doing there. That's interesting. That's an interesting way to put it. Brandon, thank you for the $20 super chat. I really appreciate that, friend. Says if God can only do what's logically possible, i.e., one Doug plus one Doug is not equal to three Dougs, doesn't that mean he's limited by math and can't freely choose the physical constants to create a functional universe? Math equal is greater than God. So they would say that math is transcendental, meaning it comes from like the nature of God, meaning he's still the source of it somehow. Like they wouldn't admit that it's objective outside of God. So that's usually how they get around these transcendental categories. But typically, I don't know if they would say that math is logical, although it is. You have to admit that it is. I mean, it's a fair point, though. I mean, but if God was all powerful, he could make 1 plus 1 equal 3. He certainly could if he was. He's just not. And St. Brush said, Mr. T learns that stars are real. Isn't that crazy? It's crazy.
Yeah, when he said, what about stars? Like, yeah, they're physical.
The kindergarten discussions you have to have on this platform are, it's wild. Ancient Warrior, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, sometimes it's depressing listening to this show and hearing callers that are so stupid that they don't know how stupid they are. And yes, if we've learned anything from this channel, it's that the Dunning-Kruger effect, or at least what we call the Dunning-Kruger effect, is in full force. And Luke says, man baffled by computers and Narcon. News at 11. Yes, indeed, that is the case. And look at this. We got 2 more donations of memberships by Carlos. Sent out 5 DZ Debate memberships. Thank you so much, Carlos. And an additional 5 for DZ Debates, which means DZ Debates is pulling out way ahead in this race. I'm just saying. Thank you for that, Carlos. I really appreciate that. And Chris, thank you for the 666, says, Dalton, proud of you. I am so phobic. Ever see Marathon Man? Rock hard for Doug. 2 streams are better than 1. I agree. And I don't know what you're phobic of, but have you seen Marathon Man?
I don't know what Marathon Man is.
I've never heard of it.
And I would love to know what you're phobic of, Chris. We can work through it together.
We can do it together, friends. We certainly can. Pat Green, thank you for the super chat. Says, thank you for doing these streams. The only way society progresses is we face the fact of human history. It's not magic, it's science. Could not agree more. The quicker people stop following these ridiculous fairy tales, the quicker we can move on with science and making the world an actual better place. Brandon, thank you for the super chat, says, Doug is an interesting God hypothesis. I have an idea. We should write a book in his name. Merch. I would certainly spread the word. Well, we have Doug merch. We can get more Doug merch. And in the Discord, you should join, friends. We have a book of Doug already started. In fact, you can add to the thread. You don't even need permission. So we're on it, Brandon. We're already going. Go to the merch store in the YouTube channel and get your own Doug merch, or go to the merch store in the Discord. They have even more Doug stuff in there. Not your channel here, bro. Thank you for the super chat. It says, check out the song Hokum All Ye Faithful. It's originally by Sycamore Smith, but I prefer the cover by Thomas Kalnucky. All right, let me add this to the list then. It's going to be Hokum All Ye Faithful. I had no idea there was so many atheist jams. This is crazy. Sean says, y'all got any more of them channel subscriptions? Maybe. Carlos might send you one. Somebody will probably send you one eventually, friend. And Luke says, what do biologists do with documents? They file them. Oh, that is a class act of a joke. I love that joke. I don't even know if I've heard that one, but that's a good one. And Josh, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, I like Dalton, and I think he has some great input. But is he your permanent wingman like Ed McMahon was Johnny Carson? Well, I don't. You guys know I don't have a permanent co-host, but if he's got free time to come up and debate with me, I love having him. But I learned from the Hanji experience not to have an actual permanent dedicated co-host for reasons that don't need to be mentioned here. I love Hanji. But yes, if I have people like Ems and Dalton or Ian or anyone else that wants to pitch in, I'm certainly here for it.
And I don't know who Ed McMahon is, and that's all I have to say about that.
Oh no, from the WWE or WWF. It was Ed McMahon at the WWF, wasn't it? Jimmy Snow and the Line, great to see you, buddy. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. It says, just so you know, on Vertical, the link is cut off to join as a guest. So you, just so you know, on Vertical, oh, it was doubled. Well, thank you. I appreciate that, Jimmy. And we did get that fixed. I appreciate the text message on that. Everyone's phone is a little bit different, so I don't always know what people are seeing. So I really do appreciate the feedback. And keep cooking them, buddy. Smack says, prepare for the coming of progressive Trump. I don't think Trump is going to turn progressive anytime soon. I could be wrong.
Jesus would sooner return, I think.
I think so. Johannes Brom says Vertical FTW gives a field of view, I think, or field
for the win.
For the win. Sorry, yeah, my brain is glitching there. Vertical for the win gives a better view of Doug and Sharon. Right now it does. I need to shift my camera just a little bit to get this better in focus or on the right stuff. But yeah, the view is slightly different, friends. It really is. And Chet, my friend, great to see you tonight. Thank you for being here and thank you for the super chat. Says I tried using let's make like two nuns and noons. Sorry. This is the pickup line we talked about. Let's make like two noons and assimilate. But she replied, why don't you make like the first of two successive A-class vowels in a closed unaccented syllable and disassimilate?
God
Unbelievable.
Damn.
Unbelievable, Chet. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate that. Even I am not deep enough in the grammar to fully appreciate the genius of this joke. I have to ask Kip and Dr. Joss on getting the vowel accents just right, because you're right, depending on how you conjugate it, the accenting moves quite a bit. I do enjoy this joke. For those who don't know what a noon is, and they certainly don't know what a noon assimilation is, I apologize. When you have two noons back to back, typically they combine into one noon and then they harden in the pronunciation. It's called assimilation. Chet's describing the opposite of assimilation here, which is a really good joke. I appreciate that, Chet. And Raja, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, hey, Justin, I recently watched your Timcast appearance. I thought you crushed it. You know, it's funny. I almost didn't do it because I only had like 2 days to prepare for it. And I typically don't dive into political talking points, but I'm like, hey, I kind of should. It is Tim Pool's show. A lot of people will be watching. And I really wanted to be able to talk to Inspiring Philosophy on this topic because he's got really bad talking points. But it says, any thoughts on this almost a year later? Any plans for similar appearances in the future? Well, I don't know if I want to do any more politics than humanly possible. Like if Inspiring Philosophy wasn't there, I probably wouldn't have gone. Like I didn't go because Tim invited me on. I went because IP was there, and IP is an actual apologist talking about the actual God, right? So that's what was the thing. I've been invited to other big political channels before to talk about like political related religious stuff, and I've declined it just because I don't really want to get involved in politics. I want to keep it on like the actual topic of what is true as much as possible. So, but the topic of the horrors that the church and Christianity has committed, I can debate that topic. That's not a problem. Cognitive Dissonance, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, this live stream was a wild ride. Let Justin cook. It certainly was a wild one. I gotta admit, we had some crazy cognitive dissonance, some of the thickest cognitive dissonance I've seen in a long time, actually. And Kat coming in again. Thank you, Kat. Says, believe me, James and the Shame, 5 Deconstruction song. James, hold on. Oh, these are all different songs separated by dashes. So, Believe Me, I think is what you're saying is the first song. And then James and the Shame. And then Fave. I don't know who they're by, but I'll put a question mark for by. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Daniel, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, how does it make sense to say that it's the only okay when God does or says it, but in the next breath say that morals come from God's nature. Yeah, that's the thing. If morals come from God's nature, that means everything God does is naturally good, meaning the behavior itself must be good, right? But you know how it is with them. You know, they'll pretzel into a million pretzels. I agree with you, though. Ravex, thank you for the $20 super chat. I appreciate that. Big W, friend. Says the verts and whores try to buy their way into the glory of Doug. We shall not be corrupted and will live as told to us in the foundations of combating those with softness in reason. The sedimentary reformation begins now. I agree. Right now, Rave, and on both channels, horizontal and vertical. Just because Doug is short and possibly horizontal, that doesn't mean that Sharon isn't vertical. And they're co-equal, co-eternal, and the co-deities of this world. Chris says dentists in Marathon Man? I think you say in Marathon Man, Dustin Hoffman tortured by dentist. Oh. Wow, that sounds wild. So Dustin Hoffman gets tortured by a dentist? It must be like a horror flick. Okay, I like to watch it. And Iper says Vince McMahon was WWF, WWE. Oh, Ed McMahon was on Carson. Okay, you're right. Vince McMahon. Apologize. And I have no idea who Ed McMahon is. Like on the Carson show, I assume you mean. But I've never watched it.
I'm guessing he was like the Andy Richter to Conan.
That's what I'm thinking. All right, listen, friends, that is the last of our super chats. I really appreciate everyone being here, but we need to see who's live right now that we can go raid. Surely there's somebody live that we can go put a good raid on to. Give me 1 second. I'm going to see who is in fact live.
Thank God, because I am so close to passing out. I really pushed through for all that.
I appreciate that. Listen, our friend Breakfast Tacos is in fact live right now doing a group debate that might be interesting. Let's run over to I gotta get rid of this super chat. Let's run over to Breakfast Tacos place over on YouTube. It's just Breakfast Tacos. That's his logo. He's got 3.8 thousand followers. He's doing the God debate right now. Do logic and science prove good evidence for God? Atheist versus Christian. Mega bloodbath debate. It's probably a good debate, friends. Let's go over there. Let's raid on behalf of Justin, Dalton, and Doug. Let them know that we said hello. Let's bump these numbers up. Let's get this well over 50 or 60. Let's get some people over there. Let's get into the debate. And we got one more super chat that came in as we were talking. Thank you. Jamie says, Ghost, he is Squarehammer and Griftwood. A lot of songs from Ghost. What I'm hearing from the audience is that we, in fact, need to listen to every song of Ghost. That's the only thing I can conclude at this point. But listen, friends, thank you so much for being here. We love and appreciate all of you. And make sure you're following Dalton's YouTube if you're not already following his YouTube. And make sure you're watching his live stream uploads. And here in the near future, he should be live streaming to YouTube as well. More to come on that. Thank you for being here, friends. We appreciate you, Dalton. Thank you for joining me.
Yeah, everyone have a good night.